why you love self-storage. Come join us.
I love self-storage.
Yeah.
It's just become a part of my life. It really has. More than a career, because most of my good friends have come from self-storage. It's been such a blessing.
Yeah.
Not just a career blessing, but a blessing in life as well.
I love self-storage because of the people and the energy that they bring. I don't think I've ever seen an industry that's just this passionate about what they do, and there's always just something fun and exciting going on.
I'm so grateful. The community, the ISS, the SSA, all the associations have been, amazing. The friendships, and I have the privilege of, again, traveling to a lot of the state shows and the national shows. And again, it's just the community here is great, such as yourself, and this SBOA team has been amazing since they've come on the scene. I see a lot of amazing people doing amazing things, and it really inspires me to keep going.
To me, it's the people and the vendors and everything around. A lot of competitors, a lot of different solutions. Things are growing in the industry, but everybody is here to help each other.
Yeah.
But what I like the most is, I think, the innovation. It's amazing. I love the innovation, and I really like the people.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
I love the people in this business.
Yeah.
There are so many good-hearted, true blue, nice people here.
Yeah.
The other people here who do what we do are our friends.
Yeah.
I love the fact that people need stuff, and the more stuff that they need, the more they need to store it.
Right.
And when people are storing their stuff, they need a hug.
Yeah.
They need love.
They do.
We help people through a transitioning time and provide a service directly to their door while enriching storage professionals with additional revenue.
What I love about self-storage is that you're always meeting new people.
Always.
I love to just have a conversation with people, hear their stories, hear about what they do, because there's so many different things in the self-storage industry that you can be into, whether it be software development, tenant and commercial insurance like what we do. There's a lot of different colors and mixes in the industry, so that's what I would love about it. And also the conferences have some great venues too. So that's always a good perk, right?
My favorite thing about self-storage would have to be the opportunity to work with powerful and supportive women like yourself and Iris and the rest of the entire industry as a whole. I think a theme for women in the industry is women empowering women. Very much comes across, whether you're a competitor or not even in the same technology or magazines or anything in the space. Everyone supports each other and is willing to help each other and provide feedback and resources. And that is huge in this space.
And probably the thing I love most about the industry is the people. You meet people from all over the country, all the vendors at these shows, your partners. They all have an interest in helping your business succeed and making the industry move forward. And everybody's kind of working towards the same goal. So that's been the best part.
Are you a self-storage owner or operator looking for service providers to help at your facility? Well, the Storage Business Owners Alliance, also known as the SBOA, has you covered. The SBOA is a premier online hub for connecting self-storage owners and operators to industry-leading products and service providers. We provide one-stop shopping for your business with exclusive offers to save time and money. At the SBOA, we believe by coming together, we help owners and operators grow revenue, gain purchasing power, reduce expenses, improve efficiencies, and increase profitability. We also offer many resources such as our conferences and Self-Storage Unlock webinars to help self-storage owners and operators gain the knowledge needed to become more competitive in the industry. To become an SBOA member or to find out more information, please visit www.thesboa.com today. We can't wait for you to join the Alliance.
Hello and welcome to everyone out there in self-storage land. I'm Iris Segan, president of the Storage Business Owner Alliance, better known as the SBOA. And I'm thrilled to welcome you to our virtual summit, Buying Self-Storage from Concept to Closing. Whether you are just starting to explore the world of self-storage or you're actively growing your portfolio, you are in the right place today. We've gathered industry experts who are going to walk you through every step of the acquisition process, from site selection to financing, insurance, operations, and more. We encourage you to use the chat. I see some of you have gotten active in there already. Please tell us who you are, where you're from. We want to get you active in the chat. We want to hear your questions today. In fact, we want to see your questions so much that we're going to be giving away Amazon gift cards throughout the day. Every time we have a break, we'll have something for people who are the most active in the polls that we're going to be putting out and by giving us the most questions. So please be sure to get in on the chat. Let us know who you are. And of course, we have to give a huge thank you to our SBOA vendor partners and VIP members who make events like this possible. With all of that said, we are ready to get this summit rolling. And to kick off today, we are honored to have a true legend in the storage industry, R.K. Kliebenstein. Hi, R.K. How are you today? Oh, you're muted. Hold on. Okay, there we go. We're going to get it.
Good morning, Iris.
Good morning. How are you?
You know, let's see if we can get rid of that. There. How's the technology working for us?
Okay.
Great.
A little bit of a mess, but here we go.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Iris. And I want to first thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. Let me see if I can get rid of that echo. Hold on.
Okay. How about now?
You know how technology is. You just wait for it to bomb out on you.
It happens. You can test it out as much as you want. And now I don't hear it. So great. Can you hear me okay? All right.
All right. Well, first, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. And I want to thank everyone who's joined us at the summit. This is a great opportunity. My esteemed colleagues, who many of you will know so very well, who Iris has put together. I want to thank the SBOA for taking the opportunity to put forth a subject that is a bit different right now because of the environment that we're in. And I'm going to share some things with you. I've got about 40 plus years in the self-storage arena. Many of those years spent in mergers and acquisitions. So for me, this is my home base. This is what my passion is in the industry and where I feel the most comfortable. I've had some incredible opportunities to be through all different kinds of economic environments. And so when we talk today, we're going to talk about all of the entire gamut of self-storage acquisitions. But I want to share some things with you today that are particularly important and relative to the environment that we're in. So we put together a slideshow deck, and we're just going to kind of walk through some of these elements of the deck. And I'm not a guy who reads off the slides, so they're just going to be there for guidance, if you will. So as we talk about today in the acquisitions market, it's very easy for us to say, gosh, the sky is falling. I'm not able to advance the slide.
I will do it for you.
Okay. And we talk about headwinds today, and we could spend probably all 45 minutes of our time together just talking and focusing on how many challenges we have right now. But let's face it, folks. In my 40 years plus in the self-storage industry, there's always been some kind of headwind. There's always been something out there that has made the business a little bit more challenging than the year before, or a little more unique than the year before. we could go back to the pandemic. We could go to the global financial crisis. We could go to the tech crisis. I mean, you could name one thing after another. But there is one thing about self-storage that has made it totally unique from almost all of the other real estate sectors, from the equity markets, from almost any other kind of investment that you can name. And that is that when we go through a cycle, self-storage, almost without equivocation, has come through those cycles stronger than when it entered. I think of guys like Warren Buffett, and let's think about a guy who is very conservative, and one of his advices are that you buy when the market is down, not when it's at its peak. And right now, there's a lot of dry powder sitting on the sidelines. And I'm of the ilk and the opinion that we are, if not at the trough right now, we're very close to the bottom of the trough. And that means that opportunity is right in front of us. It is at our doorstep right now. And you should be gathering dry powder and not waiting until we get into the cycle where all of a sudden now prices are higher, development is on the mend. It's interesting when you talk to clients, and I do have a real estate license, but I don't actively pursue the brokerage part of our business. I pursue the financial analysis and the feasibility and helping clients to identify projects, but not so much because I want to sell them or I want to list them, but more because I want to help people make the right decision about getting into the business. And I have a number of clients right now that I'm working with that we are looking for those opportunities because they are ready and able and willing to strike now. They're not going to sit and wait until the market comes back, because how many times have you heard, gosh, if I had only, right? And there's so many people who only react because they have FOMO, the fear of missing out. And that's not where we're at in the cycle. And we're not at the YOLO part of the cycle, which is you only live once, so you have to do it now. This is the time to take calculated risks. And that's why understanding the very fundamentals of self-storage and understanding that in every cycle we have become stellar performers at the end of the cycle is why you look at self-storage and you look at those fundamentals and you say, where are we at and how will this get better? Self-storage has always performed best when people move. Are we in a cycle where people are not moving? Well, we all know where the residential real estate market is right now. It's not at its peak. But we also know that it will come back. It always has. It's America. It is part of the fabric of our country. As we go into celebrating the 4th of July, it's just evident that it's going to come back. And when it does, self-storage will perform better and better and better than it ever has before because there's pent-up demand. Sure, we have some headwinds. Interest rates are high, but the sentiment is, and the pressures are on for the feds to reduce. And when that happens, we know what's going to be the eventual outflow from that. It's going to be that cap rates are going to change favorably to the seller, not favorably to the buyer, which means what? You take and seize the day. The moment is there now. But it takes careful planning. It takes careful analysis. It takes due diligence. And that's the part of the cycle that we're in now. So let's keep on rolling through this and let's talk about getting ready to analyze where we're at in the cycle. So if you believe, as I do, that we are in this trough and we may be at the bottom, we may have already started to take some steps upward. One of the most key and fundamental parts is the big, beautiful bill, right? Because the big, beautiful bill is inherent to offering incentives for investment. Those incentives for investment can well outweigh two factors that are in the headwinds. One is inflation, which is part of the interest rate rise, and two are tariffs, which for us in the steel industry, that your big users are very, very difficult. Those are two very big headwinds. But keep in mind that right now, if in fact the tariffs on steel are in place, it's going to make projects more difficult to develop, which means that existing self-storage properties are more valuable because there's less new competition on the market. That means, theoretically, that cap rates should tighten up, and that means values will rise. So it is a part of that capital market cycle that encourages you to understand that this may be the time. I have several clients, as I said, that I'm working with, and we're not in favor of going to the debt markets, certainly not on a long-term basis, not on a capital horizon that is 7 or 10 years like a conduit or securitized loan. We might use short-term debt as some kind of debt off throw. But remember, we're in what's called negative leverage, where it costs more to borrow money than it does to invest money. This is a temporary situation. This will not be permanent. I can guarantee you that. That means that you may want to be more creative about how you approach the acquisition market. In my particular advice, we are doing almost all equity deals, very little debt involved. We don't have to go to the banks for their approval because the investors have the confidence in self-storage, the confidence in our industry, and the confidence that we are choosing the right product at the right place and acting appropriately. So one of the key indicators are, if you watch brokerage markets and you watch the emails that you get and you see price reductions, that's a clear indication that the market is adjusting. That's a clear indication that with prices coming down, that the market is reaching equilibrium, where buyer and seller pricing is reaching a point where it's time to take action. All that simply means that the opportunity is yours, that seizing the day is upon us. Now, again, my caution is you approach it carefully. You approach it with those hard-earned dollars, and you use your equity sense in your acquisitions. That means that you may be looking at stronger markets. There are a number of key indicators, and we'll talk about some of those as we go through this presentation and we talk a little bit about the overall market. There are some very strong key indicators that I want you to look at. But one of the things you have to do is you have to become very data aware. I'm a very big proponent and advocate of using StoreTrack, but there are other very good platforms out there, the Tract IQ platform, the Radius, the Yardi. The information is available to you if you will embrace it. It's not free, and if you're using just the free platforms, you're only getting a minuscule part of the data that's available to you. And if you only take a small portion of it, you're going to miss the big picture. And that's important to you, is that you embrace the entire arena and not just a small portion. So in your due diligence, you have to dig deeper. And that's the most important part of it, is, are you asking all the questions about the data that you're looking at? So as we approach due diligence, as we approach acquisitions, the thought process is, are we getting all the information that's available to us? And are we looking at all those factors as we go through? All of that has an impact on the valuations. What is the true value of a self-storage property? Well, in many, many cases, I have been too conservative over the years. I will admit it, that I may have had opportunities that were passed on because I had no idea that the capital markets would be so generous towards self-storage, would provide so much more value into the business than they have. Today, I tell you, I think and I believe in my heart of hearts that our business will grow, that cap rates will tighten up, which means values will go up. And this is a time to be ready to act and to begin to act. And so of all the negative, the headwinds, the sky is falling, the interest rates are high, of all the negative things that you hear, this is the time for you to be the most positive about how good of due diligence you conduct, about how good of advice that you seek, and about the quality of the properties that you seek to acquire. You're looking for that age-old real estate axiom of location, location, location. You want cash flows to not only be quantitatively analyzed, but also qualitatively analyzed. Are they sustainable? Are you looking at a back look in your cash flows that you know is in fact strong and is in fact sustainable and attainable for going forward? You know, it's really difficult right now to just look at the picture today. That's why we have to look pre-pandemic. What was the trend then? Take the anomaly of the pandemic out of it and then forecast forward. So all of those things are important. And you're going to hear many speakers today who will be able to give you good, solid information that will help you to make that kind of analysis. So let's move forward to the next slide. Thank you. All right. And talk about rates and inflation. The key component in development right now, one of the largest line items that we have is in fact tied to steel, whether it be the steel that goes in the exterior of the buildings, whether it be the hallway systems, whether it be the framing systems. All of those components are made from rolled cold steel, most of which comes from China. Well, if you can't help but hear what is happening in the news, you know that steel is greatly affected by the tariffs, and that pricing is going to be passed on to the end users being the rolled cold steel manufacturing plants that use that steel in order to fabricate the hallway systems, the panels, all of the parts that are used in self-storage, which means that the pro formas and projections we made previously that were based on steel prices back then are no longer applicable. This puts tremendous pressure on our pro formas. It's a deal killer in many cases because now we have to recast. If you're in a market that has declining rental rates, then it's a really, really difficult task. It puts tremendous pressure on development, which in my mind puts tremendous opportunity on acquisitions. It makes those acquired sites even more valuable today. So as we look at that, navigating those currents, it's just making common sense that we look at acquisitions in a stronger perspective. So let's move on and think about, next slide, please, how global events affect us, all right? It's not just the microcosm of the tiny market that we look at, the 1 mile that we live and breathe out of, or the 3 and the 5 mile that we penetrate in order to get our customer base and our tenant base. It's globally that's affecting us. Who would have thought that all of these things would have such a huge impact on us, of what happens in China, what the European economy has to store for us? All of those, including, by the way, insurance risks. What happened in California with the fires is going to have a tremendous impact on our insurance costs across the United States. And you see that when we have large losses in Florida from hurricanes, or in the coastal states all the way up. The next and following years, the insurance companies have to be able to provide for those claims that are made. So insurance rates go up across the country. Now they go up particularly higher in the areas of loss, but they affect you in Des Moines, Iowa. They affect you everywhere. We saw when the tsunamis hit across the globe, there was a trickle-down effect, and those affected our insurance costs even domestically. So what happens globally happens to us here as well. So your project in a cornfield 40 miles out of Des Moines, Iowa is going to be affected by what happens in Tanzania, of all places. That doesn't mean that you have to be so worried about everything that happens in the world, because the world is a big place. And fortunately for us, so many activities across and amortized across the world have just a micro miniacosm effect on our projects. And that just means that we just have to be aware of it. We have to understand it. And then we have to make sure that we mitigate risks as they come to us. So for example, one of the big advices I'm giving one of my clients right now is we have to do everything in Florida. Florida is the growth capital of the world. And hey, I'm a Floridian. I live in Central Florida. I love Florida. I've embraced Florida. I think can you tell by the outfit? Hey, it's paradise, right? But I got to tell you that coastal exposure and insurance costs are horrific in Florida. They're just unbelievable. And if you only have 3 stores and all 3 stores are in the Florida market, your insurance costs, if you are able to attain insurance for 3 large projects solely in Florida, are going to be very difficult for you. So my advice to my clients is let's balance the portfolio. Let's get you something in Des Moines, Iowa, and offset the risk of having a Florida property. Doesn't mean you can't have a Florida property, but let's take the risk and balance it. Let's take some non-coastal properties. Let's take some Texas properties or Arizona properties, and let's balance the risk. All of that takes strategic planning and good advice and taking a long-term view of your acquisition and your portfolio. So all of those things come into play when we talk about whether it's rates and inflation, location, building a portfolio. And your portfolio may be relatively small, but we all start somewhere. Extra Space started with 1 property. Public Storage started with 1 property. The SBOA guy, that Ian guy, who I love because he is a really good guy. I bought a portfolio of 7 stores from Ian in the Knoxville market years ago when I was Metro Storage. He's a good guy, had vision, had good advice, and still today executes very carefully, very strategically, because he knows that the fundamentals of self-storage transcend all of the issues that we have if done properly and with good intention and good planning. Okay, let's move on.
Absolutely.
All right. The market signals of confidence and shifting tides, we've talked about that. We look at the large part of it. We have an IPO that's in front of us right now. We're watching SmartStop. Again, a really smart guy, Michael Schwartz, has learned how to raise capital. He's used the Delaware Statutory Trust to his advantage. He's used the broker-dealer network to raise money. He has sold properties and portfolios to the Extra Space folks. He knows his stuff. Now we're going to see how well the market treats him as he continues to go through the process. We already have good indications and strong indications that that is a good portfolio that will do well. We're going to see how much critical mass it takes to execute well and watch his IPO develop and roll through. Yes, the SPACs are amongst us and they make it really interesting as we enter this. But hey, we have a whole new administration. 2 or 3 years ago, flat. No IPOs, right? I mean, it was very difficult to operate in that environment, but we're seizing the opportunity that is in front of us today. Again, good timing and good planning pays off. All right, let's move on. So we talked about SmartStop, so let's go on to the next one. And let's keep on rolling. Again, we talked about the development headwinds being a good acquisition opportunity. That's all great. Keep on rolling. Here is the heart of the matter. One of my favorite bits of information, data points that I get and that I look at the most carefully is in the Store Track reports. And I'm going to use Store Track because I'm the most familiar with it. And I've worked with those folks for such a long time. And I've been very blessed to have had a lot of opportunity to look behind the curtain and dig deep into Store Track and understand how some of those things work. One of the factors that they give me is the trailing 12 rental rate trend. Okay, that trend tells me what has happened over the last 12 months in a micro market all the way out to the US. There are many markets where I see the rates over the last 12 months down as much as 20 or 25%. Well, that in itself is a pretty scary indication, but 2 things to know. One, if it's down 25% now and the market was stronger before, the likelihood is it's going to come back. This may be your opportunity speaking at you. It's knocking at your door. Are you going to answer it? What are you going to do? Are you going to hide behind the door? Or are you going to open the door and embrace it? Every lender is going to become much more conservative, right? Because it's a negative trend. It's a very absolute negative trend. That's why I've chosen with some of my clients to avoid the debt syndrome, wait till the market comes back before we go to debt, but if we have the confidence that that market will come back, that doesn't scare me. It gives me opportunity. It tells me it is time now because we are at the bottom of that track, especially if I can go back and look at that trend. And a month ago, it was 27%. Today, it's 25%. It's moving in the right direction. And that's what I'm looking for, is the trend moving in the right direction. No matter how bad it is, it's moving in the right direction. Now, I'm not advocating that we all go look for negative 25% trend markets. That's not what I'm saying. Although some of you may be opportunity seekers. Some of you may look for those specific markets because that's where you see the most opportunity. All I say is be cautionary of a second major factor that all those data providers have, which is new developments. Be very aware that if you're going to buy in those markets, you may well be influenced by new developments coming into that market, because we know what happens. The revenue management and yield management models crash rental rates, right? I mean, that's a fact of life. What we don't see is what happens behind the curtain, which is the ECRIs, the existing customer rate increases. That's not public information. Easy to see what happens on the front end. And these negative 25% rental rate trends, that's the measure of what happens on the front end, not what's happening on the back end. So what we want to do is we want to carefully use data to figure out which of those markets are stronger on the ECRI side of it, which is where we can predict where the rents are actually going. That is the opportunity side of a negative 25% market. That is using data to predict carefully where we think the market is going to go. No guarantees, by the way, absolutely no guarantees. All those disclaimers are out there. Past performance does not guarantee future indications. Okay? We can't make those guarantees, but we can look back on our industry and know how solid the foundation has been for so long to get us where we're going. So if replacement costs are going to go sky high because of tariffs, what does that mean? That means that acquisitions in place are even stronger. If we're at the bottom of an economic trough, that gives us greater opportunity today than we've ever had. But you have to analyze those cash flows for, as I said, sustainability and quality. All right, so let's continue to go on. We talk about, is this the new window of now? Is this the time? I think that I've built a pretty good case for that, as long as you are doing your homework and your guidance is good. So let's continue to move through, and let's talk about where the pricing on the assets are. If you're watching those press releases or the emails where the market pricing is coming down, we're seeing more price reductions in secondary and tertiary markets than we're seeing them on the stabilized properties. We're seeing that stabilized properties in core markets are still trading. They're still moving, which is all good indications. Where we are seeing the greatest weaknesses are in these tertiary markets that are not proven markets necessarily. We're seeing a softness in certificate of occupancy deals where all of the lease-up risk is there. And especially those in markets where the supply is high. And you know, I'm an absolute believer that square foot per capita is not a demand measure. It is a supply measure, although it is an indicator. And we are now drawing very strong conclusions about how high the supply measure is and how it affects the demand measure. Okay, you have to bifurcate them. You cannot keep them as one measure. You have to bifurcate them. They have to be held separately and analyzed separately. And you have to believe that if population growth is there, if there are reasons to understand why that supply growth is high, that there are other reasons perhaps that will help you as you look forward and forecast. So that may be one of the reasons why the price is coming down on those tertiary and secondary markets. So pick those markets very closely, carefully, and look for the location. So let's keep looking at how long it takes then for that patient capital to win out. That's one of the challenges with self-storage is we have a very long incubation period in the development cycle. And when you buy core properties, the uplift is not as strong as a value add property. It's not as strong as a development property where the introductory rates are very low and they're going to be built on. All of those things make your timing very, very important and your forecasting even more important. All right, let's continue to move on. And let's talk about the buying principles. It is, for example, very important that you start from the very beginning with a good strategic plan. What does your 1 month, 3 month, 12 month, 3 year, 5 year, and 7 year plan look like? All of those things should be a very important part of your business plan. Not just what we see today, but how are you going to execute? And for that, I say your buying principles have to say, what is my exit strategy? Where am I going? Where is the ship headed? Very few pilots ever get in an airplane and say, hey, I'm going somewhere today. Well, where's somewhere? Well, I'm just getting in the plane and I'm flying today. Well, where are you flying? Because we all want to know where we're going to land. We want to make sure we got enough fuel to get us to where we're going. We want to know what the headwinds are. We want to know what the weather is like. We want to know what we're going to encounter as we fly that plane. When you fly your plane to self-storage acquisitions, you want the same kind of flight plan filed. You want to know where you're going and you want to know what you're going to encounter along the way to the greatest extent possible that you can plan. All right. You're going to get thrown headwinds. Hey, you're going to get shear winds. All those things are going to happen to you. But if you are trained as a good pilot, you know how to navigate those winds. You know how to navigate all of the things that are going to happen. When your plane has something that goes wrong with it, you're going to know what the redundant systems are for you to fly through the problem. And that's why you take good principles, the good solid foundations of your strategic plan that you know are in your back pocket, that when you are hitting those headwinds, you know exactly how to fly through them. So get that good executable business plan locked in and ready for you to execute on. You know the exact steps you're going to take. You don't just get behind the yoke and say, I'm flying today. Instead, you take the flight plan. It sits in front of you. You've got a radar scope that tells you what's happening with the weather. You know that the air traffic control is there to tell you what's going on. And air traffic control can be Yardy, it can be store traffic. Those are all components of your flight plan. And they're all there for you to take advantage of. Part of your due diligence. Don't be surprised. The last thing we need in any kind of acquisition is a surprise. Do your homework. Make sure that you read your third-party reports. All right, let's continue to roll on to the next principle. Buy only the best locations, good traffic counts, strong demographics, growth in the marketplace. Are you near the right kind of retailers? Now, you've heard me say many times that we are in the soccer mom business. Well, we are. We want to be where the soccer moms are. I created what we call the Soccer Mom Index based on a location, and it's relative to all the great places that soccer moms go. It's relative to the gymboree. It's relative to the day spa. It's relative to all those places that the soccer moms travel because that's who our target renter is. Now, that's not who uses self-storage so much. That's not who's schlepping the stuff to the storage space, but that's who's often making the decision. So as that part of it, why not create an index that tells you how good your site is, like a credit score, compared to another site, and weigh the two sites together to say, if I have a choice between A and B, and A is a better soccer mom site, let's use the Soccer Mom Index as a good indicator of a good location. But you buy the best location. You don't buy the cheapest location. Hey, I had LASIK surgery. I didn't go to the guy who only charged $20 who was in Mexico to get my eyes done. No, I went to the guy who was the best because I did my due diligence. I wanted the guy who'd done the most of them. He wasn't the cheapest in town. But guess what? I didn't end up with a cane at the end of the day. I ended up with good eyes. That's good due diligence. So buy the best locations, all right? Let's go to the next one. markets that are strong? Are you seeing good things happening in that market? Are there perhaps now we're looking at a new era of development, not just in self-storage, but in the economy of the United States? Our president is telling us, look, we're not going to buy things necessarily offshore anymore. We're going to buy made in the USA. Well, maybe made in the USA is in the backyard of the self-storage location you're looking at. That is good planning. That is understanding principle number 3, buying the right market as well as the right location. All right, so let's go on to the next one. And then the operational experience. You know, I always ask my clients when they are talking about a location, whether they're buying an acquisition or they're looking at development, what do you bring to the table for experience in operating? What do you know about operating self-storage? So funny. Yesterday I had this discussion and the guy said, well, I rented a self-storage unit. Okay, that's a good start. I like that. You understand it. You know how to rent a self-storage unit. And we started talking about all of the operational challenges behind how do I compete against an extra space? How do I compete against a public storage? Look, when you have 4,200 stores under your belt, you know a little thing about self-storage, all right? Why not learn from those who have done the best? Or even better yet, why don't you have them manage your property and now you leverage all of the expertise they have? I am a very big proponent of third-party management. Look, I think I'm a fairly smart guy. I mean, I'm not the sharpest pencil in the box, but I think I could run a self-storage project. I don't run any of the projects that I'm involved with. I use a third-party management company, and I use a big company because they have big data that you can't get on your own. Guaranteed you cannot get all of it. You can get access to part of it, but you're not going to get 4,200 store experience unless you own 4,200 stores. And then secondly, you're not going to get the benefit of scale because you don't have scale. And third, I don't think anybody that I know of can spend $1.5 million to hire a revenue management head, director. All right, you can do that if you're extra space. You can do that if you're public storage. You can go out and hire the guy who used to run revenue management for American Airlines. You can't necessarily do that when you're trying to do your first store. So why not hire the guys who can hire the guys? That's what I say. Leverage the opportunities. They have executional expertise. And if I can get that for a fraction of the cost of what they have invested in it, why wouldn't I take advantage of that? That makes me a smarter guy as far as I'm concerned. The smarter guy hires the smarter guy. That's how you look at it. All right? The smartest guy in the room is hiring the smarter guy in the room. So, not to say that you don't have executional operational expertise. You use your expertise to manage the management company. And you will always know that that is one of my greatest passions about third-party management is you don't put them on autopilot. You don't send them off and say, okay, sayonara, I'll just wait for my check to come in the mail. I manage the management companies very hard. I scrutinize every monthly report. They don't like having the monthly call unless the property is doing very, very well. They don't like to be asked specific questions. They don't like somebody looking over their shoulder. But here's the thing. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. We get pretty good grease because we're pretty squeaky wheels. That's where your expertise and your executional expertise comes in over the top of hiring good executors. So that's my tip for the day. Be the squeaky wheel. Use the expertise you have. And you know what? Here's a really great thing. You may not even have a lot of self-storage experience. You may come to us from the fast food world. You may come to us from Chick-fil-A that has a phenomenal experience for the guest. Well, you can bring that by managing your management company and asking questions about the choice they've made behind the counter. That doesn't mean that you make that choice for them, but you certainly can ask them the right questions. And if you ask that question long enough, they're going to put the right person behind the counter. Okay, let's move on. So smart capital strategies mean that you match your capital with your opportunity. That may mean that you don't lever today. You don't go out to the debt markets. You stay in the equity and you place the equity today. You set the expectations. And I have a couple of strategies that I use to do that. Makes my investors whole, gives them a great sense of security. They know that at some point we're going to return that equity back to them or a portion of it, and that we're going to then use leverage when it's appropriate. So let's go on to the next one. As part of capital strategies, the equity structure and recapture. Make sure that your documentation is well. But most importantly, communicate with your equity partners. Let them know what the plan is and how you are at working the plan, where you're at, how the execution is going. Are you hitting your NOI targets? And if you're not hitting them, what is the plan to get there? If you're exceeding them, what are we going to do to continue? Don't just ride the wave, but push beyond it. Continue to move it forward. So let's keep on going and talk about securing the prime assets and using those great locations that you are locked in on, that you know are good and sustainable cash flows, and then just keep on pressing and continue to leverage your opportunities as much as you can. All right, so let's continue to move on. Let's talk about due diligence. It's a matter of making sure that you hire the best people to do the best job you can. And you don't start looking for those folks when you put the property under contract. I'm going to tell you that thorough due diligence and the folks that are going to do that for you, whether it be your property condition report, whether it be the on-site audit, whether it be the market study, all of those things, all those people are well lined up long before you ever even send out your first letter of intent. That's the strategic plan. Your due diligence and your risk management is a plan that is in place long before you even look for that first property. You know who you're going to be using for it. You have your letters ready to go to get pricing, so that the moment that you lock in that property, even in a letter of intent before you get to the purchase and sale agreement, you know exactly how that's going to go down. You know what your timing is, and you're ready to execute. You do not lose time. You do not lose time waiting for a proposal to come back. That proposal is sent when the letter of intent goes out, so that it's ready for signature the day the purchase and sale agreement comes back. You unleash all of your power the moment that you possibly can. You do not wait. You do not waste time. Time is too precious. You never get this moment back. This moment is now. It is here and it is yours. Do not give it away, because you're not going to get it back. That's why we use a strategic plan and we execute on that plan, because we are careful planners. We are covetous. We know that we have been given as good stewards time and money, because remember, tomorrow is promised to absolutely no one. So we execute today with a plan. So we use the precision that we have. We use our tools and we absolutely execute as we can. All right, so let's move on. And we talk about mitigating risk. I already told you about how you can mitigate some insurance risk. Those are all components. Scale will help you to mitigate risk. The more properties you have, the easier it is to mitigate risk. So we perform physical condition property assessments. That gives you a plan of what the experts say you're going to need in capital to keep that property maintained over a long period of time. Now, I'm going to share with you just one bit of advice that I learned, I don't want to say the hard way, but let's say the hard way. I was working with a capital group. They were investing in properties, and here was their thought process. Their thought process on property condition reports was, hey, if it's good enough for the bank, it's good enough for me. Because they didn't want to dig too hard. It was really hard to find properties, challenging environment. So when they got a deal and the property condition report came back in, if the bank said it was okay, they said it was okay. I'm looking at the property condition report going, I'm not so happy with this. I don't like what I see. Hey, 31 air conditioners, all of them over 10 years, 15 years old, recipe for disaster. That's all I see is a big capital expense coming down the road. The property condition report outlined that we only needed X number of dollars for capital reserves. I said, double it. You're better off if you triple it, but double it. The capital partners said, oh, no, the bank says we only need X. We don't need Y, we just need X. Guess what? They're spending Y right now because they only planned for X. And now Y is upon them because they didn't do the right thing. The right thing was, great, I'm glad it was good enough for the bank, but I have to operate the property. The bank does not operate that property. Well, you know what? If you plan poorly enough, the bank will operate the property, but not for you, for the bank. So plan properly. Do the right thing. Don't take shortcuts in due diligence. That's not the time to take the shortcut. That's not the time to pass on risk management. Okay, let's continue to go on. So you stress your underwriting. That means that you say, okay, the deal looks really, really good at 95% occupancy. How does it look at 90% occupancy? How does it look at 85% occupancy? How does it look if we have to reduce rates by 4%? How does it look if we reduce rates by 7%? Those are stresses to it. When you find the tipping point, the inflection point where the deal no longer works, then you manage the risk and say, okay, what is the likelihood that we will never hit the bottom? And if you plan for that, then you will always know that your investor's money is safe and your money is safe. Plan for the worst and then manage and execute for the best. Okay, I'm a bit of a sandbagger. Okay, I'll admit it. Hey, I'm the guy who goes out on the golf course and I tell you what my handicap is, and my handicap is horrific. I am all passion and no proficiency. But here's the thing. I always play better than my handicap. Now that, as you know, if you record your scores, means your handicap is going to go down. So you're constantly playing against yourself when it comes to the game of golf. But I also know my limitations. I'm very realistic about this whole process. The same is true in due diligence and risk management. I know my limitations. And I know that when you go fishing, carp happens, all right? Storms come along, people back into the building without insurance. All that stuff happens. You have to be able to plan for it, all right? So make sure you do your due diligence and mitigate your risk. Have good insurance. The guy who gave you the lowest quote for insurance at Uncle Joe's insurance company, not probably as good as Safeco, not probably as good as all of the really good self-storage insurance companies. So plan properly. Spend your money wisely. Do your due diligence. Okay, let's move on. Vet seller data. I can't tell you how carefully you must go through the data you get from your seller. You have to remember the incentive that seller is getting. For every dollar of NOI they get you to buy, they're getting $18 to $20 in the purchase price. That's a pretty big incentive to get you to buy an extra dollar or two, or 100 or so, or 1,000 or so, or tens of thousands of dollars of NOI, because each time they get that, they're getting $18 to $20 on the dollar. I was in a seminar recently. A guy came up to me and we were talking about this whole process. So after the break, I asked him, I said, hey, give me $1. I gave him a 20 for the dollar. I asked the audience, how many of you would take 20 for $1? There's one person who wouldn't say, I would take a 20 for $1. No, that's exactly what happens when you buy a property. For every dollar, you're giving them 20. So the incentive is huge. That means you have to do your homework. You have to be prepared to know that dollar is real. All right? So look at your data very carefully and make sure that you understand. I'm sure that you know how to line up your on-site management reports against your income and expense statements, against the bank statements, against all the data that you have. Make sure that your spreadsheets are good and that you vet that data meticulously. Okay, move on. Revenue management and yield management. This is the game changer for self-storage. This is why self-storage is as beautiful it is today and as big of a sword that hits us as well. I don't know that we ever projected back in the 90s and the early 2000s that revenue and yield management was going to be what it is today. I think that we had a good idea that it would affect our business, but I don't know that we knew that the ECRIs were going to be the key to owning self-storage. What we see on the front end today, these customer inducements, these guest tenant inducements that we see, how low can you go? I mean, that's kind of the new mantra, right? How low can you go? It's like the limbo, right? You're going to get so low and then all of a sudden you're not going to be able to get under the bar, or the bar hits you and you fall over, one of the two. That's the reality of the situation. Hey, if you have 4,200 stores, you can bend pretty darn hard on a couple of stores, right? You can absorb a lot of that shock. If you have 2 stores, really hard to absorb the shock. Really, really hard to do that. That means you have to be very careful about how you yield manage, right? That means that you have to be prepared for the long term. Preparation for the long term means that you have to capitalize properly. Again, it's all part of the strategic plan. Did you do your homework before you even put the first letter of intent out? What did you do to plan for this? Did you prepare your investors for everything that might be down the road yet to come? So maximize your returns. Use the advantages of revenue management to build your occupancy, because remember, the 2 greatest polarizations in any pro forma is physical occupancy versus economic occupancy. The twain shall never meet is really what happens until you get to the above 92 to 94% occupancy. Once you get above that with both of those, the twain have met. Now the challenge is, how do you keep it there? How do you protect your investment in that environment? It's really difficult when one is at 80 and the other is at 90. It's really hard to get those 2 to sync up and find the sweet spot. But that's what critical mass will do for you. That's what writing those algorithms and testing them against data, testing them against the different methods of figuring out what the sweet spot is. And that's what revenue and yield management is about. Okay, so let's go on and talk about the competitive environment. Because when a new project comes in, you've got to put butts in the seats. The easiest way to do that is you slash the rents. Now, the good news is that if we're doing a great job with our tenant retention, it affects us less. The beautiful part about self-storage is we have what's called the non-moving core. That's that family that moves in on day 42 of your ownership of self-storage and stays there forever and ever and ever. And then when they pass away, their kids stay there forever and ever and ever. And that grows every single year. The number of folks and tenants that are in that position, that non-moving core, it grows every year, right? You lose a few, but you gain more than you lose. That is the beauty of self-storage. That is the fundamental that keeps all of us going from year to year, from store to store, from portfolio to portfolio, because we understand that's the fundamental of self-storage. We can manage all the rates around it because we have churn. We have a guy that moves in, 90 days later moves out because their house is built, they're ready to go. Fine, we're okay with that. But it's the non-moving core that every year they pay more and more for the opportunity to stay there. We manage the revenue in place. All right, let's go. Next one, we talk about the rev half. We got to make sure that we understand that we're optimizing every available square foot. That's the key, is optimizing the square footage that's available. That's part of this whole revenue management part and the intelligent pricing that comes along with it. So let's go to the next one, and we talk a little bit more about the post-acquisition operational. That means that you have to be able to understand how things are going to come into play. I want to share with you something that you may or may not have thought about. I'm hoping that all of you who are in the acquisition role have thought about. If you take a projection and you say, I'm going to increase rates my first year by 8%, do you think that you just put in an 8% rent increase, and at the end of the day, if you projected $1 million, that the 8% just materializes itself? I don't think so. You have greatly underestimated the ability to do that, because first of all, you can't put a rent increase in on day one unless you've gotten the seller to send the notices out 30 days before. So you're going to lose 30 days, boom, right off the bat. Now that's assuming that you were on Johnny on the spot enough to do it the first day that you took possession of the property. I'm telling you, not likely. Just not likely to happen. All right. Best case, you get that done within the first 30 days. If you're really, really Johnny on the spot, you got it done in the first day. first 30 days. Oh, but wait a minute. I'm on anniversary date. I'm not on first of the month. Oh, new challenge. Now I've got all these leases that don't even allow me to give them a 30-day notice because I closed on the 15th of the month. That means the guy who was on the 14th of the month, guess what? Cycle missed. All right, so that's a challenge. Wait a minute. People are just moved in the last 30 days. Well, everybody who moved in your business rule, if your business rule is I don't give them a rent increase for 6 months, guess what? Everybody who moved in the last 6 months, they're not getting your 8% rent increase. Oh, I guess the business rule affects that. But wait a minute. What about the people who move out and the unit is vacant for 45 days while I turn it? Guess what? None of those people are getting that 8% increase. All you have to do is do the math. If you do the math, it takes like a 16% increase on the tenants in place to get to the 8% increase of the gross rent roll. Doesn't happen. That's why acquisitions is a really, really tough game. And it takes a really, really tough player to make it happen the way it's supposed to. My big rent increases don't come year one. My rent increases in pro forma come in year two because it gives me year one to get to year two. I understand operational acumen. If your acquisition guy has not operated properties, it's the wrong guy or gal in the role because they don't understand how to get there. The second part of it is your operational team has to be deeply, deeply, deeply involved in the acquisition role. That's how you mitigate that risk is you operate as a team. You do not operate in silos. The acquisition team or person does not operate in a silo. Now, they may get incentivized in a silo, which I think is the wrong incentive, by the way. I think they should be incentivized post-acquisition as much as they are in the acquisition itself. Because it doesn't matter how many you buy if you don't buy the right properties, if you can't make them work. So you have to have the whole team working together. Remember the Hillary Clinton, it takes a village? I'm telling you, self-storage takes a village. In fact, it takes a whole bunch of villages to make it work in the right way. So in your plan, in your strategic plan, build the village. Know who's going to help you get there. So all part of this from day one, make sure that you understand the fundamentals, make sure that your vision is there and everyone shares the vision for an acquisition. Give management a seat at the table when it comes to that acquisition. Hear them, listen to them, because they have to operate this property. You're not just going to dump this acquisition on them and say, hey, good luck, guys. I got my bonus. What did you get? That's not the way it works. It takes teamwork. There is no I in team. You probably heard that, right? That's the acquisition side of it, right? You work together as a company to make it happen. All right, let's continue to roll on. Guest experience. You know, I don't call them tenants typically. I call them guests. I don't call them units. I call them spaces. I don't call them facilities. I call them stores. It is how you think about the business. It's how you make it a better experience for yourself and your guest that makes the business even better for all of us as an industry. So begin to think better of the business. If you think better of the business, it will think better of you. So let's continue to move on. So be patient, be brilliant, be strategic. Those are three things that I just imbue when I talk to clients and we think about self-storage and we think about the future of self-storage and we're working on an acquisition. How can we be better at what we do? Are we in the right market at the right place? And can we be patient enough to get through those rent increases? Is year two our year? Are we ready to act it properly and get to year two? But be brilliant. Be smart about this, all right? Get your execution in place. Next. So this is a time for curation. This is a time where we put that plan together, where we go out and we find the very best of the best sites that are available. That doesn't mean you can't analyze a site that doesn't really work the way it's supposed to, because you're learning from every opportunity. I get up every day, and the first question I ask myself, what am I going to learn today? What contact am I going to make that is going to give me some insight that I didn't have the day before? What am I going to learn about a property, about a market, about a seller, about a buyer, about a client? What am I going to learn today? What guest is going to come on a property today and teach me something I didn't know? Because the enrichment of life is education. The enrichment of life is what I learned today. You know, I tell people all the time, I'm not that smart a guy. I just walk along the road and I pick up a stone. I put that stone in my pocket. I walk a little further, I put another stone in my pocket. And then Iris comes along. And Iris calls me up and she says, hey, RK, what do you know about? And I reach into my pocket. I get that stone that I gathered and I share that stone with Iris. And I say, Iris, what about this? And the sharing of that stone, the learning that I had, I give to Iris. And you know what she does with it? She takes that stone and she puts it in her pocket and she uses that stone. And then someone asks Iris, Iris, what do you know about? And Iris takes the stone out and she passes it on. We each become enriched by the experiences that we have. Each acquisition that we look at, we learn from. We learn how that operator got that property to where it is today, good or bad. Their experience may not have been great. They may have made huge mistakes. I love learning from people's mistakes that I didn't make. That's the best part about it, is I get to see the mistakes that they made. And now, hopefully, we get to capitalize on those mistakes. Those mistakes are our opportunity. Were we looking and were we listening? And were we learning? That's the most important part. Hey, if we got a little laughter along the way, that's even better yet, right? So you live well, you love often, and you'll learn lots. It's just pretty simple. If you've ever gotten an email from me, that's right on the bottom of every single email I send out, right? Because that's how I approach life every single day. It's that learning, loving, and living that helps us to be better at what we do. Okay, let's continue to go on. Prime opportunities are out there. Hey, all you got to do is go look for them. You got to knock on some doors. You got to kiss a lot of frogs to find a prince or two. That doesn't mean every deal is going to work out. That means you better have lost opportunity funds. You better have dead deal funds, because not everything is going to work out for you. You're going to get surprises along the way. You're going to find nefarious phase one environmental reports, things that you didn't expect, surveys that don't work the way they're supposed to. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a deal because I found something in a survey that nobody else had. I bought properties from publicly traded companies that missed something on a survey. Hey, it happens. But if you build the right team around you, they'll find them for you. They'll keep you clean. They'll keep you out of trouble. But you got to have the right people on your team. You got to know that team and you can trust them. That's very important. Don't let this whole macroeconomic noise get you down. Be aware of it, understand it, but use it to your advantage, because it will help you to get to where you're going. All right, let's continue to go on. Develop your plan, plan your development. That's the way I like to look at it is, hey, make a plan and execute on that plan. The market is ready for you if you are ready for the market. That's pretty simple stuff, right? Just be prepared for it. All right, let's go on. So this is one of my favorite sayings. In bear markets, fortunes are made silently. In bull markets, they are celebrated loudly. You know, beating your chest and saying how great you are, that's pretty easy to do when things are going well. But what do you do when things are on the tough side? Do you equally share with people and say, hey, look, this is what I've learned. These are the mistakes that I've made. This is the challenges the market's given me. That's one of the things that makes 40 years in the business easy to share with other people, because I've been through cycles. I've seen the tough side of things. And I know that deployment of capital in the toughest of times is made the most wealth. That's what's created the most wealth. It isn't buying at the top of the market when everybody else is out there and there's a feeding frenzy. I remember a time when I was competing against some really good guys in the business. I mean, guys that were building portfolios, and we were all out there trying to buy the same exact properties. My mission that I was given, you buy anything at a 10 cap. Doesn't matter if it's good property, bad property, you just buy it at a 10 cap. That's where we were at. I know, a 10 cap. Who buys properties at a 10 cap? Right? But that's where the market was at that time. There was one player that came to the table almost every good located acquisition, and that was a group called Czygan. And you know what? They didn't win all those deals. They didn't win very many deals at all. They didn't bid on very many deals because they bought really good locations. And when they sold that portfolio to Public Storage, they sold it at a cap rate that everybody went, who would buy at that cap rate? A 6 cap? You have to be kidding me. No one would ever buy self-storage at a 6 cap. You have to be bonkers. You have to be crazy. You have to be insane to buy at a 6 cap. But you know what? All those properties were worth it because they bought the right locations with the right cash flows. They were willing to pay more than all the rest of us who were looking at 10 cap properties. They were willing to buy at that point at an 8 cap. We thought they were insane. They were stupid. What are those people thinking? And then when they sold at a 6 cap, they looked genius. They looked like they were the smartest people on earth. But they had a plan. They knew where they were going, what they were doing, and they bought the best properties at the best price. They curated a perfect portfolio, and they sold at the right time. Could they have made a bunch more money if they wait till the market goes to a 5 cap? Absolutely. But the execution at the time was flawless. So, is it time for you? I wonder. What are you doing about is it time for you? All right, let's go on to the next one. Oh, it's a thank you. Where are we at time-wise, Iris?
We are at a little beyond our limit, actually.
Okay.
But you have been so wonderful and enthusiastic. I couldn't stop you.
Well,
Did you see you had some vote for RK? I said RK for president.
Well, I got to tell you that, as you can tell, I'm very passionate about the business. I think if you're already in the business, congratulations, you made the right decision. If you're just looking at getting into the business, this is a great place to be because there's going to be some folks here who are going to share information with you. Listen to what they have to say. Reach out to them after today's summit. They've got great additional information for you because they may be only giving you a small, just a small bit of it today. But these are the folks who can help build your company. They can help build you. And again, live, love, and laugh.
RK, thank you so much for being here today. I think everyone can understand why we asked you to be our keynote speaker this morning, because you are wonderful for kicking this off, and we love your enthusiasm and everything you do for our industry.
All right. Ciao.
Ciao. Bye-bye. All right. Next, we are going to be bringing up our guests from StoreTrack. They have a session called Knowing Your Market, Research, Demographics, and Location Intelligence. So before you want to make an offer or even consider financing, you need to understand what's happening in the market that you're buying into. RK just discussed that ad nauseum, and he also mentioned StoreTrack. He really likes their product. So I want to go ahead right now and bring up Christine and James. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Good. You have a tough act to follow here.
Yeah, I don't know. I almost wish we were going last. How could you beat RK? He's amazing. I learned a few lessons myself, so I'm not buying self-storage.
I'm ready to buy right now.
Right, exactly.
I'm ready to buy, but if you're not, I inspire you. Well, Christine, tell us a little bit about you, what you do at StoreTrack, and how, RK just talked about it a little bit, but give everyone sort of a little overview.
Sure. So I'm Christine Waxman, Director of Market Analytics at StoreTrack. I specialize in tracking self-storage trends, pricing shifts, and investment activity across the US and global markets. So I'm excited to dive into the data and share what we're finding in 2025. And I'll hand it off to James because he's more well-versed with our products. He's been doing this for quite a while.
Yeah, James, please tell everyone a little bit about you and what you have been doing at StoreTrack for, did you say 20 years?
I've been in storage for nearly 20 years, but StoreTrack a little over 4, or getting on 4, I guess, right now. Thanks for having us. And yeah, RK is going to be a tough act to follow. But what I do at StoreTrack is I work on the sales side. I work with investors, operators, working on both the acquisitions process as well as the revenue management process. So I kind of get a chance to look at both sides of the coin when it comes to the self-storage industry. And in my previous history, I've worked again too on both sides, both in acquisitions and revenue management. So we try and share those tools and kind of share best practices. And that's one of the things I think we're going to try and do here today. Just share a few of the new tools that are out there and a couple of ways to look at markets. Hopefully, as RK mentioned, sometimes when a market's down, it might be the best time to get in. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. We're really excited to be here and share some of that information.
That is great. I think everyone likes to hear that because you hear over and over again, it's a terrible time to buy. It's a terrible time to buy. But then you get the experts together like you all, and it's a little bit different story. So Christine, start us off with a high-level overview. Where does the self-storage market stand nationally? How are rates, demand drivers, and development pipelines shifting in 2025?
Certainly. So I think I have a slide for historical rates.
Set.
All right, great. So nationally, as you can see, the self-storage market is, it's showing signs of stabilization on average, and that's been something we're seeing in 2025 with rates beginning to firm up. Demand is rebounding in key markets, and overall new development seems to be slowing after several years of elevated activity. So that's, I'm saying, sort of a rebound or stabilization, I guess, sort of a recalibration from the peaks of 2021 to 2022. Looking at this graph now, we can see that between 2022 and 2024, self-storage pricing declined as the broader economy cooled. Obviously that was due to higher interest rates, slowed housing turnover, and a lot of new supply coming into key markets. And at the same time, inflation and just overall economic uncertainty dampened consumer confidence. So, there's slower residential mobility, and which means fewer moves and less need for space. But in 2025, what we're seeing is a shift. Inflation has eased, interest rates have paused a little, and consumers are regaining confidence. Seasonal leasing patterns have returned, and demand is picking up overall. And with fewer new developments and a pullback on aggressive discounting, average rents are beginning to stabilize across many markets. So far in 2025, we're seeing a slight uptick, 1.3% year over year. So it's not quite, anything exciting, but what's exciting is that it's not on a downward trajectory. And then beyond rates, demand for self-storage remains fundamentally tied to life transitions, which are your 4 or the 6 core demand drivers of self-storage. And it's not just tied to discretionary spending. So even with economic anxiety, the underlying need for space endures. And I think my next slide is population growth. I want to show that. Okay, and this is from the US Census Bureau. So I'm showing this because population growth continues to be a key demand driver for self-storage, and we're seeing some dynamic changes across the US. And as the slide from the Bureau sort of illustrates, the top growing cities are experiencing significant population growth compared to the national average. And that growth is directly fueling demand in those specific areas, creating opportunities even as the national trends recalibrate. And it's also important to note that, while cities you see on here like Boise, Charlotte, and Tampa show very high supply per capita, which could suggest, it does suggest potential oversaturation, that continued population growth is driving ongoing development. And that means developers remain confident in the long-term fundamentals, not so much what they're seeing in the short term. So, it just means caution ahead, but overall, there's long-term optimism in self-storage.
That's great. And is there anything, as far as standouts where there's a concern for oversaturation?
Yes. And, let me talk about because this is very market specific. So and between the markets, the contrast is rather stark. So you would think markets like Washington, D.C. and Chicago, obviously not many people are going to those markets. It's very expensive, but there's a huge undersupply in those markets. For example, Washington, D.C. is something like 5.5 square foot per capita, but rents grew 12% year over year. Chicago, 6% square foot per capita. So, we're seeing rent growth there, 14% year over year. And then New York and Los Angeles, between 7 to 8% year over year. And New York, for example, has very low square foot per capita. So, there's definitely a lack of supply there. And surprisingly, not surprisingly, those cities are also leading in rent pricing. And even then, they're still posting double-digit gains, again, thanks to low supply levels and, that dense demand. Meanwhile, in the Sun Belt markets like Orlando, San Antonio, and even parts of Dallas, they're showing signs of saturation, not surprisingly. But these areas are also seeing strong population growth. So even with the 10 to 13 square foot per capita and the active development we're seeing today, we're seeing mixed rent performance. Some are increasing, like in Dallas, for example, and some are showing really steep declines, like in San Antonio, and talking about over 10% year over year. Regionally, the Mid-Atlantic and West are performing the best, while the Southwest and parts of the Southeast are grappling with oversupply. And it's just a reminder, really, that national trends don't tell the full story. Local data here is the key.
Absolutely. And so talk a little bit about buyers behind the scenes. What kind of investors are most active right now, and what are the key trends in deal volume and pricing?
Sure. My next slide, let's talk about deal volume first. Let's see. So what you'll notice here is a clear shift. So while 2022, we're seeing over $12.6 billion in transactions, that was still coming down from the 2021 peak of more than $15 billion. And since then, you could see activity declined steadily, falling from $3.3 billion in 2024 to now just around $1.1 billion in the first half of 2025. And this is based on public records, so some deals may still be unrecorded, but the broader trend really reflects a more cautious and selective market. And what I want to, sort of emphasize, at least based on a lot of macro information, this is less about a collapse and more about recalibration. As far as major buyers, REITs, institutional buyers like Nuveen and CalSTRS are still active, but they're targeting long hold, high conviction assets rather than the speculative plays. And now let's see, I want to turn to the next slide so we can talk about transaction volume by region, because as I mentioned, a lot of this sort of matters by market. Are we there? Yep. The Southeast and West remain standout regions for deal activity. They've been so, over the last 3+ years. States like Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina continue to attract capital in the Southeast. And in the West, you have California and Nevada. These regions, they're attracting, a lot of sort of investment activity because of the strong demographic trends with some consolidation opportunities. There's still a lot of small single operators in those markets. And that's why capital is still flowing there.
Okay. And then what are you seeing as far as like cap rates, pricing expectations, institutional interest? And maybe real quick, I know sometimes we have some people who are really new to investing in self-storage. Can you talk a little bit about what cap rates are?
Sure. Cap rates is just the ratio of your net operating income over the value of the property. So basically, when they talk about small cap rates, that means that the ratio is smaller, so the market is less risky. The higher the cap rate, I think RK mentioned 10% cap rate earlier. I mean, those are really, really risky. So you don't want to go to those markets unless you see something, really strong in the long term. The good cap rate, I would say that, for commercial real estate, and of course, this varies by asset class, is usually in the 3 to 5%. And that's based on the spread, meaning the difference between the 10-year US Treasury yield, which I think is around 4.3% right now. And if you're saying that, cap rates are at 5%, the difference between investing in a 10-year yield and that 5% cap rate is 0.7%. So you're like, I'm not getting that much money, but if you're still getting that income and not much value for the property's not, I guess it's not that valuable in the sense of sales price. It's not risky, but if you're looking at like a 7-8% cap rate, the spread between that and treasury yield is around 4%. Obviously with that premium, there is higher risk. So that's, the sort of rundown on what cap rates are. And then to your question about, what we're seeing in cap rates, pricing expectations, and institutional interest, what we're seeing is really more of pricing discipline. So while specific cap rates vary by market, the trend is clear. Investors are favoring your stable, predictable assets over the speculative ones. So REITs, for example, they're leveraging their scale, and institutional investors seem to be doubling down on self-storage as a sector because it's counter-cyclical. I mean, regardless of what's going on in the economy, your life transitions that are core demand drivers for self-storage are still there. If the economy slows, your life transitions are still going to happen. So, with that said, there is a lot of institutional interest, but the focus more now is really on the long-term fundamentals. And, even though the transaction volumes are lower, the pricing expectations, I feel, are being adjusted to reflect a higher cost of capital.
Okay, great. And then for you and for James, for those who are looking for a deal today, everyone's looking for a deal, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's their first or their fifth, how should they be evaluating the market?
Okay, I think we have a slide on that. Okay, I guess I'll go first. So if anyone, we have an ebook actually that, goes into, we call it the 6 data signals that, predict future growth in your market. But so far, across just the self-storage sector, whether it's in the US or in other markets like Europe or Australia, these are sort of the common signals that we're seeing. That we track. So you're seeing we're looking at supply per capita, rent trends, development pipelines, migration patterns, discounting activity, and institutional investment. And these indicators to us sort of offer a sharper lens into the local strength or the risks in that market. And I'll give you an example of how to use, one of these signals. So in supply per capita, if you're seeing low supply per capita, paired with stable or rising rents, that's often a signal of steady demand, like we see in Chicago. But if rents are falling while new construction exceeds 10% of inventory, that's a red flag. And, that's sort of what we're seeing in oversupplied markets like Austin. And, another example is let's talk about promotion trends. They matter a lot. If you're seeing frequent or steep discounts, that suggests softening demand or just tough competition. And I think institutional activity is really telling, because usually in those markets, there's a lot of them. I feel like in the past, there has been a lot of discounting, or I'm sorry, like sort of promotional activity, but we're seeing that kind of stabilize, and, it's been at a lower level since 2023, 2024. So let's see, on the last point, I just want to hit the, going to my institutional trend. Basically, when REITs invest or consolidate in a market, and this is what I tell everybody, it often signals long-term confidence. So don't look at it like, oh no, I can't compete with those big guys. When they're going into those markets, they're not looking at now, they're looking at, a long-term hold, like 10 years. So basically there's, going to be strong demand. There's something to capitalize there, and it's always good to go early in those markets. And, with that said, let's see, is there anything else to add, Jim? I think you were going to.
Yeah, I think the historical rent trends, looking at it over time rather than what's happening in the moment. Again, a lot of those things you'll see that they're seasonal. rate increases that sometimes people will look at the rate and think, this is a great market. This is an example actually of Nashville. And that's been a market that's been kind of watched and at one point was kind of thought to be oversaturated. This is looking back 3 years, and you can see the seasonal spikes usually around July for this particular market. And then late last year, and I talked to a lot of operators in the fourth quarter who were just watching rates plummet and promotional discounts just really kind of running out of control as far as just offering ridiculously low rates to the point where you couldn't even do underwriting based on the advertised rates anymore. So again, we really tended to focus on collecting like the in-store rates. And that's one of the things that we give people the option. You can look between in-store, you can do promotional, but watching those rates over time really tells the story. And again, you'll see a lot of spikes during the summer or the peak season. But then, you can see this market's really coming back strong, and it speaks to what Christine had said earlier, as far as like migration trends and in cities where population growth is expanding rapidly. And then also the change in the housing market. So a lot of the larger metro areas are really going to be multifamily housing as opposed to traditional family homes, which may have basements, garages, extra space. What we're seeing is, especially in like the multifamily housing, it's more focused on living space than storage space. So figuring out where these developments are going in is really kind of important to understanding what's happening in the market.
Yeah, that makes sense. And can you walk us through how data can reveal red flags that might not show up in a broker packet?
Sure. Can I hit the next slide?
Oh, yeah.
So again, going back, looking at, this is an example with the trailing 12-month rate history, which is something that RK had brought up as well. Looking at where the current price is and where the trailing 12-month average is that up or is it below? If it's below the trailing 12-month, then you're going to see that's typically a market that's declining. So again, that's another indicator. And like if you look at this particular one, all of these operators are up over, the current rate is above where it's been for the last 12 months. So it's indicating strong growth. If we can hit the next slide. One of the other things that I always tell people to look at is the actual inventory. And on this chart, what we're looking at, and this is just the benchmark units, but we do cover all units. We don't track physical occupancy, but we track advertising activity because we collect rates every single day. So one of the things this tells us is when you're looking at the green versus the blue on this chart, for example, I'm just going to use the 10 by 10 regular non-climate, kind of the center of the chart. And it shows 10 operators currently have that inventory available. 12 operators are no longer advertising it. So at one point we were collecting or capturing 22 operators that offered that particular unit type. 12 of those operators now have that unit type off the market. So when I look at inventory and I want to see more off market inventory than on market. And again, you can look at another market that may have even a better square foot per capita, lower square foot per capita, or what's considered better. And you can see everybody has every type of inventory available. So again, that's going to, signify a softer market. So again, something to look for, how many operators are you going to be competing against for that unit type?
Yeah, this is great data to have. And I love that you have it all visually, pretty simplified for people to just be able to look at and see what to expect.
Yeah, and there is a downloadable chart so you can actually see the specific operators too if you want to dive into it in more detail.
Yeah, and I want to let everyone, all of our audience know too, that we will be sharing all the resources that you see today, all the slide decks and things like that. We'll be sending you links either tomorrow or Monday.
If we could go to the next one, there we go. And this is another report that we show, and I always, again, like to look at things over time, because again, looking at it in the moment really doesn't paint a clear picture. And if you look at this particular market and you look at those benchmark unit sizes and the 365 or the 12-month trend, that's a significant uptick. And if you were to talk to people in that market in October, November of last year, it sounded like the world or the sky was falling. So it just goes to show that being, looking at this over time, and again, the resiliency of a particular market, especially, as our case said, it's 25% down. As those population demographics change and the housing or either gets moving or there's more in the multifamily arena, you're going to see these numbers continue to go up, especially in certain markets. One of the other big points that we always look at is square foot per capita. And this was an interesting market. And you can see there is, right now we're looking at around 15 square foot per capita in the market. One of the things that I always tell people when you're comparing data is, look at whatever you consider your market. So if it's 3 miles, but, expand it, look out at 5 miles, look at the state totals or the national totals for square foot per capita. Usually those are a pretty good barometer of what's going on and what's kind of acceptable, especially when you go down and then look at the rates, look at the rental housing percentage. There's significantly more data that goes along with this. But one of the things I always see people get hung up on is there was at one point this magic number of 7 square foot per capita, or like an 8, now a 9, 10, it's creeping up. Every market is different. So if I'm looking at New York, for example, looking at upstate New York, where there's bigger homes, basements, garages, lots of space, 5 square foot per capita is probably a good number. So again, but if you're looking at that and you're going, wow, 5, that's phenomenal. But when you look at the rates, and once you start to crest over what that state average is, the rates tend to take a little bit more heat. So it's good just as a barometer, one of the things to look at, and then also looking at your specific market for other demographic indicators, including things like seasonality, especially if you're in more of a seasonal location where you may have people coming in for a portion of the year and maybe do more RVing and things like that. They tend to rent space and leave things in those locations at probably a higher percentage than what you would see in a traditional residential location. I get asked that question a lot, and I'll share a quick experience. Recently, I was in Tennessee, and I do some RVing from time to time, and literally in a very small town outside of Knoxville, fairly low population, there was an iStorage NSA brand, which I thought, wow, how did this REIT find this location out in the middle of nowhere? I mean, there's you had to go 15 miles for a grocery store, but they were there. And what was unique about this situation, this is why I always tell people, don't get too hung up on the square foot per capita, because if you looked at the square foot per capita, it was around 13. But when I looked at the rates for climate control were around $2 a square foot. And driving by, they offered both traditional self-storage and boat and RV. They probably had around 150 RV spots. They had 2 spots available. And what it turned out to be is this road that went through like 3 different communities because of the mountains and because of, there was only one way through between these different cities. So again, it was a very unique location. I'm sure the land was probably very affordable, and they captured all of that traffic. So again, always be cautious when you're looking at using square foot per capita, and that's what RK had mentioned as well. Supply and demand are 2 different things. So always look at those differently. Don't get too hung up on one particular point.
We did get a question from Susanna. I just want to bring that up real quick. She said her facility is about 95% climate controlled. Are there any states or regions that don't yet embrace climate control, but should they should embrace it based on heat or humidity in the area?
There are areas, believe it or not. So especially the upper Atlantic states, Pennsylvania, Virginia. There's areas where there's that, they don't really get the harsh winter or the harsh heat, or areas out west where it's, not a lot of humidity. Again, not a lot of heat. I get questions on this because there are areas where non-climate actually outpaces climate control when you're looking at the average rates. And a lot of that comes from convenience. Usually the non-climate are going to be ground level. And a lot of times you'll see somebody come in with climate control and do a multi-level in that particular market, and they're struggling to get people to utilize that space. But again, those are typically the climates. Florida, any of the warm weather states, Texas, California is another one that you can see there's areas where climate control isn't as important. And you'll see, non-climate rates actually exceeding climate control rates.
That's interesting. Yeah. I'll take you to your next slide.
So one of the other things that we hear frequently, and I just recently had a long conversation with an investor, and looking at a market that had great rates, but when you looked at the available inventory, it was kind of a mixed bag. And the thought process is they were going to come in and just build a better storage unit. At the end of the day, it's 3 walls and a door. And I get it that you can do things with customer service and you can put amenities in. And truthfully, where I really see where you can do that better unit situation is in the boat and RV side. Again, going from a dirt lot to covered or enclosed, that I kind of get when you're looking at that square foot per capita. In this particular market, if you look at the current square foot per capita on here, this is Longwood, Florida. It's square foot per capita is 6.59. Looks good. It's Florida, right? Should be high demand. One of the things in this particular area is there's not a lot of multifamily. It is primarily large single family homes. So again, this is where that supply and demand ratio comes into effect, and you got to go back and look at it. The rates in this particular market are low already, and now you're going to be adding significantly, another 6% capacity to the market to already low rates that have been traditionally low for probably the last 2 years. And there's a new store that just opened within the last year. That's a tough market. So that's one of the things I would look at. Always, I tell people, pay attention to the pipeline, understand what's coming in. And even on some of these developments, and especially now because of where interest rates are, you can see developments are, sitting in the pipeline for longer than usual. Don't think those are just going to go away. Those can pop up 5 years from now, 6 years from now. I can give you a specific example in my backyard, and this was Hideaway Storage, had purchased land back in 2016. That development just finished and opened last year. So again, sometimes it can be quite a ways out. So don't discount the fact that these developments are sitting. They may be waiting for the right time, the right interest rate, the right steel prices, maybe the demand numbers, rates. There's all sorts of things. So pay attention to the pipeline. And the other thing I would always caution people, coming out with a better unit, you're still competing against all those people that are already in that market. So,
Right. Yeah, and people, unless they're really unhappy, they don't usually move their storage facility. There's something really wild would have to go on.
Right. It's got to better be very special.
Yeah. Okay. There's some more about Florida.
So now we're going to talk about a little bit of the opportunity and kind of how to find that. One of the things that we have is what's called the market discovery tool. And this is basically a way to reverse engineer the market you're looking for. And this is just a snapshot, but there's probably about, I believe there's 8 or 9 different KPIs that you can put in here. I always tell people, look for, if you're going to use that tool, use a couple of the key data points you're looking for, because you don't want to rule out a market that might be, an incredible opportunity because it missed one KPI. So use it based on a few particular things. One of the things I usually look at, this is the market rank. I will use like a 10 by 10 climate or a 10 by 10 regular, something middle of the road. And then I want to look at rate per square feet. And if you look over on the right, you can see there's just some crazy rates. And there's reasons for that, obviously, barriers to entry in those markets and so on. But there are opportunities the farther you go down that list. You're going to find some areas, again, like when people are talking about being a difficult market, I can tell you there are a ton of good markets out there yet, waiting to be found. You're probably going to be looking in some of the tertiary markets. But again, if you use these tools, you can spot those markets quickly rather than just going deal by deal by deal. Next.
The next slide here. Here we go.
And one of the other things when you're looking, just even if you're using like the general search tools, we give you a number of different ways to look at a market. So when you're searching, I always tell people, use the specific address. Looking at a city or like an MSA or something like that is really kind of a generic way to look at the market. Having that specific address, again, we use census block data. So literally you go 2 blocks west or 2 blocks east, you can see significantly different numbers. So again, picking that particular area. The first option is search in a radius base method. And with the radius base is just going to give you your circle, and you can pick 3 mile, 5 mile, what have you. City is another. We do offer the option that's going to follow the city proper outline. Drive time. Drive time is probably my go-to tool when I'm looking for markets, especially along either a coastal area where you're following water, or there may be limited roadways, like my Tennessee example, in the mountains. And it'll point out some pretty obvious areas of where that travel area is for your customer base. And then the polygon is probably most frequently used when you're looking at large metro areas, and maybe you have a specific traffic flow, or you understand where that maybe it's a specific area that your customer base is coming from. Again, those are some of the different tools that you can do to create your market when you're searching.
Yeah, that's really great information for people. I think sometimes they can get a little overwhelmed, I'm sure, when they first start seeing some of these things coming through. Like, where do you begin? And there's some more.
Yeah, and again, this is, on this, again, when you're searching, we also have several different filters. In this particular case, this is a market condition. And what you can do is you can require, again, going back to the different KPIs. So if you want a specific population number, if you don't want to look at markets under 5,000 people, or if you want a certain percentage of rental housing, whatever your secret sauce is. And again, I can talk to 3 different investors and I will get 3 different secret sauce things that they're looking for. So again, we try and put all of those features out there so that you can pick what's most important to you. And then from there, we track other things as far as housing starts, pipeline development, for sale properties. So if you want to look at for sales, that's another filter on the map. You can even filter by if you're looking for a specific year. So one of RK's things they mentioned was like the facility that has the 10-year-old air conditioning units. You can filter for a specific year of facility. So let's say you're looking for something newer or a certain square footage. All of those options are available, to filter the U.S. as a whole.
That's awesome.
Again, when you're looking at the market, you'll see on the right-hand side, we've got what usually pops up is a market summary. And from here, we're going to give you the list of the type of operators in that particular market. We're going to show you if there's anything in the pipeline. Right now, I think we're tracking around 4,000 active developments in about 8 different phases. So again, we're going to tell you if it's in planning, if it's in construction, if it's a conversion, if it's a new building, if it's an addition. We're going to give you all sorts of information, again, to investigate what's going on in that market. And this is where it saves you a lot of time. It may not be the entirety of what's going on in that market, but we're going to get you about 95% of the way there very quickly. And again, using that data is really kind of something that everybody should pay attention to, especially given the supply numbers and rate issues that we've seen over the past year.
Definitely.
So real quick summary. Right now we're tracking about 69,000 facilities in the U.S., around 71,000, including Canada, several developments, pricing changes. And this is where I go back to the rates. The rates, I think, at the end of the day, really tell the story. If the rates are going up, and again, so you could be looking at the market we looked in Longwood, Florida, where it was 6.5 square foot per capita and the rates were depressed, or you could be looking at a 13 square foot per capita and the rates are increasing. So again, it's always important to stay on top of those rates, see where those trends are going. We collect rate data every day, and on average, we're seeing about 150,000 rate changes a day.
Wow. And some key takeaways.
Christine, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah. I just want to I have a couple of things in mind. So first would be go local. The national market is stabilizing, but success really depends on your metro level dynamics. Second, I would say focus on the stabilized, well-located assets in low supply, high demand area. Overall, that's just where the pricing power lies. And third, reading from the REITs reports, operational excellence matters more than ever. Strong data, smart pricing, lean management will basically define the winners in the next phase. And again, I'm going to go back to strong data for StoreTrack.
Awesome.
Yeah, and for operators too on the revenue management side, and again, like if you're looking to manage rates on your properties, we do have the optimized platform, which we didn't really touch on, but it helps operators, especially if you're a smaller operator, although probably my largest small operator that uses Optimize has about 140 locations. You can set up alerts for your competition shops. So again, you don't have to spend that time going out and collecting that data. We can have that can be automated to come directly to your email on whatever time frame you want, whether it's daily, weekly, monthly. So that, again, a few other tools that are out there. And again, staying on top of your rates. RK also touched on this. There's guys that are really good at it, right? So paying attention to what they're doing and their signaling in that market. And again, I don't think you need to, be on it every day, but once a week, just seeing if there's any changes, any inventory changes, anything like that can really help you. Again, when you're looking at market average rates, seeing how you compare and getting closer to the top of that rate dynamic is going to make a huge difference, especially over time. And again, if you have 1 to 5 facilities and you increase your dollar per square foot by 30 cents, doesn't sound like much. When you magnify that over that whole property or portfolio, it's a huge difference.
Oh, definitely. Oh, we're already at our end. Well, before you wrap up, I did want to just ask a couple of questions as far as, sorry, I lost my place a little bit. You didn't have a chance to talk very much about Optimize, and so I just thought I'd give you a chance real quick to bring that up and tell people how that is different from what you just showed us.
So Optimize is really our, I don't want to say revenue management, but we're going to give you revenue insights. And what we do is we collect rates and we'll show you how you compare to your competition. You can create a market anywhere from 1 mile to 10 miles around your particular location. We're going to let you know who your competitors are, what their rates are. So it's going to give you more information. And then you can also look at the rates over the prior 12 months to give you some insight as to seasonality in there. And you'll find that in certain markets, especially where the REITs operate, there are times of the year and around holidays and things like that that trigger rate changes. Being aware of that and being cognitive to stay either going up or with them on that, I think is incredibly important. There are several reports that, like I said, can be automated and sent directly to your email. So it's not like you have to be in on the platform constantly doing due diligence. But again, you can go in and let's say there's something that looks, different or something changed dramatically, then you can go in and deep dive. But it's really primarily focused on rates rather than demographics or any of that particular detail. So again, it's all focused around things, even like marketing. We have a marketing scorecard, which people find useful because you can see what your competition is doing. Are they on like Google first page ads? Do they have a website with pricing? Is it interactive? Can you rent online? All of those things you can find in one place. You don't have to go out and click around. And I talk to a lot of people and they do the Google thing. And once they figure this out, they're like, I don't know what I was doing. It's such a time saver.
For sure. A lot of people are very, overwhelmed by Google, and then they go through and they figure out Google, and then Google changes everything. So this really streamlines all of that. You don't have to learn Google and all the analytics. You guys can take care of it for them. Well, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate all of your expertise and everything that you've shared. And we're, I see Aaliyah did put the website for you guys in case people have more questions for you. And you can also go to that same link on our website, everybody, and you'll see a special deal from StoreTrack for SBOA VIP members. So make sure you take advantage of that. And I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you again so much for being here. Have a great day.
Thanks, Iris.
Thanks, Iris.
Bye-bye. Whoop, I'm off a little bit. There we go. So next up, everybody, we had planned a little bit longer of a break, but we're going to stay on track today. So we have about a 5 to 10 minute break. But right now I'm going to bring up Aaliyah and Michaela. And we have some winners for you for the gift cards. How are the ladies doing today? Did we get some good takeaways from this?
I mean, too many already, and we're not even halfway. So I'm really enjoying it here. I'm really enjoying it. And the comments, you guys got to keep them coming. Keep them coming. Ask your questions while they're here, and you have your chance. So I do have
those questions coming. But
Yes.
I'm gonna go grab a little break before we bring Tyler up, and I'll let you guys announce the winner, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Great. No problem. No problem. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I do have a gift card winner. Ironically enough, first and second place is going to go to Suzanne Bird. You'll see a little ticker here down at the bottom. You've been keeping us occupied. Thank you so much for participating, and keep them coming, guys. There's going to be a winner with every session. So at the little ticker down here below, you'll see if you can send us an email, Susan, to Mari, M-A-R-I, at the SBOA with subject line SSU winner. We'll make sure that we get you both of your Amazon gift cards. I might have said Starbucks before. That's just where my brain's at. My apologies. But make sure that you send us an email. I'm going to keep track of it too because I have your emails, Susan. So we'll make sure that we get you your Amazon gift cards. Thank you guys so much for participating. And
Awesome.
Michaela has made an awesome video for us to watch and to keep us occupied on our little break here. Get your refreshments and everything. Get a snack. I might do what you gotta do, guys.
Great. We'll see you guys back here in a little bit.
I forgot to ask Michaela, what was your takeaway? You're still pretty new to the industry.
I am new to the industry. I probably came into this summit not planning on ever buying self-storage myself, but after honestly the first 2 sessions, maybe I will. I feel like I'll have all of the knowledge and stuff that I need to tackle that. So yeah.
Anybody, no one grows up saying I want to get into self-storage, but as soon as you start to learn, you dip your toe in that water the first time, and everybody wants to get into self-storage.
Exactly. Yeah.
I do want to play a StoreTrack video real quick since we didn't have time to play it before. And then we'll be back at, I will say 1:05, everybody, with Tyler Peterson.
Perfect.
Okay.
See you then.
If you're a self-storage operator, investor, or developer, having access to the right market data is critical for success. StoreTrack is the industry's leading provider of self-storage market intelligence. Launched in 2014, StoreTrack has grown to become the leading source for self-storage market data. Today, we track over 69,000 facilities across the U.S. with rates updated daily and historical pricing data going back more than 10 years. We provide market data for self-storage across Canada, the UK, Europe, Australia, and beyond. For self-storage operators, StoreTrack offers Optimize, our automated competitor rate tracking tool that delivers real-time pricing insights and reporting. Our data also integrates directly with SiteLink to automate daily rate updates, helping you stay competitive without the manual work. We also offer custom rate feeds and a flexible API, giving operators of any size the data tools to price smarter and drive revenue. For developers and investors, StoreTrack's Explorer platform makes market analysis faster and easier. Instantly search any market, view critical data on supply, demand, rates, and demographics, and generate professional market reports in minutes. With flexible plans available, from one-time reports to unlimited access. In today's market, having accurate data isn't optional. It's essential. If you're making investment decisions without the complete data, you're not just guessing. You're taking unnecessary risks that could cost time, money, and opportunity. Without accurate data, you could miss key opportunities or fall behind the competition. This is why StoreTrack is at the forefront of self-storage data, continually enhancing our tools to bring you the insights you need to make faster, smarter decisions in your day-to-day operations. Our solutions give operators real-time visibility into local rates, inventory, and competitor activity. If you're looking to invest or develop in self-storage, StoreTrack helps identify the best markets, analyze demand, and evaluate the market potential. Whether you're managing facilities, expanding your portfolio, or planning your next investment, we've got you covered. No matter your goal, StoreTrack has the right solution for you. Contact us to get started or request a demo of our products at storetrack.com.
Okay, we are back. Thank you for staying with us, everybody. Once again, I'm Iris Czygan, president of the SBOA, and this session is one of the most important ones of the day. If the deal is the engine, financing is the fuel. And today we're going to help you figure out how to fill up your tank. I will be joined by Tyler Peterson. Here he is. Hi, Tyler. How are you today?
I'm good, Iris. How are you?
I'm good. Somebody told me the other day, and I will follow up with it. If I was any better, I would be illegal in 3 states and sold out on Amazon.
There you go.
And I know you're having a very exciting week.
Yes.
New office, new home, engaged. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes.
Tell us about Crescent. I know that's a new venture for you as well.
Sure. Yeah. Before Crescent, I kicked off my career down in Fort Worth as a broker, like many guys do. I was selling net lease and then got into self-storage. Actually broke off and started my own company. Had started buying and selling for a few private equity groups, family offices, and then raised some money and have bought some of my own assets as well as some self-storage facilities. And Crescent offered me something I couldn't refuse. But essentially, Crescent is it's based out of Searcy, Arkansas. We're only buying self-storage in Arkansas, strip centers in Arkansas, but mostly self-storage. But these guys manage currently and own over 2,500 doors. And they've only been buying storage for about 5 years. Before that, it was multifamily and strip centers. And it's kind of the natural progression of trying to eliminate the human aspect of commercial real estate. And with automation, self-storage has become very hands-off and super passive. Nothing's ever that passive. You're always going to have to sweat. You're always going to have to work. But fantastic returns and controllability of the asset is why we love storage. But that's Crescent. I mean, that's what we do. If you guys, I guess, at the end of the day, if anybody's on here that has a pain in the butt self-storage facility in Arkansas and you don't want it anymore, let me know. But today we're going to talk about how you can start buying your own. I'm a bit of a younger guy, and I've still figured out how to put some of these deals together. And I think it's important to know that you don't have to have $1 million. You just have to get creative. And so that's what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, we love that. So let's start with the most common path, though. So just walk us through a little bit about traditional loans and the current landscape for bank financing, SBA loans, and when those options make sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, you guys, if you're looking at deals, you're probably getting, 7 to 8% interest rates, depending on your personal financial history, what you're putting down for a down payment. But traditional loans, if you have the capital, if you have the 35 to 40% of the purchase price to put down, I think that there are some competitive terms out there. They're going to be 5-year fixed. You're going to have a 20, maybe 25-year amortization table. You're not going to get a 30. And maybe you could get a year, 18 months of interest only. But at the end of the day here, you're not going to get competitive terms to be positively leveraged. And of course, that just means, right, if you have a 7% cap self-storage facility, you can't have a 7.5%, 8% interest rate because you're going to be losing a half a percent to a full percent on your money every year. And so by being positively leveraged, we're looking at underwriting storage facilities in the 7s and 8s and hopefully getting 100 bips, 1% of spread between our interest rate and our cap rate. That's still possible, but I think, one aspect is, yes, getting the loan, getting the down payment, but then kind of, it's finding the good deals too. There is a lot of deals for sale right now. There's a lot of guys that bought storage where they maybe became a little bit over leveraged, maybe got into an asset that everybody sees self-storage and they think, oh, it's a metal box. How hard could it be? And maybe they got burned. So there's some good opportunities probably coming up, but down to the financing aspect, if you have the capital, I think traditional is good, because we'll dig into SBA here in a little bit, but traditional, they're not going to be, looking at all of your finances personally like SBA is. So there's a little bit more privacy involved, and it is way quicker than an SBA loan. But with your traditional financing right now, I'd say, typical terms, let's just say 7.5%, 5-year fixed, 25-year AM, 18 months interest only. And I don't know if you have some personal relationships that can potentially get better than that. But that's what I'm seeing right now for self-storage facilities. And I buy, just so that we're all clear, I'm very much in the Class B, Class C, single story, non-climate control, secondary, tertiary markets is where I like to play. I know who I am, and I'm not going to be able to compete with a lot of these REITs out there. And a lot of you guys aren't either. And so do keep that in mind when, you see a deal that you want and you don't understand how somebody else is buying this deal at a 5 or a 6 cap out, play like the REIT, lose to the REIT. You got to understand your strategy and your model and really hone it in. And if you have the capital, I think traditional makes sense. Now, I think if you don't have the capital, there's some other options.
Well, let's talk about those. What should borrowers be prepared for, when they approach a lender in 2025? And how do they get creative when things just don't look that great for them traditionally?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is SBA lending. I think one of the biggest, I think the biggest SBA out there is Live Oak Bank. I think that's the best first place to start, just because they have done so much of it, and they're probably the most prolific in self-storage. I think they're the largest small business, SBA lender in America. But when it comes to storage, they have some decent programs. I don't want to speak to those just because I'm not working for Live Bank, but if you call them, they can help you out with those. But SBA, it's smaller down payments. You're going to be able to take advantage of some of those, government programs, government lending. But the downside is the timeline. We're talking 90 plus days. We're talking, them getting into 5 years, almost, 3 years, 5 years of your personal and business, financial history. And a lot of guys in self-storage and some of the assets that are similar, we keep books to a certain way, right, to mitigate taxes, defer taxes as much as possible. And if that's how you're currently managing, you're going to have a really tough time getting an SBA loan. But outside of traditional loans, SBA, I really, really love seller financing. I have a couple deals under contract right now with seller financing, and I'm sure you guys have heard of this, but how do you actually make it work? Back in 2020 to 2022, loans were so cheap where everybody was just getting what they needed, 3%, 4% on their money. Great. But once those started turning, I think people started having to get more creative to stay positively leveraged in these deals. And so what I mean by seller financing is just in case you don't know, it's the seller is going to be acting as the bank. Okay. So if somebody has $1 million property and, you're able to put $250,000 down, that seller is going to carry $750,000 at certain terms like a bank would. And just to give you guys a live example right now, there's a deal we have under contract. I can say it's in Texas, but it's an $8 million deal. We have to put 50% down. So we have to come up with $4 million. And how you do that, we can dig into that in a second. But, you come up with 50% down. And then the terms are, it's a 25-year amortization, 5.25% interest rate, 18 months of interest only, in a 7-year balloon. And those are terms that you cannot find at the bank anywhere. And how we got there was 60 days of negotiations, going back and forth, and, just not giving up on the deal, because, and it's a volume game too with seller financing. You're going to get told to fly a kite and pound sand a lot. And just, you got to have a hard head and just get through it. But that's how you find the deals. That's how you, get creative and, present it as a partnership. But I think, just back to seller financing, the basics, even 2 years ago, you might get away with putting 10% down, 15% down, getting a seller excited about that capital injection plus his, passive income over the 5, 6, 7 years, and then his pop on the balloon. But now, because it's, sellers know what they have. They know that interest rates they're not great right now. Honestly, we're back to normal. Okay. The last couple of years were, it was a fantasy land of interest rates. And, we're not fighting like in the 80s when it was 17%. And so, it's still not crazy, but, Sellers know what they have now, and I have not been able to convince a seller to do a seller financing deal with me unless I at least put 30% down. And so it's coming up with at least that 30% down, so that you actually get somewhere with these offers. And so, if you guys have any more questions about seller financing, specific questions about a deal you're working on, please feel free to put it in the comments. But it is going to be important these days to have some dry powder. And if you don't have dry powder, maybe we could talk about, syndication.
Let's talk about syndication.
Okay. All right.
Let's go right in there.
Let's do it. Syndicating a deal there's all kinds of ways to do it. How we've done it is there's typically a GP and LP bucket. And so the general partners, they are sponsoring the deal. They're putting the deck together. They found the deal. They negotiated the deal, whether it be an existing or development, they're going to be kind of on the forefront, but then, they're at the most risk. Then you raise money with limited partners in a syndication where you're going to offer them some kind of pref return. And in return for that pref return, you get their money to use, right? And so down to, the basic levels, I know that's a very kind of 10,000 foot overview, but when you syndicate a deal, that's all it is. And so, you put this money together for, say, your down payment, say for that 30, 40% that you need, then you can even go approach and do the seller financing. Or maybe you syndicate the deal and then you go back to the bank and do traditional. But I've had luck syndicating deals, and it purely comes down to the deal. It comes down to the deal, and it comes down to your exit history. I think it's important for you guys to learn from my mistakes. And that was, 2 years ago when I was trying to do this and raise money, and I've bought this deal and here's how it's doing. I bought that deal and that's how it's doing. Here's the return metrics I'm making. But they want to see, okay, well, what's the end pop? What's the exit look like? And if you don't have any exits, I think it's important to maybe take a step back. I had to swallow my pride and do one at a time, prove the concept in order to build your history to be able to go syndicate deals. And so, everything in real estate crawls. It might take you a year to put together kind of a report, a resume, if you will, to go to these guys and present, I am legitimate, I am going to take care of your money, and I'm going to make you money. And so, syndications are great. If you're fortunate enough to be able to raise money through quote unquote country club money, if your mom, dad, aunt, uncle, neighbors, people are interested in this asset class and they're able to participate, take full advantage of that. I was never able to, but I think that that's something that has really helped people. But syndications are how a guy like me who doesn't have $1 million was able to gain equity in deals.
That's awesome. And so what are today's investors really looking for in a sponsor in a deal?
Yeah, I'd say that down to the metrics of cash on cash and internal rate of return are some of the most important metrics that I've gotten. Just that's what people are asking me about when I present deals. They want a 15% minimum cash on cash, 20% internal rate of return. And if you can't get those, then, typically the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and they're going to go find something that is. Because as motivated as some people are to get into self-storage, this isn't the only investment vehicle out there, And so if I'm able to present a self-storage deal, right, they're month-to-month leases, right? Somebody's going to look at me, and if they're not already in self-storage, they're going to say, well, that's not a very great guarantee. And then you have to explain to them, well, it's month-to-month leases, but there's 400 units. And if I lose 5% of my occupancy, it's no big deal. But, if I lose 5% of my occupancy in an industrial park and I only had 10 tenants and I had 100,000 square feet, I might be screwed. And so, you have to really kind of build the story about why it's a good idea. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to the numbers. Nobody's getting into self-storage, like you said, because they dreamed of it as a kid. Obviously, there's been something happening here over the last 5, call it 10 years of this breakaway, this trend of self-storage and everybody trying to get invested in it. REITs buying each other out and things like that. We've only seen that in the last couple of years, right? So it's been exciting, but I do think that everybody can make it happen, but it comes down to a good deal. It comes down to making money because, like I said, if you're not making 15% cash on cash or 20% IRR, there's other investment vehicles like for instance, I could go buy a 10-year leased 7-Eleven and go get that. And it's hands off and it's passive, whatever. But, there's no controllability of it. And, people are going to weigh those options because they're out there. All you got to do is go to Crexy.com, CoStar, LoopNet, and there's 3,000 deals that you can look at. And so you really have to, if you're going to try to syndicate, really have a buttoned up pitch deck that shows how much money they're going to make and when they're going to make that money.
Anything else you think they should have in the pitch deck to attract capital?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only that, but there was my biggest mistake too. It was the history, right? And so one of the biggest things that I did in order to prove that I knew what I was doing is I got a guy who'd been around for 40 years to JV with me, right? To come on as a general partner. And so I think it's important that if you don't have the history, get a guy who believes in you to join you on your pitch deck, to invest with you. And even if he's not going to invest with you, here's what I did. And you can do it too. I gave him equity in the deal for just joining me and putting no money in and helping me co-sign on the debt, right? And so I have to give up some stuff in order to get some stuff. And that's what it was. And if all I have to do is give up, 5-10% equity, but then I get to do the deal, I think that's worth it to me. And again, you're just trying to get started, and everybody, I think the goal is to eventually be able to do this on your own. Don't have to worry about partners or maybe one or two or family or something like that. But if you're new, like I was 2 years ago, sometimes you got to swallow your pride. Sometimes you got to make almost nothing to build your experience. And then you can start getting into some amazing deals. But yeah, I would harp on returns, and I would harp on why should they believe that you can pull this off? And that's the resume.
And what about some quick tips for staying compliant with SEC rules?
Yes. So get an attorney. I'm not even going to pretend to tell you I know what that's like. I don't know the rules. I have an attorney. Do it. We worked with Winston & Strawn. They're a very prolific real estate law firm. They're national. They can do deals anywhere in the U.S. They are expensive, but some local real estate attorneys should be able to do all that. And I think that if you're going to be putting this pitch deck together, before you present to anybody, you need to have them review it and make sure that you're SEC compliant, because especially if you're going to take on, what's it called? Accredited investors or non-accredited investors. And so there's a different set of rules for each, and getting an attorney involved, because of course it's going to change every year too. There's just little minute things that change every year. And, getting an attorney involved to help you decide whether you want to go all accredited, non-accredited, or a combination. And then how do you make sure that you're compliant through your pitch deck when you pitch that to people, I think is a great way to do it. And then there's some good platforms out there that I've seen be able to keep track of this. For instance, one is called Juniper Square. They're a great platform that allow for not only conversations and kind of information passing between the general partnership and the limited partnership, but you can also put on your attorneys and the guy with 40 years of experience to help you get through all of that. But if you're a first-time guy like I was, I think that it's very, very important to lean on those who have done it and lean on those who have the letters behind their name.
Absolutely, especially with legal things. You don't want to.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't care how long you've been in the industry. If you're not a lawyer, you probably should get one.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
get professional advice. So not every deal fits the mold. We kind of talked about that already. What are some creative financing solutions you've seen that actually made deals happen?
Well, let's say that you have a deal that you're getting ready to sell it. You're ready to sell it and move into something else, whether it be an apartment complex or a gas station, what have you, If you're going to do a 1031 exchange and you're ready to buy this now, there's mezzanine loans and bridge loans out there that can help you get from A to B quick without having to sell A to get to B, because you want to get to B right now. And so, there's mezzanine loans and bridge loans out there that can help you get there. And, how I understand it, I think the 10,000 foot overview, layman's terms, because I have not done a bridge loan. I think it's good to avoid doing a bridge loan if you can, because they're going to be high interest rates. The terms are not very good, but it is an option. And I'm talking interest rates like 11%, 12%. And so, if it's something that you're getting into an asset, you found an off-market deal that has 2 acres of expansion room. It's currently 30,000 square feet, 100% full. They don't even have a website. There's all kinds of value add in it. And you're able to prove that, all right, I can still do this and be positively leveraged in my first year. Let's talk about a bridge loan. But it's a loan to get you into B while you're working on selling A. And then it kind of recasts. So you can also recast your loan, which I know is common within residential. I'm starting to play around with it on a couple offers on the commercial side. But a recast loan is just, hey, I do have 5% to put down and get a traditional loan right now. And so my terms, my amortization schedule, it's all going to be messed up right now because I'm only able to put 5% down. But with a recast loan, you can actually now, you're selling A to get to B. You have that 5% down on B, and you then sell A, and now you can inject all that capital into B, putting instead of 5% down, now you're at 20 or 30. And so then it recasts your amortization. And so then maybe your monthly payments go from like 3,000 to 1,000, just for nice round numbers. And so, there's ways to do that if you're itching to get in right now and can't wait and don't want to sell A before you get into B. And then of course there's 1031 exchange if you have similar or like kind assets. But if you're thinking, okay, well, I have this beautiful house, I could sell this for $1 million and get into storage, it's not going to happen. It's commercial to commercial, residential to residential, and you always have to lever up. And so, if you sell $1 million asset, next thing you need to buy needs to be $1,001,001. And so that's the only way to take advantage of a 1031. But there's timelines that you need to be cognizant of in a 1031, otherwise you'll get burned. You have 45 days to ID, and then kind of a 180-day total timeline to close it and get it done. Otherwise, you pay taxes. So you got to be careful there. But yeah, I think there's also joint ventures. So we talked about syndication, seller financing, traditional SBA, recasting, mezzanine, but joint venture, how I like to look at it is you can have all kinds of guys, but from my experience, it's been kind of a 1-to-1, 2 entities partnering up, and that's it. And I do this mostly with development. So we see like a guy who owns this beautiful piece of land. It's zoned C3 or light industrial, ready to go. It's got utilities. He just doesn't know how to take the next step. If you know how to take that next step, then why not contact him and say, let's get this land appraised. And why don't we'll basically give you that amount of equity in this deal, and let's go build storage in it and partner with them, right? JV partnership with them. And so that's also how I've been able to do deals, because if I'm building storage for, non-climate, single story, class C, class B storage, you're building it for $45 a square foot. But that does not include the cost of land. And especially in Texas, the cost of land is just so outrageous, where if I can get that knocked out and somebody's willing to partner with me and throw that into the deal, then it makes it so much easier. And then after you kind of solidify that JV, most guys are then open to, okay, well, thanks, Tyler. Let's have you now go syndicate the rest of it. And then you can go into the syndication process that we discussed.
That's wonderful. And what about the lease option buy?
Yeah, lease option buy. I haven't seen it much for storage, because you are essentially kind of working around, and it's like it's this kind of workaround to assuming the loan, which banks are not letting people assume loans these days, because no bank in their right mind is going to say, well, I could loan this to you today at 7.5%, 8%. And if you assume the loan that I do have in place, it's at 4%, and they're going to be losing money because of where the Fed's at today. And so that's kind of where this conversation comes in is, you're basically the lease option to buy, is a fancy way of just like, okay, well, I'm still going to keep the seller on the debt, and then I'm going to pay off his debt and then slowly take over the property. And it's all, and the craziest thing about this one is it's all relative per deal. It's all super gray, and it's just whatever terms you guys come to agreements of. I wish I could tell you, just like, on seller financing, hey, I typically have, 40% down, this year AM, this balloon, this interest only period. It's nothing like that with the sleeps option buy. It's name your price, name your terms, and it gets kind of crazy. But I'd say that one is, I have not gotten a seller to say yes to that. I think that those are kind of fallen by the wayside, and banks are also starting to kind of catch on, because if a bank catches you, I think that they could basically, put you into the new interest rate bracket.
Oh, gotcha.
So definitely on
the seller financing, because it sounded like, a lease option to buy might be sort of a seller financing, but seller financing is a lot more concrete from what you're saying.
Yeah. If you came down and these were your only two options, I would definitely go with seller financing. Again, the only reason I've seen people say no to seller financing is if the down payment is just so low, or they're not able to get, within 95% of their purchase price over time. Because that's something you can offer these guys, especially right now when prices of facilities are so expensive. You can make a 6-cap deal work all day long, even though interest rates of the bank are an 8. You can make a 6-cap deal work all day long if the seller will give you an interest rate of 5%. And so I think it's important to attack it that way. But it's all about making sure that you're positively leveraged. That's on your side. That's good for you. What's good for the seller? Why would they say yes? Well, they're asking way too much for the property, but time value of money over time, you're going to be able to add some value, hopefully increase some kind of revenue numbers or decrease and do some P&L management, decrease expenses to get to a higher bottom line. But, at the end of the day, if you're able to get to their number, even if it takes 7 years, then they're more likely to say yes than, somebody else coming in all cash saying, I'll give you, 60, 70% of your ask and you can walk away. I'm not really seeing guys bite on that anymore.
Really? And so are there any creative ways that you've seen seller financing layered into a deal structure?
I think, they're creative as in, let's see here. I think as creative as it gets is, lowering the down payment below 40%, maybe getting a larger interest only period, especially on some of these value add facilities that, hey, you guys are only 50% full. You want this number. It's only worth this number if I get to 100%. I've seen where there's certain kind of tranches, certain achievement levels where different amounts are paid if, hey, we got to 60%, 70%, 80% occupancy. Now I can start paying you more money, back into your seller financing, kind of that way. But it'd be, let's do this for an example. You have $1 million facility and it's only making $50,000 right now of NOI this year. And you say, all right, well, if it's 50% full and that's where we're at right now, I'm going to start paying you, right? My interest only period stretches out until I get to stabilization. I'm not going to start paying you what I owe you until I get to 85%. I've seen people offer that and I've seen it taken, but it's pretty rare. I'd say that those are the ones that you're really going to be told to go fly a kite, and you just gotta keep pounding it, keep hammering the phones, keep sending out your letters. But at the end of the day, I think that, typical seller financing is going to be over 20% down. It's going to be, 100, 150 bips below the cap rate, your interest rate is. You're probably going to have 12 to 18 months of interest only, 7-year balloon, and a 20 to 25-year AM. That's going to be very typical. And then you can start wiggling all of those. You can start pulling one lever and releasing the other to get to a deal. But that's traditionally what you're going to see.
And especially for, newer people in the industry, first-time buyer, do you have advice for them as far as how important it is to have a strong business plan when they're approaching lenders for a self-storage project?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, if you can't come up with a good business plan, it is imperative that you come up with, or you create a relationship with a mortgage broker and let them battle for you. Okay. Because if you just go to a bank and say, I want to buy this storage facility, and you have no other story, you have no other history, you don't have any, pitch deck put together, you don't have any models put together, if you don't have a feasibility put together on this project, then they're probably going to laugh you out of the bank. And a lot of it comes down to the terminology, knowing the right people. And so for me, again, just like I lean on attorneys, I do lean on mortgage brokers to basically negotiate the terms for me. And I'd be happy to pay a guy a point and a half of the loan amount if he gets me the best terms.
That's great. Can you explain what the role is in location and market demand and how it plays out in securing financing?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What role does the location and market demand play in securing the financing?
Well, I think location definitely hinders a lot of development. Development projects, call it greenfield, ground up. With existing assets, it just comes down to the numbers. You have certain debt service coverage ratios that you have to hit. I call it, 1.2 or 1.5. You need to hit those in order to get your traditional loan on existing. But that's just, based on here's the cash flow and here's your debt. And I think that's all they care about. I don't think that it's necessarily regional. Now, this is also coming from a guy that I play in Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Texas, and Tennessee, a little bit in Oklahoma, a little bit in Louisiana. But outside of that, I'm not your guy. I don't know how California acts. I don't know how New York acts. I just, I kind of stay in my lane. And those states that I mentioned, for me, I haven't really seen drastic turn differences based on existing assets. But when it comes to greenfield development and bringing something out of the ground, feasibility is huge. And if your square foot per capita is above 10, 11, 12, really you want to stay below 8. But if it's above those, you're going to start getting asked questions about how are you even going to get this thing stabilized if, the market's already oversaturated and you haven't even built yet. And so I think that that's definitely market specific, as well as, they're not only going to break that down, they're probably going to break down, what are you building? Are you building climate or non-climate? Or are you building boat and RV? And how much of that supply is in the area? And are you filling in a gap, or are you just building more of what's already existing? And you're going to be told no if there's too much supply already in the area. So for me, if you're buying existing deals, I don't think you're going to run into too many problems as long as the cash flow and the bottom line is enough to cover your debt. And, for me, I like to get as close to, netting double what I owe the bank in a year as possible.
That's a great plan. Suzanne has a question. How do you typically initiate a conversation about asking a seller to finance?
Yeah, so actually, I'd say that, it's never the first call. It's never the first visit. I'll just tell you so last week, I'll just give you a very specific example. There's a lady who I really want to buy her facility. It's in the middle of Arkansas. She doesn't really want to sell, so she would not send me her information. I drove there and I met her in person. I got all of her financials, your rent roll, P&L, management summaries, the whole gauntlet. Sat with her and just said, okay, well, let me take this back and underwrite and I'll give you a value. Well, obviously if I need to go to the bank and get a loan, I'm going to offer X. And so I put together a very good story. I'm not just putting an LOI together with, my 10 points of, purchase price, due diligence timeline, closing period, earnest money. I'm not just putting it, yes, that, but also who I am, why I approach the deal this way. How did I get to my number? I will show you, Miss Lady in Arkansas, I will show you my model, right? And I'm not just pulling something out of my butt here. These are real numbers. These are real returns I have to hit. And, here's how I got to this number. But, first and foremost, I think you just present a number. You don't tell her whether it's traditional. You don't tell her whether it's cash, or you don't tell her that you're approaching with seller financing yet. You just say, hey, I could do the deal at this number, and it's probably going to be low. And when she starts rebuttaling you, I use it as kind of a leverage point and say, listen, I can get to your number. I really can. Right. And so how do I initiate the conversation with the seller about financing is, okay, well, I can get to your number. She counters me. Say she wants double what I offered. Hey, I can make that work, but I can only make it work if I get this interest rate. I can only make it work if I get these terms, this ammo, this balloon, and I make my return metrics. And so if you present it to her that way, or him that way, it's going to be, you're not putting it on yourself. You're not putting it on them. You're putting it on the market. And you're saying, if I was to go try to buy this at your number, I would be going broke. I'm going to be negatively leveraged. And who would do that? You wouldn't do that, right? And you kind of make them step into your shoes and really understand that you're trying to get creative. You're trying to make it work. But use it as a leverage point to say, I can get to your number. I'll buy this deal at a 5% cap, but can you give me a 3% interest rate? And so use it as, step 2 negotiation on getting the deal put together.
It's great advice. Any other advice you have? If you have one great tip to give someone who's new to the industry, what would you tell them?
Just keep going. I'd say that it's going to take you at least 100 deals to underwrite before you find one that's going to fit. I'd say the gravest mistake that you could make if you're just so hungry to get into self-storage is to look at your first couple deals and just buy one of them because you're so excited to get into the business. I don't think that that's the right way to do it. Really, really look at your numbers, really, hone in and use it as repetition, use it as practice to underwrite all these subpar deals, if you will. And really just don't get so, I guess, excited and emotionally excited about the deal that you just buy something. I've seen that a couple times, especially some guys that, were transitioning out of multifamily or net lease, single tenant net lease, those nationally credit backed kind of 10-year leases. They get into storage for a plethora of different reasons. And they just were so excited to get in that they got in and now they don't know what to do. And so they're going to have to sell for a loss or, barely break even or something like that. And so I would hate for that to happen to anybody. So just be extremely selective. And when you are starting to get annoyed that you haven't found a facility, I think that you're probably on the right track. That's how you know you're doing good.
Well, yeah, the best financing strategy is one that aligns with your own goals and your deal profile and your timeline, right?
Yeah.
Tyler, thank you so much. We're going to make sure everyone has your information in case they do have any more questions for you. And I really appreciate you coming on today.
Okay. Thanks, Iris.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Next up, we have my favorite person in self-storage, and his name is Ian Burnstein. How are you today, Ian?
Iris, good to see you. That's quite a compliment.
Well, there are a lot of great people in self-storage, so the bar is high. But, who doesn't love Ian Burnstein? I don't want to know that.
There's a list. There's a list.
Ian, for those of you who don't know who you are, please tell everyone a little bit about your experience in self-storage.
Okay, sounds great. I've been in the business for 25 years. Most recently, we had a portfolio called Storage Pros. We had over 100 properties. We exited all of them. Currently trying to get back in. But back in 2008, during the Great Recession, my partner Dave Levenfeld and I at the time started the SBOA as a survival mechanism, trying to work with vendors saying, hey, we'll try to bring you a bunch of business if you can provide us some better pricing. And really came out great. And so I realized that we were onto something. And so tried to turn it into a business, figured the bigger the buying power, the more effective we would be. Proved to be right. And out of that, we created the merchant services. We created SBOA 10 insurance, storage collections, a handful of other businesses. And obviously the SBOA is alive and well today. And as the economy is getting more and more challenging, I think our mission is becoming more and more important. So really the bottom line is to try to improve the bottom line, whether it's decreasing expenses or increasing revenue. And we've been very successful at that. So proud to have established it and still be a part of it. And I know that there's more to come.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to bring up Ben Vestal, who has also been in the industry for quite some time. Hi, Ben. How are you today?
Hi, Iris. How are you? Thanks for having me today.
And he's my favorite person in self-storage.
Not me. Ben, please tell everyone a little bit about you and what you do with Argus Self-Storage.
Sure. I've been in the business 21 years. Ian's like my big brother in the business. I always call him for advice when I have challenging situations. We've been, in business for 31 years at Argus, and I've been here for 21 of them. We have a brokerage network with 26 offices around the country and transact somewhere between 100 and 150 deals each year with an average deal size of about $5.5 million. So pretty active on the brokerage side. We also have a third-party management platform that manages about 230 facilities in 27 different states. So kind of have a wide look at the market today. Strictly a service provider. I've never really owned any self-storage or went on the equity side. So I've always service private equity firms, high net worth individuals, people that want to get into the business, both from the brokerage side as well as the management side. So it's a little bit about me. We have a great team, and I head up the firm, but my team is the ones that really make it work over here.
Well, that's awesome. I'm going to go backstage and let you two have sort of a fireside chat while the rest of us just listen in to the experts. And, thank you so much. I'll pop back in at the end and bring up any questions that people have.
Great. Thanks, Iris. Ben, thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me, Ian.
Yeah, and a fun little tidbit. Ben and my son are hopefully the next generation of storage people. They're working together at the NSA right now as interns, college interns. So a couple of Boulder students. So that's a fun little fact. So Ben, you got a great look at what's happening in the industry, between the brokerage and the management. Tell me a little bit about, from the brokerage side, what kind of deals are actually moving in the market right now? What are you seeing?
I can tell you there are buyers for all deals in the market today. However, pricing is really the challenge, right? And I can tell you that the deals that are most desired are major market Class A deals. I think there's been a flight to quality over the last 6 to 12 months as that we've seen interest rates rise and just kind of some slowdown in the industry. I think people are feeling more confident in the major markets today. And stabilized assets are really bringing a premium. We're selling mostly stabilized assets. I looked just before this call, we've transacted 48 deals so far this year. And I can tell you about 35 of them are stabilized. And when I say stabilized, they've been open for more than 3 years. They're 85% full or more. So those are really the ones that have the largest buyer pool. Now, there was the other 10 or 15 deals that we've transacted, which are either late stage lease up deals or C of O deals. And there is still buyer pool for that. But it's just much thinner because it's much harder to finance and much harder to understand, with the change in unit pricing, it's really difficult to pin down a lease up deal today and really understand where the value is today. So I'd say stabilized deals in major markets are really drawing the most attention today.
And who are a majority of your buyers?
It's all over the board. I would tell you, obviously, the REITs are still active in the acquisition business. They're very disciplined. They have great market information. There are some private equity firms that are still active in the space. And we're seeing a lot of syndication groups or friends and family money still pretty active. So I'd say we've got a wide gamut of buyers still. Today, I would say, though, for the major market stabilized deals, we're seeing the REITs and the private equity firms be the most aggressive. And then as we go out to the secondary and tertiary markets, we're seeing more of the syndication groups or high net worth individuals win those deals is that they can spend the time and can get more comfortable with the risk out there.
Are you seeing expectations starting to come a little back towards the middle? I mean, is there any movement at all on pricing?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that the big issue is, we've got sellers still thinking that their properties are worth so much or can't afford really to sell and take the loss.
I mean, there is some of that. Certainly, if you bought a property from, call it 2000 to 2004, or I'm sorry, 2020 to 2024, it's going to be tough to recreate that valuation today. One thing that is clearly apparent is the secondary and tertiary markets cap rates have expanded much faster than the major market cap rates. So secondary and tertiary market cap rates were maybe 25 to 50 basis points wider than major market cap rates, really from 2020 to 2023. Today, they can be 100 to 150 basis points wider, maybe even more. So I think that, those are the buyers are pretty disciplined today, and the sellers are getting more realistic on their valuations. I think everybody understands that secondary market deals today should trade at a higher cap rate. And so I do believe it's slow in coming, but it is coming. And that's really speaking. I looked also, we're up about 14% over last year. And I think that really has to do, but our listing velocity.
Are you saying volume and number of stores?
Yeah, the number of transactions, right? And so I think that's really due to the fact that the sellers are becoming more realistic about the true value of their price. They're real sellers, right? Like the true value of your property is what somebody's willing to pay you for it today. It's not created by a BOV of me telling you what it's worth or any other broker telling you it's worth what somebody's willing to pay for it. And at the end of the day, I think that today sellers are dealing with a couple things. We've had kind of a operational headwinds for the last couple of years, where occupancies have softened, rates have softened. And so they're seeing the performance of their facility really soften. And it's kind of a double-edged sword there. They're also seeing cap rates rise. But so we are seeing buyers get more realistic. And unless you have, a 5+ year investment horizon left, I think now's as good a time as any to sell. I don't think over the next 2 to 5 years, we're going to see a bunch of compression in cap rates. I mean, cap rates today are much lower than they probably should be, considering where the cost of capital is today.
Yeah. Obviously one of the things could move, it'll be interest rates, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening anytime soon either.
Yeah. I don't see cap rates really moving. I looked, the average cap rates today somewhere between 5.5 to 7, depending on where your market is. And the debt is today somewhere in the, call it high 5s to high 6s. So, cap rates and interest rates are right on top of each other. And that's typically not the case. Typically, cap rates are 100 to 150 basis points higher than what the debt cost is today. And today we're seeing cap rates and interest rates almost on top of each other, which really kind of leads me to the fact that we're seeing valuations that are probably higher than they should be today. But I do think that just speaks to the resiliency of this product type. I mean, I have a bunch of friends in office and industrial and multifamily, and I know self-storage has had some operational headwinds, but we're not doing terrible. It's still very few deals are missing debt service or dealing with any kind of distress. We always say that there's stress, not de-stress in the industry. Your distributions might be down, your return on investment might not be what you performed it to be, but you're still making your payments, you're still paying your bills. And overall, you're probably still making money. It's just not at the level that you thought you were going to.
So you're not seeing any circumstance where people are selling for basically, certainly not below debt, but even are you seeing them walking away from equity these days? I mean,
we have a handful. We have a pretty wide reach there. Have 100 some listings, so there are a handful, but it's not the majority. There are a handful of guys that, the debts, that they're coming off a 3 or 5 year loan. The lender's looking to have the debt resized. There is some cash in refi situations, and some sellers are just choosing to sell and get what they can back. So we do have a handful of situations where they're actually walking away from some of their equity just to move on.
Yeah. Where do you see some of the best opportunities? I mean, are you seeing development deals still? I mean, obviously the development deals are going to be the most profitable if you can make them work. I mean, where are you seeing very
few development deals pencil today, Ian. I can tell you Florida continues to have, pockets of areas that still work for development. Colorado pockets, Texas pockets. There's always the anomaly, but on a general national scope, not very many development deals pencil today. And I can tell you, we're seeing it slow down pretty meaningfully across the country. Just the cost of debt is really affecting that, and then the lack of quality information in a submarket. If you've got any of the REITs or sophisticated operators that are using algorithm-based pricing, we're seeing, asking rents, 50% of what they used to be. So it's hard to pin down what the actual achieved rent is going to be. And that really makes everybody nervous. So very little development happening today, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And what are you seeing regarding financing? I know you talked about where the rates are coming in, like what are the big kind of sources people are still using? I mean, you still see a lot of CMBS debt. Are you seeing SBA?
You mentioned the 2008 financial crisis at the beginning here. I can tell you we are so much better off today than we were during the 2008, 2009 kind of financial crisis. I mean, the debt markets are still wide open. We're seeing bank debt. We're seeing, life companies, CMBS debt, all getting priced today. I can tell you low leverage deals are king. If you're sub 50% leverage, the life cos are going to be the most competitive. And then, CMBS is going to be competitive. They're going to get you more loan dollars, but the terms aren't going to be quite as good. And then the banks are still there depending on the quality of the sponsor. So all 3 or 4 avenues for debt in the self-storage are still wide open. We just took out a $4 million loan quote with our capital markets guy, Neil Gussis, and he had 6 quotes, and then they were all over the board. There was 100 to 125 basis point spread in interest rate. Some offered IO, some didn't. Some were 25-year AM, some were 30-year AM. So kind of a wide variety. So the good news is that there are still a lot of lenders that want to make loans on self-storage, and kind of speaks to just the resiliency of the asset class. But I will tell you, low leverage is king. We're seeing kind of leverage max out at that 65-70% level today. And if you can get down closer to 50%, you're going to get meaningfully better terms.
Yeah, no question. Are you, I guess, what about cash buying? Is that,
there's always the, Odyssey funds or whatever they're called today, the Core Plus, that are really looking at self-storage as an all cash investment. And those guys can be very, very competitive. They typically have a long investment horizon, 10 plus years. But they're really hyper focused on core and core plus assets, top 25 gateway type cities,
right?
Urban core, built in the last 10 years, preferably in the last 5 years. So really nice, good stuff. But they are active. I would tell you that.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. We actually had a philosophy that if we could raise a cash fund and close quickly for cash, that we'd have a big advantage. We're finding it.
Oh yeah, and I can tell you I've had a lot of conversations with guys like you and myself that have been in the business a long time. Like, we think there's a tremendous opportunity if you had the right type of equity to go buy, late stage lease up deals, because I think in 3 to 5 years they're going to be great investments. Just not a lot of people have the stomach to take the low yields over the next couple of years, and take them all cash is really the only way you can get them bought, because the debt really deteriorates your return a lot. So
yeah. Well, we got a question here from Bill, who asked, if you were starting from scratch today, what would be the first move in this industry? It sounds like you just kind of
I think if you're an experienced guy, I think understanding late stage lease up deals. But if you're new to the industry, I'm a big believer of just buying a stabilized deal. You know what you're getting. You'll be able to put some fixed rate debt on it. Get in there, understand the market. One of the reasons the REITs and the larger operators are still pretty active today is because they have the best operational income, data on what is actually happening, whether it's rental rates, occupancies, et cetera. So buying a stabilized deal, and I would buy a stabilized deal at pretty low leverage. If you've got $1 million or $2 million to invest today, look at that $2 to $4 million asset, go in 50% leverage, give yourself some breathing room and try to make it better. You can always go back and refinance. They always say you date the rate and you marry the real estate, right? Like, I can tell you, if you go to a bank, we have one client that just did a loan that basically says that if interest rates go down more than 75 basis points, they'll actually adjust his rate at no cost to them. So there's a lot of programs out there that will allow you to buy a stabilized deal. But if you're starting from scratch, brand new to the industry, I'd focus on buying a stabilized deal today.
Great. So one of the things I guess I would add to that too is, early on, I managed myself, and I kind of realized that, a company like yours or any of the REITs, essentially when they're that size, I mean, you can't compete with the marketing engine of a large management company. And so my opinion changed, about 7-8 years ago, maybe a little bit longer now. And I feel like there's things that you think you could do better, and you probably can because you're a little more individualized. But at the end of the day, I think you're going to end up plus or minus in the same spot and have no headaches and let somebody else run the assets for you. In my opinion, I think that is a strong.
Yeah, third-party management has changed the industry, right? Like there's a lot of people in the space today, us included, are, hyper-focused on creating value. And that's really kind of, I think, Ian's right. Like, you can run your property and do all the work and end up at about the same spot as you're going to end up with a third-party management. It's about doing the work, right? That's what third-party. And once you get scale, it does get easier. You have better data, better systems. You have access to some technology that maybe a 1 to 5 unit operator doesn't have. But certainly, if you're interested in third-party quotes, there's lots of good options. There's the Argus platform, there's SAM, there's the REITs. I would tell you
Absolute.
Absolute. Yeah, Michael Haas, a great guy. I can tell you, one thing that we've seen is that the REITs have a little bit, when you go to sell your property and you have the REITs managing it, it's a little bit different buyer pool, which I think is an interesting thought process.
I agree. I also feel when I think if you're starting, listen, when we started the industry, I used a management company to begin. And then I kind of learned the business and felt like I could do it better for myself for a while. But I think in today's world, it's such a different marketplace. I think the REITs have leveled the playing field. I think having a better management platform is far less of an advantage today than it was, call it 15 years ago, because anybody with money can go out and hire Cube, anybody, Extra Space, anybody. So I think it's a good idea, and I encourage people to at least make the call and talk about it. One of the things you kind of alluded to this. I think you have more insight than most because you broker and manage. Talk a little bit about the headwinds. Talk a little bit about what you're seeing. I'm pretty involved, with StoreTrack, so there's some great historical data there about how you can look at when markets or sub-markets. You can see the rate history, which is great. But talk about kind of generally what you're seeing as far as rates and occupancy.
So the good news is we are seeing rates rise. I think you already came out and said, half of the major MSAs saw a positive uptick in the first half of 25 in the rental rates. We're kind of seeing the same thing. We're seeing rental rates rise, 3 to 5% across our portfolio. Our rentals are up about 17% over last year. So we are seeing more rentals in the market. We are not seeing the boom, though, that we saw during the COVID era, right? Like, everybody needs to understand that was kind of an anomaly. And today, we are seeing a better rental season than we saw last year, but it is still tempered. And I think it's going to be tempered until the housing market starts moving and we see some stability in that product type. But we're seeing a better rental season right now than we've seen in years. We just to kind of give you some anecdotal. We, in May, we moved our occupancy up almost 2%.
Oh wow!
In June, we've seen it slow down a little bit. We're only going to move the occupancy about 75 basis points in June. And I've kind of socialized that with some of the other large operators, and they're seeing that as well. But June's a little soft, but May was very, very strong.
Good. That's great to hear. I'm seeing here a question. Just somebody, Jacob has asked that I'm new to the industry, have about $100,000 to invest. So it's a good idea to get in the first deal on your own or with the help of seller financing or with a sponsor syndicator that has years of experience when you're able to grow your business and knowledge in the industry. So, I think with the $100,000 investment, I think you'd agree, getting involved as a limited is probably going to be your best bet, right?
Yeah, I agree. Going with a syndication group or a sponsor is probably going to be your best bet there. Because you're gonna get along with some bigger investors and get a see inside, the investment or the syndication that you choose to participate in.
Yeah,
is probably the best.
Yeah, and Chris asked, if you need, how much money do you think you really need to get started in this industry?
it's a moving target. I would tell you, we talked a little bit about third party management. There is a whole gamut of self-storage facilities that fall below the third party management threshold. They're under 30,000 feet. They probably, they collect less than $40,000 a month in revenue. So that there is an opportunity to invest in those. But, even in secondary and tertiary markets, we're seeing price per square foot, call it, $65 to $75 on average. So, if you're buying a 10,000 square foot facility, you're still looking at $1 million. So, I kind of think if you're going to get into this business, you probably need $300,000 to $500,000 to make your first investment. And I would buy that property close to where you live, right? Try to buy it so you can go over there and manage it yourself. Maybe do a little bit of a remote management technique. There's a lot of great technology that's been pioneered over the last decade in the space. And, it'll allow you to really start to understand the business. And I always respect the people that do it themselves on the front end and take the little properties and make them better, because if you buy those right, you can still make money on those. And it really allows you to talk shop with the guys that are truly in the business if you operate your own facility for a little bit.
No question. When you're looking, let's say at a property, 40, 50,000 square feet, and they've got on-site management and you're looking at converting it to remote, I mean, from the broker side or looking at it, what kind of savings do you think today? I mean, the savings don't seem as extreme as they used to be, but the efficiencies seem to be there. So what are you underwriting them at?
That's a great question. We're currently selling a bunch of remotely managed facilities, and we've actually went back in and underwrote pretty meaningful payroll. What we're finding is that the market's not willing to pay for the cost savings. So you'll get an increase in cash flow by running them remotely. But when you take them out to market to sell them, the lender and the buyer pool is going to underwrite almost full payroll in there. Really? In the event that they have to bring it back. There is the exception of kind of those smaller deals, right? Like that I mentioned, those smaller deals, the smaller deals are going to trade at a much higher cap rate. So as long as you buy them at the right cap rate, and then you can go increase the cash flow with some remote management, you'll probably get some benefit there. But once you get up, 50, 60,000 square feet, we're seeing most buyers today underwrite almost full payroll, just because I think the lenders are very, very leery. There's very few management companies that have mastered the remote manage. We have about 30 that we do remotely. I know Sam has about 100. I know Michael Hod absolutely has a handful. So I think at the end of the day, I don't think that anybody's really refined the third-party remote management platform yet. So I think if the remote management is going to be typically done by the owner. But then when you go to sell it, there's going to be some add back there. And I will tell you, it's not, you can never just delete the whole payroll. You just minimize it, right? Like if a 50,000 square foot facility has 50,000 in payroll, you might get away with 25 or 30.
Kind of ties in. Bill had another question here about what's a good strategy for someone with one facility wants to grow to 2 or 3. I can add in the kind of the strategy we implemented, and love to hear your take here too. Is what we were able to do is we bought a lot in the same market, right? Yeah. So we wanted to have synergies and economies of scale, and so for us, it was a lot easier to have a remote office if you had someone literally a mile down the road working at the facility. You could go back and forth, right? So there was some real savings there. I mean, what have you seen?
I mean, same thing. I mean, I think the hub and spoke model is the best way to run the remote managed stuff. If you can get like one in a town, and then you add 2 or 3 more, all of a sudden you got 100,000, 150,000 square feet that can be run by 1 or 1.5, 2 employees. You're going to get tremendous efficiencies. Not only that, you're going to get pricing power and knowledge on how to price your units. You're going to understand the market dynamics. So, if you have one, it's the first one's always the toughest, right? You got to buy that one right, make sure that one works. Once you get some confidence there, I think, it's going to give you the ability to lean in and maybe pay a little bit more and win the deal of any other properties that are in that market. And as a broker, it pains me to say this, but also once you're in there, you can talk to the other owners, and there's a lot of those small market deals that get sold from one owner to the other with no broker involved.
Not good to talk against your book. I agree.
But it's reality today,
Right.
So
No, I agree. I agree
for everybody.
No, that happened to us multiple times. You buy a property in the market, and one of the neighboring guys.
Yeah, they call you up, say, "Hey, are you interested? I want my brother wants out," or whatever it is,
Right, for sure. So let's talk a little bit about where buyers are missing the mark, which I'm sure a lot of people who are trying to buy right now are feeling that way. What do you think? Like, are they missing on due diligence? Where are they missing on due diligence?
They're missing on rental rates. Rental rates is the hardest thing to pin down today, especially if you have the REITs or any kind of large operator in your submarket.
Yeah.
You can't just go to the website and see that, us or Extra Space or Cube are renting 10 by 10s for $39 and assume and just underwrite a $39 rental rate for 10 by 10s. It won't work. You won't be competitive. So I think, pinning down rental rates is very, very difficult. We always look at the online rent or the online rate, and then we actually mystery shop the store. And we think the store rate that you get when you either walk in or call the store is pretty close to what they're achieving today. So that's a little tip that maybe some folks can use. So if you're online and they're asking $39 for a 10 by 10, but you call them and they're renting it for $100, I would assume that the stabilized is going to be closer to $100. I think that's there. I think also just, the amount of, if you're new to the industry, you think that there's distress or seller financing is readily available. We have done, call it a dozen seller financing deals in the last year, but that's a rarity, and it's pretty difficult to get done. And typically what happens is we start the conversation with the seller and the buyer. We move down that road, but then, there just becomes so many nuances to it that it typically, they end up going back to their local bank and just getting a loan and making the deal that way.
Well, there's almost always debt existing on the property, which the seller got to take care of. So
yeah, you've got to have a big downstroke if you're going to do it that way. So I would also tell you, and I jumped in here and listened to the presenter right before us. Don't be emotional about your buying, right? I can tell you, don't fall in love with your first deal. You're going to have to look at a lot of deals. Be ready to go to. I mean, I can't tell you how many. I mean, I probably have just been doing this too long, but sometimes we guide buyers and we say, hey, that's not going to get it done, or especially if it's a call for offer, you say, you got to be north of this number, and we're not bluffing. Typically, I mean, I'm sure that there's some of my peers that do bluff, but I can tell you, when you've been doing this as long as we have, we're really trying to maximize the value for our seller, and we're trying to guide the buyers to the correct number, right?
Yeah.
So I can tell you, we've had a number of situations where we've guided a buyer to a number and said, hey, you need to be north of this, and they come in under that, and then they don't win the deal, and they're upset or excited about that, and we're not here to waste anybody's time. So we're trying to give you good advice on where the offers need to be.
Most importantly, not yours.
That's true. That's true.
You're not getting paid if nothing happens.
That's right.
So no point in telling someone it's worth a lot more and then having not transact. That doesn't do anybody any good. Just pisses people off. But I agree with you, the emotional part. But we just had a recent experience where I had a friendly transaction. Somebody I knew through golf, of all things, own a portfolio. And, I said, would you be looking to sell? And we looked at it, and I said, I'll give you an honest opinion. He said they were looking to list it. I told him exactly what I thought it was worth. Turns out, it was not what he was looking for. So we went to market, and I said our offer stands. Yeah. And he found that we were 100% on the market. The highest bid was right at just below where we were, right, $100,000 less on a 6-property portfolio. And they just, like you said, they weren't bluffing. They decided to keep it. So, but because sometimes you just gotta do that stuff. And one day things may improve, we can pay more, and hopefully we'll be there to buy it. So, what do you wish that? I mean, I think I know the answer based on the earlier answer. But what do you wish buyers knew more of going into the deal?
I mean, I just, you want the buyer to be educated, and you want them to have their team ready to go. Like, I can tell you, especially with the volatility in the debt markets today, you want to know that I mean, if they're an all cash buyer, that's a different type of buyer pool. And that's really pretty thin market, but still to today, 70% of the buyers are using debt at some level. I would tell you, don't make a financing contingency part of your offer. That's still outside the market today. Just build in an adequate time for you to get your loan. But during the due diligence process, a professional buyer is going to understand how you're going to finance it, where you're getting your equity from, how much leverage you're going to put on it. So, just get all that up front and talk to us about it. And I think that will put you in the best possible spot to win the deal and have a successful transaction. Because, the transparency on the front end, I think, allows the seller to work with buyers, because inevitably in a deal, there's going to be some bumps in the road. You're going to have issues. Something's going to come up. Survey is going to have encroachments on it, or whatever it is. And the more transparent you are and the more communicative you are, the more the seller is going to be likely to work with you.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about kind of the broker relationship. So, what do you need to be, if how does somebody become kind of like the go-to person that the brokers think of first?
I think it goes back to, history of transactions. I can tell you, we like everybody in the business. The one thing about self-storage that everybody probably knows on this call is that bunch of good people in this industry, very, very willing to help you, share ideas, share information. So it really comes down to, have you transacted in that market with that broker before? How has that experience been? And that kind of goes back to just that communicative nature of the buyer pool. A lot of times we always say we're interviewing the buyers as much as they're interviewing us. And we want them to know who the seller is. We want the seller to be on board. I know that we see all these off-market listings, right? And I can tell you off-market listings is typically just a seller that doesn't want to have a full package and run a full process. It typically goes to a handful of qualified buyers. Hopefully, when we run an off-market process, we give everybody the same information, same time frame, and same guidance. So that's how you get on there is you do one or two deals with that broker. They know, like, and trust you, that they can go to the seller and say, hey, I just transacted with this guy in this other town, similar size deal. Here's how it went. Here's how his contract's going to read. He's reasonable. He's a good guy. He's willing to come meet with you. All that stuff helps you get on that short list of the off-market deals. And there are several deals that get done off-market like that.
What do you define as off-market?
Off-market to us is somebody that does not want a full marketing process, like does not want the blast email, does not want, it put on, list self-storage or any of the websites. It really, typically what we see is when a seller comes to us and says, hey, we're interested in doing a quiet process or an off-market process, attached to our listing agreement is a list of, 5 to 10 qualified groups that we think will be the most active or most competitive and aggressive on the property.
Yeah, I'll tell you, our philosophy was, to me, the brokers, you got to treat them like gold. They're the lifeline to building your business. We bought over 100 properties together. Only one time do we not close, and that was based on an environmental issue with nickel going in the city drinking water that we did not want to take that on. But we never retraded. We did our due diligence up front, and brokers knew that if we said we're going to close at 20 million, we're going to close at 20 million.
Yeah, I will say, one thing I would tell you, that the fully marketed deals, we just, my friend Chris Sani at Newmark, that's the appraiser there, we did a little analysis. We think that if you do run a full process, you will achieve, 5 to 8% higher in value typically.
Is that big a difference, really?
That's a big difference. And I can tell you, partially because, it keeps everybody honest. And the buyer that buys it in a fully marketed process is probably also the same buyer that buys it in an off-market process, because they're probably part of that group. But you create this urgency and you create this best and final and all that. I know buyers hate that. I know guys like Ian, you probably don't like participating in those, but at the end of the day, it does work. And Chris would tell you it's 5 to 8%, which is bigger than I would have thought. But
me too.
At the end of the day, it's meaningful, but it is more disruptive to your business. Your managers will have people coming in there. You'll have site visits. It's a totally different process.
Yeah, no question. Let's talk a bit about what buyers really should bring to the table. What kind of expectations should they be setting?
Buyers should be setting the expectations of realism of what they can actually perform on. Today, due diligence is typically 30 to 60 days. Closing, we've seen it as short as 7 days recently, and as long as 60 days. I think, buyers just need to, the expectation needs to be that, hey, we need to have time to get all of our third-party reports done during the due diligence time. I think, showing up and providing some sort of proof of funds or financial capability really helps you in the process, especially if you don't have a track record. Groups like Ian's or guys that have bought hundreds of properties in this business, they might not be as scrutinized as new investors to the space. So, if you're a new investor to the space, be willing to share some sort of financial capability and put together a little deck or something, bank reference or something that gives the buyer or the seller some confidence that you do have the money to close the deal. Because at the end of the day, price is not always the number one consideration, because we've all seen the deal that's been tied up for a number and then gets retraded or comes down.
Yeah.
We want to do business with people at a level that, hey, if you tell us what you think you can do, we want you to be able to execute on it, and here's why. And so I would just say, as buyers, just be prepared to share as much information up front as possible.
I will tell you, we sold 38 assets back in 2016 in one transaction. It was a big deal, and we took $1.5 million less for certainty of close with another buyer.
Yeah, I mean that, and I can tell you today that rings more true today than ever.
Right. I mean, we had pitched the deal before as a working with institutional partners to come in and buy into our deal. Didn't get terms that we found acceptable, so we decided to sell outright and didn't want to have these deals, out there on multiple occasions, going around circulated widely. So we wanted certainty of close.
Yeah, I think that's critical today, and we're seeing that more and more today, where price is just one of the components. I mean, it's an important component, but like you said, you took a meaningfully less dollar for certainty of close.
Yeah, no question. So let's talk a little bit about, where are we really seeing the most opportunity? I know we touched on this a little bit, but where do you see kind of the most opportunity right now?
It's funny that you asked that. I'm kind of a little bit of a contrarian there. I think that the pricing, for 20 years, 15 years of my career in the industry, I was a huge secondary and tertiary proponent, right?
Yep.
And then the last couple of years, when it got really expensive, it got tougher and tougher to be that big of a proponent. I think going back to the secondary and tertiary markets today, if you can really buy those at 100 to 200 basis points higher cap rate, and you're comfortable with the supply demand metrics. The one thing about secondary markets is we did see a little boom in development in secondary markets. If you're confident that there's not going to be any real meaningful new supply added, I think that those secondary markets are as stable as they can be, especially if you can get in one that's got a lifestyle component in there, a mountain town or a college or, whatever it is, some sort of lifestyle, if it's close to the beach, whatever. I think that there's a lot of people looking for investments in those markets that I think will do very, very well if you can buy them right today. So, I still like Florida. I still like the Carolinas have been very good to us as of late. The three big Texas markets are starting to do better in certain pockets. Cost of living too is a big thing. The upper Midwest, I think, is getting some traction right now.
No question.
From a performance standpoint, we're looking at some deals and manage some stuff in the upper Midwest, upstate New York, that is doing remarkably well, as good or better than our, Phoenix, Denver, California assets that we manage.
Yeah, less competition.
Less competition.
Yeah, no question. What about
just affordability? I think the housing affordability in the submarket plays a role in how much they can afford. I saw a stat the other day, Ian, that said that during COVID or right before COVID, about 2.1% of household income was the average spend on self-storage, and today it's about 1.7%. So if we just get, and that's a lot of that's being absorbed by the increase in housing in certain markets. Like I can tell you, I live in Denver, and the cost of housing has got so expensive here that I think people are just choosing to not store, to be honest.
Yeah, no, listen,
because they got to pay their mortgage and stuff,
Yeah, no, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal 2 days ago that said to live a comfortable lifestyle in the U.S., you need to make at least $80,000.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy how expensive housing has gotten.
Yeah, no, the premise of the article was this is not sustainable. So that
definitely. And the other thing, when you look at the inflation numbers that are coming down, the two things that are excluded from there are energy and food, and those are pretty critical components to living, buying groceries, buying gas, all that stuff.
I mean, gas is not getting cheaper now with what's going on in the Middle East, and I can't even get. Groceries, it's insanity. You go buy a bag of grocery, it's $70.
It's kind of insane, right?
It really is not sustainable, and that definitely is impacting us. But also, I don't know if you've seen any data. It seems that one of the best things that are going to happen for the storage market is going to be getting the housing market back on track.
No doubt.
So,
I think getting the housing market back. I think there's a bunch of pent up demand, Ian. Like, to be honest with you, and I kind of feel like, and I mentioned this a little earlier, and I wrote an article about it. I think the next 1 to 3 years could be pretty slow, or just kind of status quo. But I think that as soon as we get the housing market going, I think there's a bunch of the millennial generation and people of that age that, have one child and need to move to this bigger house and can't afford it because they bought a house with cheap interest rates, and they're just waiting for that life event, that second child or getting married or whatever it is. And I think once we see the housing market kind of come back in line and see just a little bit of relief in interest rates, I think that there could be a boom in self-storage demand.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Me too.
Good.
And on that note, thank you both so much. This has been very insightful. I wanted to ask each of you one more question before you take off, and that was if you could give just one piece of advice to a buyer looking to make their first or next self-storage purchase in the next 6 to 12 months, what would that advice be? And I'll start with you, Ben.
My advice would be to, buy a deal that you can afford. Don't get over your skis at this point because, and buy it close to wherever buy it to where you have some data or it's easy for you to handle, from a management standpoint. So I'd buy a deal. I wouldn't stretch. I wouldn't go 70, 75% leverage. I'd be more in the 60% leverage range. And I'd just try to, buy a deal. But I do think, because I think, as I just mentioned, I think as the market gets better, that 60% leverage deal that you buy today could be 40% leverage in a couple of years. And you could have some embedded equity that you can then refinance out and go buy another deal. So I think really just making sure you're buying deals that you can handle.
Right, Ian?
Yeah, my advice is pretty similar. Be disciplined, buy something that makes sense, use a management company because, take your time learning the space. A lot of people have this misconception that storage, it's real easy. You buy the buildings, you lease up the units, it's simple, but there's a lot of complicating factors. And just think about when I started in this business, and for years you put up a Yellow Page ad, and that was like it. That was all you cared about was the placement on your Yellow Page ad, right? Now, it's so complicated in how to market, and you've got the outside forces Storable will help you fill your place up, but it's going to cost you a lot. So you got to weigh all that. And so there's a lot of moving factors, and make sure you're doing it right on your first one.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being here today. We really enjoyed your commentary, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
Good seeing you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
Bye-bye. All right. We skipped a break, but I'm going to really quickly bring up Michaela and Aaliyah again because we have another Starbucks winner or two, or excuse me, Amazon winner, not Starbucks.
I did the same thing. That's just what I want.
Yeah, that's the other track.
Right. Other program. We do. So third place, I'm going to just put them all up at the same time. Of course, went to Suzanne. You are really taking it out. You're going to have a little bit of a shopping spree on Amazon. So enjoy that. We've got you marked, and we're going to email everybody just to make it a little bit easier. Email everybody after the summit is over. So we've got you marked down, of course. So we'll make sure that we send you everything that you get with this session. And fourth place went to Chris. I am not going to be good at pronouncing your last name.
I think that is Chris Mojeski.
I
know Chris.
I wasn't going to try to butcher it. So we also have you marked, Chris. I'm going to make sure that we send you an email and send you your $20 gift card at the end today.
Great. And
Awesome.
I'll go to you for your, again, since you're new to the industry, what's been your takeaway from these last two sessions?
Oh, for me, honestly, one of the biggest parts is just having the right people in your corner to give you the right information and the right input and insight. And that's a really big part of it,
Yeah. Aaliyah, you have anything to add to that?
I think really driving it home is that you don't know what you don't know. So it's really important, like as Michaela was saying, you got to go to the experts, go to who knows what, and trust that they're going to steer you in the right direction. Even if you do your own research, just make sure that it's worthwhile and go with the experts.
Definitely you want someone who knows the storage industry inside and out. And that's a lot of who we're hearing from today, as everyone. Okay. Well, thank you, ladies. We have a couple more panels coming up where we're going to start right now. I'm going to bring up Mark Sierri, from Storage Defender. How are you today, Mark?
Iris, it's wonderful to be here today and with the group that's watching. How are you?
Oh, very good. Very good. And tell everyone a little bit about Storage Defender, what you guys do, what you do for the industry, how long you've been in the industry. Give us the rundown.
Sure thing. Folks, my name is Mark Seary, CEO of Storage Defender and co-founder. We've been in the industry for 6 years, and we came to the industry for you, right? We saw, as a smart technology company, a lot of technology being developed, really focused, for example, on the facilities, but what we focus on is tenant-friendly technology. So unit monitoring, smart technology that goes around the building, focused on either making you money or saving you money. And I look forward to sharing more of that with you shortly.
We love that. Show me the money.
There you go.
Okay, Mark, we'll bring you back up in just a second. Next, I'm going to bring up Jeff Haith. How are you today, Jeff?
Hey, Iris, I'm doing well.
Jeff is the president of Da Vinci Solutions, formerly known as Da Vinci Lock. Tell everybody who you are and what you do, please.
Yeah, certainly. So Jeff Haith, I've been in storage longer than I want to admit. Somehow that is the case, I think, for everybody here. We just get in and can't get out. But I've been on the operations side. I spent 10 years in operations in REIT land, running stores. And then 3+ years ago, I made the decision to go on the product side and help build a company called Da Vinci Lock, now known as Da Vinci Solutions. And we specialize in automating facility access.
Do you want to tell everybody why you just decided to change your name from Lock to Solutions?
Well, I think it's for us, as we started thinking through the products that we had a vision for being able to provide to operators, we started to see like, hey, it's more than just a lock. It's a solution by itself. And then also there's several other products. So we've got Da Vinci Lock, we've got Tenant Connect, which is a self-service platform for tenants. And also our newest product, which is still in beta, but releasing soon, called the GOAT, which is a facility access tool on the gate side, but also soon to come for buildings as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm really excited about. So we'll
The
definitely
GOAT?
have another webinar just about the GOAT.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Hey, Jeff, we'll see you back in just a minute. I want to bring up our last guest, and that is James Hesh. Did I say it?
Hey,
correct?
Iris. Yep, you got it.
Look at me. James, I know you're kind of new to the industry with Storable. Tell everybody a little bit about you and what you do with Storable.
Yeah, so James Hesh, I'm actually not new to the industry, but new to Storable. So I've been in the self-storage industry for almost 10 years. I started back with Easy Storage Solutions when they were, pre-acquisition of Storable. And I was one of the founding sales executives for them. And, once Easy Storage Solutions got to a point where, the founders could exit and be acquired by Storable to where they could take us to the next level. Storable kind of wrapped, all these different, industry leading solutions and products into one company under Storable to bring a whole solution for the self-storage operators. And so it's been great. I've been with Storable for the last several years, and it's a great company. I love to see the self-storage industry evolving. Kind of like what Jeff said, once you get into the self-storage industry, it's hard to leave because of how great of an industry and how great the people are. And, I'm just one of those guys that just love to talk about self-storage, as boring as that sounds. It's not, it's great. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you for being here. I'll bring Jeff and Mark back up. Excuse me. I'll let you go ahead and get started. I know we have a slide. Let me bring that up. I'm going to run the slides for you. We've got our introductions.
Don't let Mark do them.
Yeah, you better not let me. And Jeff, by the way, was that the goat or your goatee you were talking about?
Oh, there's no goatee. It's just this. You know that.
Okay. Yeah. It's grown out over time. Okay.
There you go. Cool. Well, I'll take the lead here, and then we can figure out what happens next. But for this conversation, it's really oriented around what tenants expect and demand, and how do we do that as operators. So as you can see on the screen here, speed and independence, that's what customers expect, and that's no different for storage. The question is how do you do it? Is it using old systems that rely upon managers to do everything in the store? I think the answer is no. And today, and we're going to unpack that more by really just talking about smart technology and what it can do for you as you run your facilities.
Yeah, and we want to just acknowledge, like, as we understand the focus of this presentation, you're all buying and getting into self-storage. So many of you are first-time owners and operators of your own facility. And so what we want to do is we want to kind of hit you with some of that higher level stuff. All of us are available offline to answer more questions, but we're going to kind of keep it at a bit of a higher level of the things that you really need to think about. And when you talk about smart technology, there's like 4 areas: enhanced tenant experience, because that's ultimately who's paying you guys to rent space. So how do we enhance their experience, delight them, increase security, improved operations, and also the data that we use to drive our business? I particularly like focusing on enhanced tenant experience. It's the foundation of our company, right? What are those things like, for example, smart unit monitoring, or as Jeff talked about, making it easier to access the facility through contactless move-ins? These things you want to look at, right? It's not just renting. It used to be 3 walls, a door, and maybe a ceiling. It's a lot more than that. How do you make the onboarding experience, and then while they're there, the experience easier? And you could do that also with increased security. Some of these same very devices, again, the access, the monitoring of the units, they're going to actually enhance their experience, but also improve the security on your property. Jeff, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think looking at tenant experience, I think it's pretty easy when you look at some of the math that other industries have been able to provide us, just kind of correlating customer experience and satisfaction with increased revenue. So you don't have to have a lot of the details and understand, like, hey, if people feel good about the product and they had a good experience, they're probably going to stay longer, and they're probably more likely or more willing to accept a rate increase. So the question really from there is like, okay, well, what does that look like? What products will help them deliver that great experience that we're hoping that we will? And then, one of the misnomers I feel like when you start to invest in technologies is that, okay, well, that means you're going unmanned, or whatever cliche term you want to use for a more efficient operational model. And while that is an option for sure, depending on how you run your stores and where they're at, the size, it allows you, period, to drive operational efficiency of your property. So just be a little bit smarter about how you employ your staff. So I think it's a little bit of a misnomer to assume that you just jump to unmanned, but it certainly is an option.
Well, Jeff, and it's a good point, because many of you who are getting in the industry will know of an attorney in the SSA and the corporate across our industry named Scott Zucker. Even if you choose to remove some or many of those management hours during the day, you're not removed from your responsibility of ordinary care of the property. You still need to do all the same functions. And so what we're going to be talking about today is the core functions that you need to implement, where technology is going to assist you to do that, whether you have managers or you go with less. James, anything else you'd like to add on the slide?
I mean, the only other thing that kind of stands out to me is, I mean, what are you trying to accomplish? And that's to save time and to take your time out of the business. And all of these things that we're going to be talking about will allow you to do that. And that, goes right in line with improved operational efficiency, enhanced tenant experience and all of that. So it's definitely something to look at to make sure that you're covering your basis and that you have everything in place for not only you, but as the owner, but your tenants as well.
Well, let's move to the next slide. James, I have a question for you. The last point was data-driven decisions, right? So if you have, various dashboards, whether it's in a DaVinci Solution dashboard, a Storage Defender dashboard, or in advanced management, which you guys have, why don't you go ahead and talk about the first of the 4As?
Yeah. So, I mean, the biggest piece of technology and the core of any self-storage operations is going to be the management software. And that's kind of where we can tie into data-driven decisions and operational efficiency. And, it's going to be what automates all the little tedious tasks that running a facility has, such as invoicing, payments, email and text notifications, keeping track of, who's late, who's locked out, who's, pre-lien or even auction status. And then, like I said, access to the reporting to help with those those data-driven decisions. It's the main hub for the business, and it's what's going to tie into other aspects of the business as well. So, say access control, websites, accounting, your auction, actually delivering on the auction process. And regardless of facility size or type, you need a management software to be the most efficient, to help you scale your facility and your portfolio. It's funny, a lot of people will say, I ask them, tell me a little bit about your facility, and they say, oh, I just have a small facility. It's only 100 units, or it's only 150 units. Well, there's 100, 150 tenants that need to be reminded that their bills come and due, need payment receipts. They need to be kept track of to make sure that they're paying, and whether they've been applied a late fee or not. So regardless of facility size, you need to have those foundational pieces in place. I mean, we have customers that have 16 units and still have management software. So don't think your facility's too small. Whatever size facility, whatever type of storage that you're offering, you need to have that main component, and that's management software.
All right. What's the next day, Jeff?
Well, the next one's access, which I love. I do want to speak to the management piece briefly. To James's point, one of the things he mentioned was just like the other services, and I think often with the management software conversation, people underestimate like the impact of that software. To his point, it really is the hub. It's the piece that is going to determine what you can do as far as other services. So it can feel like it's just customer data, it's processing payments, maybe some inventory control, but it really runs a lot deeper. The quality of the infrastructure and the integrations it provides to other products, as a vendor and a product owner myself, that is essential to how and when we can service other parts of your business. So it's very much worth investing in, I would say, a premium solution. I think James represents a great brand of the largest provider of those services in the industry. I would give a plug to Self Storage Manager. I think it's another great one. And there's several other options that you can look into, but I would really just encourage people not to underestimate the value of starting there first when you think about your product.
And they're not all created equal, to your point. I think you do have some that are more of the Cadillacs, and you have some that are more of the Chevys, if you will, right? And so I think getting good advice as a new buyer, make sure you talk to some people in the industry. We're a giving industry. A lot of people will share their advice, whether it's through property management companies or other tech partners. Definitely look at them, get demos. And like Jeff said, it's a huge decision where, whether your gate access or other components are all going to connect to that somehow. So Jeff, really good point.
Yeah. Jumping into access, one of the things I like to think about is prior to 2020, 90% of facilities were still not renting online, which is kind of hard to believe. But now 90+% do. So that's a pretty big swing in a couple of years. But before, all rentals pretty much, or most, had to go through the manager at the property, who would then provide access, show the unit, solve problems if there were there. Now you've got 50+% of rentals happening online, and many of those are happening outside of business hours. So you really have to start thinking about, well, what worked before just can't really work now, even though some people are still trying to plug away and make it work. Just doesn't quite do that. So you start thinking about independence for customers and speed and reliability. You really have to start thinking differently about how you solve those problems. When we talk about access, we're really just talking about two main points. I'm sure we'll find a way to make it a little bit more complicated at some point, but you're really thinking facility, which is your gate and your building access, and then you're thinking unit access. I'm not going to go through each product and technology type, but broadly speaking, I just think that it's important that your solution is cloud-based and remote friendly. And there's several different products on both sides, facility and units, that do just that.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it, right? And you think of this like as rings. Like there's different ways to think of rings, but you're making, or even a hub. You're kind of you've got these different rings in the business. We talked about advanced management, access, and now let's go to the third piece, right? We're kind of, I guess, getting closer and closer to the tenant. When we talk about alerts, we like A's, right? We actually debated this the other day when we were going through this. But for alerts, where my mind goes on this is we as a company, there are others as well. whether it's door monitoring, or in our case, we do in-unit monitoring. It's a way to see what's going on in the unit, okay? And the benefits of that are real-time visibility for the tenants in our case, right? Where tenants are getting text messages, or maybe there's a mobile app and it's keeping them updated for, you know, the people that do access inside, or if there's a nefarious actor, right? And so that's good for the tenant. That goes back to increased experience. But on the other hand, for you as a facility owner, these are your product, right? If it's occupied, we're creating revenue. If it's vacant, why is someone in there? You could have someone loitering in there. You don't want them in there. That's bad for business, right? They could be storing stuff they shouldn't, or there could be other things going on in there. So that's important from an alert perspective. The other piece is a very important decision you're going to make is your video cameras. It's very hard for me to think in this day and age that there would be a property with no video cameras. I'm sure there are, but your choice of video camera is important. And then these days, as Jeff talked about having access with cloud centralized, a lot of video cameras now, the good ones, actually the very basic ones, are connected to the cloud. And that allows you to easily monitor what's going on in the property when you're home at night if something happens. And then with the use of like AI on top of it, it makes it even easier. So as you're making decisions, you really want to think about, do I want to take that next plunge into unit level monitoring to enhance tenant experience and security? And what is my decision on cameras, right? You need some, right, in certain parts of the facility minimum. So with that, let's go to the last A. Yeah, automation, right? Automation is kind of what brings all of this together. And James, like you talked about the beginning, like kind of the hub being the advanced management piece, being the property management software. We sometimes call that either FMS or property management system, PMS. But like, what's your perspective on automation, James?
I mean, it's really what drives the whole business. I mean, you don't get into the self-storage industry to have another job, right? You really get into the self-storage industry as an investment. And I mean, there's different approaches on the way that you manage it. Whether it's fully unmanned and automated, Jeff used that phrase a little earlier. I mean, that's possible. But if you have a manager and you want to utilize a manager at the property, great. But don't put tasks that can be automated onto the manager just because you have a manager. Have them focus on other areas of the business to grow the business. They don't need to manually be sending out, text messages or, manually applying late fees. That's all things that can be done in an automated fashion. What can be repeated can be automated. And so, just lean into that automation. Make sure that you have all the components in place to automate so that, you can grow, scale, and, build a meaningful business.
Well, let's talk about automation a little more. Let me pick a couple. And then Jeff, I'd like you to dig in a little bit from your perspective too. Automation. So again, many of you are buying the first time facility, okay? And there are core workflows that you're going to do in that facility. For example, you need to attract tenants on your website, right? That's a workflow, right? How are you automating that? You need to move them in. Are you going to be able to, you want to have someone there every time there's a move in, or do you want to make that contactless? On the other end, as James referred, sometimes and oftentimes tenants, they might not want to pay on time, or they might want to pay later. They might not want to pay. That process can be automated. And honestly, it's more effective because it takes the emotion out of it, right? So there's some different functions to run an average facility with ordinary care and usage that can be automated with the right technology. Jeff, what comes to mind when you think of automation?
Well, I love to talk about access. I'll probably start there. I think to your point, I think you can lean more and more on websites and apps to help drive things like rentals, which are super important, even move out flows. Also, I loved your point a minute ago, and I'll probably, as much as I can, click into that throughout the conversation. But the point around cameras, if I were to have the option to choose one thing to start with, it'd probably be a really good sound cloud-based camera system. Whether it's one facility or 100, those are basically your eyes, potentially ears at a property. to understand what's happening. And it's a great substitute for having people at the property because they're not there all the time. And the cameras should be. And so if you choose a good one, I really think it helps. And you'd be surprised by how kind of late to the party we are with that in self-storage. Even the REITs catching up there, I think, by better utilizing those systems. So those are a few that I kind of focus on.
Jeff, and just listening to you, and you brought up cameras, like we were recently at one of the national shows together, and I've presented together a lot. And I remember after one of my panels, someone came up and they were asking me about cameras, and I usually get asked about these during the sessions too. Folks, if you're buying an existing facility and it has cameras that are somewhat recent, maybe not 30 or 40 years old, but if they're in like the last 10 years roughly, okay, they can be used. You don't necessarily need to buy new cameras to do AI and automation, right? They can be centralized. They can be pulled together up in this thing we call in the cloud, and intelligence can be put up there so that you don't necessarily, everything we're talking about here doesn't mean you have to necessarily buy new stuff, right? And in the case of cameras, you might need to update your cameras if you're taking over a facility. But I would also encourage you, again, you can reach out to any of us, myself. It's quite possible that the cameras you have already in place, more intelligently used, right, could be set up to do automation on the facility already by themselves and with sensors and access like Jeff has talked about.
Yeah, I don't think that gets enough play, Mark. It's a great point. Just the ability to retrofit an old piece of technology and really fully utilize it into a modern product stack is it's really cool. So,
yep. All right. So these are the 4 A's. Again, all decisions that you need to make, we're trying to keep it pretty basic. You got to pick a property management software. You have to have access strategy. You want some kind of alerting system to make sure that if things happen during the day or night, you can respond to them. And then automation to make your life easier. Why don't we move to the next slide? And, as Iris said, show me the money if you guys know about Jerry Maguire, right? Show me the money. Jeff, why don't you start that out with, when you hear that about making money, how do you think about that in the context of technology?
Well, first I get excited because that's the reason we're all here. James talked about that earlier, and I think that's what we like to do. I think, knowing that this last year and where we're at today, things are a little tighter on the revenue generating side. I think we need to be thoughtful about how we're looking for different ways to drive the business. The good news is there's just a very obvious and clear path to doing that through technology fees and value-based pricing. And so I'll let you talk a little bit about that. But I think the combination of smart technology solutions and giving your customers independence and speed and reliability at their fingertips opens up the possibility of you being able to make more money. How do you do that? It's really no different than the airline industry, hotels, and many other industries. I think if you provide clear value to the customer, it can justify some of these secondary fees. Again, you need to be very visible about that too when you're doing it. But like our customers are charging $3 to $6 a month as a secondary technology fee for a fully automated access solution that we put in front of them. We get the question all the time, like how much pushback, kind of churn should I expect as I do this? And our experience has been none. In many cases, the total cost to move in, if you're using like a technology fee that's access related, is less than to the customer because you don't have to sell a lock. Instead, it's sort of like renting a lock, but you're also getting the entire platform that we provide. So you're going to make more money in the long run, and the customer feels better about the acquisition also. So it's like one of the most exciting things that we're doing right now. It's been tested and kind of proven in other industries. I'm a big fan of not inventing anything unique to storage. So it's like if it works everywhere else, just bring it here. And we've kind of followed that trend in several different places, and it works here too. Mark, but I mentioned value-based pricing. I know you've got a lot of experience with this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I love you, and you and I have talked about this before. So the SSA study, right? We're in the Self-Storage Association of America study, right? In the SSA study, which was done a couple of years ago, the 2 fastest growing features, team, folks, please listen. The 2 fastest growing features across generations that people will pay for are convenience and peace of mind. Convenience was a lot of what Jeff was talking about, making it convenient electronically to get in and out of the property, especially after hours. So that is a technology feature that you can implement and people will pay for it. Jeff talked about smart tech fees. And then peace of mind, that's security. So in our case, that would be things like individual smart unit monitoring. It ranked very high with access anytime. The two fastest growing features tenants will pay for. And so, yeah, with us we're finding that 6 out of 10 tenants will pay 12 to even upwards of $20 in places in New York per month for having their space monitored. And another stat, folks, as you're trying to make decisions, 8 out of every 10 tenants that have experienced having their unit monitored will expect that in the next place that they rent. So it's an important feature. It's absolutely monetizable. We're doing it nationally. And to Jeff's point, how it's marketing on the website is super important. Not all websites are created equal, right? And so how you offer them an upgrade or a fee, how you talk about the fee, and then also how you position it as value-based pricing, good, better, best, right? So on the website, there has to be a way to market and monetize that device. James, why don't you talk about, you guys have experience in websites. How are you seeing value-based pricings implemented through some of your activities?
Yeah, I mean, it really, like both you and Jeff have said, it really does help not only position the unit better, but also increase the money, increase revenue, make more money off of those. Value-based pricing can also be looked at with location too. So if there's a unit that, is easier to access, or if it's a multi-level store, if it's closer to the elevator, there's different amenities or different things that you can position in that good, better, best scenario for your different units to make sure that you're maximizing the revenue and the profit off of each of those units based on their amenities. And it's funny, so many people think that they need to have the most beautiful website, right? That's a big conversation that everybody brings up, especially early on. They want to look the best, but really, as Mark and Jeff have said, it's really, what's really important is how prospective tenants find you. If your website performs, such as loading quickly, it's mobile friendly, things like that, and then they can get through the rental process, the online rental process on your website quickly and effectively. And also with those smart tech fees and different things positioned correctly. So really with your website, you want to have the ability to do SEO. I mean, people have to find you. It has to be linked up with your Google My Business page. It has to be optimized for high volume keywords being used in your area. As far as like the performance with the website, has to load quickly. It has to be mobile friendly. I know the others have mentioned that previously, but over 60% of online searches are for mobile devices. So that is just how important it is to make sure that your website's mobile friendly. And then, it has to load quickly and take the tenant through the process quickly. Online consumers have a shorter attention span than a goldfish, which is less than 9 seconds. So if something is taking too long to load, whether it's a banner or a photo, and it's slowing the website down and they can't get through the process, they're going to hit the back button and they're going to go find another website.
Hey, James, that's a really good point. I just want to, there's some people asking questions in parallel. Would you mind if we answered a couple of those?
Not at all. Let's do it.
So excellent points on the website. And again, on this particular slide, we're focusing on driving reoccurring revenue. Okay. And the website, as you mentioned, is the key enabler. Sarah, you asked about 24/7 access. We'll see what Jeff has. By my market research, and my research consists of, I go to national shows and regional shows, and I run roundtables. In asking folks about that, we're seeing anywhere from $10 to $25 a month. But oftentimes that's done on a selective basis where not everyone at the property is given 24/7. They're making it a value added sell to people like hunters, outdoorsmen, working, landscape companies, people that need to access early in the morning and come back late at night. That's my data. Jeff, what do you see on that?
No, it's the same thing. I think it's that's good insight, Mark. I don't love 24/7 access as a standalone for every customer. I think it should be an opt-in, value add proposition. And I've heard the same thing, the $10 to $25 range, depending on property and kind of other considerations. So.
And then, Bill, you asked a question regarding getting pushback from customers on tech fees or other fees. There's really two kinds of fees that we've talked about. We have the standard tech fees that Jeff talked about, and then we have like what I've talked about is oftentimes more of a service upgrade. And I'll let Jeff talk about tech fees. But in terms of pushback on like smart unit subscriptions, we get 6 out of 10 that take it. Not all take it. Some take it more than that in an average facility. We have an opt-out that's hassle-free. So the idea is how that service is structured is really important, right? If you force place it, you might or might not get pushback. But if it's an option and it's sold properly, they're very well opting for it because they value it. Again, Jeff, do you see any pushback on standard tech fees?
Not at all. So first, I want to say like value-based pricing, in specific what Mark was referencing. I think of like the one that calls to me the first is airlines. When you're thinking you buy standard fare and then you get this upgrade 3 days before you're supposed to leave, and you see this upgrade option of like, hey, for $150 upgrade to first class or whatever. It's incredibly effective. My wife would tell you that as well. So, but that's number one. The second part, to your point, like the smaller standard technology fees that we started testing over 18 months ago, had more than a year of data as we tried to figure out what's the right the right spot. We started lower, $3, and worked our way up. I don't know that we found the final landing place just because we haven't seen pushback yet. And I also say, like, I think a key part of how we're doing it is we're not advocating for operators to sell locks to their tenants. Instead, they provide the lock. And instead, in lieu of that, they instead charge a recurring fee. And so what you get is you got customers that think they're staying 3 or 4 months. We know they stay much longer. They end up paying double, triple, in some cases much more for that lock over a period of time. But it includes so much more than the lock. You also have a platform that enables them to self-service many different parts of what they normally have to go to a manager for. Like, hey, how do I remember my gate code? Or I have a problem over here. How do I fix this? Or I want to provide a move-out notice, and how do I do that? So our goal was minimize the friction for the customer, make it a better experience, at the same time drive revenue.
Yeah, I mean, last point on this is you're all new coming in. It sounds like your number one thing you should care about is renting units and making the rates for your units. Okay, so first and foremost, your strategy's there. Whether you've done your research, whether you're talking to a property management company, however you get there, that is number one. The stuff we're talking about here is the French fries that goes with the burger, or the Coca-Cola that goes with the burger, right? They're going to be highly profitable that complement the cheeseburger, if you will. Bad example, but that's really what we're talking about. I'd say we move to the next slide. So peace of mind. You guys want me to take this one? Yeah, I'll take it. I'll keep running with it. Peace of mind. I talked about it earlier. There's different ways to provide it. In the case of this, we're talking about providing tenants direct connectedness and to be able to communicate to them what's going on in their unit. That solves separation anxiety, if you will, so that when people are, worried about what's in their 5x5 remote closet, if they're an urban millennial in a city, or a 10x10 remote closet if they're a baby boomer, right? And they're worried about what's in the remote garage. By giving them connectivity remotely when they're away, right? And I've shared already some of this stats, you're giving them peace of mind, right? And on top of that, by monitoring, you as the facility also have real-time access to logs and reporting. And if we tie in, for example, even access to the unit, Jeff, you can comment on that as well, right? You can actually do things like restrictions. So monitoring is key, right? Because that can connect the the tenant to their unit. And that gives them peace of mind, whether it's through text alerts or apps. But Jeff, we can also do it even with access, right?
That's right. Yeah, I'll let James speak to the broader access point on facilities. I'll just stick to units for this one. I like facilities as well. But I think the clearer call out is you're renting units online. You're also renting units, and people expect access outside of business hours. So the challenge is figuring out, well, how do you maintain, facility security while securing every unit and getting tenants access when you're not there? And so the answer is you need a smart solution that will allow for your tenants to self-service access to their units. There's several options on the digital side. There's one on the mechanical lock side. That's DaVinci Solutions, DaVinci Lock. That's backed by a smart cloud solution. I like something Mark said earlier. He mentioned, Cadillac, and I love Cadillac, or I usually say Ferrari, but to each their own. But my point would be you don't need a Ferrari to solve every problem. And so just thinking about right size, right fit as you think about your facility and solving it in a practical way, I think it's really important. James, what about you about the facility access side?
Yeah, one thing that comes to mind when we talk about access that's often overlooked is I talk to every one of my customers about access control because, like we said, the software is the hub, connects with all these different things such as access control. And when I ask them, hey, how many access points, how many keypads are you going to have, or do you want? And it's like the default answer is just one, just on the entrance, and then I'll have a loop or an exit sensor on the exit. And that's great. It's simple, it's straightforward. It solves a problem, like you said, Jeff. But are you considering every aspect of that? And with storage facilities or traditional storage facilities are now adding outdoor parking to their property. And so with that, one thing that you need to keep in mind is that if somebody that's not a tenant, right, comes behind a tenant that's punching in their code on the entrance and they tailgate in, if there's not an authentication out, so punching in their code on the way out, it gives them an easier way to kind of go hide in the facility. Once everybody leaves, then they can go and hook up a trailer or boat, whatever stored on the property, and just be able to get out on the sensor. So one thing that I always bring up to every one of my customers is improve access and security. That's one way to do it. Have a keypad on the entrance and on the exit of the gate. That way it's kind of, two authentication points that they have to go through. And then of course, recommend your boat and RV or boat and trailer tenants to have a trailer lock. But that does come up as kind of a security risk when we talk through these and have these conversations.
That's awesome. Mark,
Yeah.
I see we're getting light on time. We have a few good questions.
I'd like to skip to the remote slide. I think it's our last slide.
Cool.
Yeah, I would go one more. I mean, there was a question regarding demographics. I want to make sure we prioritize the questions. So like demographics, I see, where is that? Sarah says, what tenant demographics use smart units? And again, you have key decisions to make. But yeah, I think the general question is you got to know your space, right? In the case of smart units, if you look at the demographic studies, again, from the Self-Storage Association report, it's ranked highly across all demographics. So then the question becomes, really, if that's what they want, you got to think about, for your customer base, what it would be the most typical user interface that they're comfortable with. So, are they comfortable having to download an app and use, are they comfortable dealing with a QR code, or would they prefer text messaging, right? There's different choices out there, but I think there are some things that proliferate across demographics, but then there's some things that don't. In the case of this question, we hit all demographics, but it's a really good question, Sarah. Jeff, let's talk about remote management. And we can take maybe 3 or 4 minutes on this and leave a little bit extra for question, but what should we focus on if they're considering remote management after they're buying or while they're buying a facility?
Yeah, well, I think it's everything we've been talking about. I think the dependence of the technology increases the less that you have a person there. I saw one question, and I think it kind of applies to this, which was, what's the difference between being unmanned and remotely managed, and how do the tech tools differ? They largely don't. I think a manager helps solve for some of the the pain points when technology fails, and so that's a positive, and that can help kind of bridge the gap. But overall, the product solutions are very similar. I think that what you're seeing, and I think the reason I even brought up unmanned earlier as kind of a misnomer, is that all stores, all these facilities have people working there, all of them right now. The bots haven't quite gotten there yet, and so maybe they will. We'll see. But until they do, you're still having some version of staffing. It's really how much staffing, and then how much staffing is focused on customer service or sales while at the property. And that's kind of the difference with a remotely managed facility, is that you're not dedicating staffing for the sales or the customer service aspects of the business while they're at the store. They're really focused on the maintenance and turning over units and making sure they're rent ready and that the property's clean and safe. That's their focal point. Another thing that I think is really important, and I don't love putting bucketing it into like the unmanned or remotely managed conversation, because I just think it's good customer experience. But signage at these properties is super important. So don't underestimate. And if you're thinking about acquiring a property and you're probably going to buy it because it makes business sense, it probably doesn't have great signage. That's like one of the keys. Like, no website, bad signage, easy buy. And so just something it has on the slide here, you see like a really good, I think, sign that Tin Federal's using, and they run their stores completely remotely. And so they use QR codes and they direct customers to this website, and that allows them to transact. They can do everything they'd expect to do with a person through the website, but the signage has to be really crisp and clean to kind of meet the customer's needs.
James, I know you had a couple thoughts on that as well when we were prefacing. Anything you'd like to add to that?
I mean, the one thing I was going to bring up that Jeff hit on was, having clear signage to direct your tenant through, what that journey looks like, whether it is fully unmanned or not have somebody on site, or if you do have, somebody on site. So having those clear signage to follow them through that process, and then just rely on the technology to automate those little things. And then, like you said, Mark, if you do have somebody on site, they can kind of pick up, the pieces, if technology fails or whatever the situation might be. But yeah, just establishing that client journey, like what you want your tenant to go through, and then making sure everything's in place to make it happen.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean, I think oftentimes even we can be guilty of this as technology companies, as we're presenting, is if we get so fixated on technology is here just to help in the end, right? There are jobs to be done, and there's ordinary care of the facility, and there's ordinary care for the tenants and the tenants' experience. And I think some great advice out there is, if you're thinking of going on either of these models, this remote management model, be the tenant and go through the journey, as James was saying. Be the tenant and do some benchmarking in the area for ones that have people managing or remote, and experience it yourself. And make sure that if you're going to try to do that, you're not chartering new territory. There's companies that specialize in this, and there's people like us on here that know how to do it and pieces of it. Get some advice. But even so, make sure you go through that journey and make sure that there's not friction and it doesn't upset you and frustrate you, because it will be worse when it's your paying tenants that are facing that.
Just shameless plug, because I think it's a great idea, but Dan Cosgrove is affiliated here, and his company's like outstanding at helping provide some of those like customer insights. I think it's like the least utilized. It's like most common sense, least utilized exercise that will really help inform your decisions at the property.
Great point. Hey, Iris, maybe we should just ask if there are any final questions before we depart here.
Yeah, I did want to ask if it looks like we have one more from Sarah. How do DaVinci and Storage Defender assist remotely managed facilities? And yes, last call for questions if you want them answered live.
Go ahead, Jeff. I'll give you the honors.
No, Mark. You teed up for me. You swing first. Go for it.
Hey, look, at the end of the day, for remote facility, and by the way, am I talking about DaVinci Lock or DaVinci Solutions? Sorry. Little joke between Jeff and I. Storage Defender and DaVinci have different pieces of the puzzle, right? Whether it's Storage Defender smart units, I think we've talked a lot about tenant experience, but also giving visibility of, what's going on in and out of the units, the activity, the timestamps, the duration. So that information is really important to manage the facility. Da Vinci Lock, that's going to give you just a real big impact, right? Someone moves in after hours when there's someone not there. They have a mechanism, whether it's a text or one of their newer releases, where you can hold the phone up and you read the QR code or the code on the device, and it gives you the combination to get in, right? Those are two key functions that, if you don't have people on the property constantly monitoring available, are going to help you with. And then on top of that, they have a product for access, and we have a solution for monitoring with video cameras around the property that has to do with access and just, seeing what's going on in the property when you don't have managers there, but making them easily available to operators that are remote, like virtual managers. Jeff, what would you like to add?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. We've had a lot of experience running stores remotely on the Da Vinci side. We were kind of an offspring from 10 Federal, which you saw a sign there, who have 100 stores across the country and run them fully remote. So I think first we'd love to support anybody and everybody, just trying to figure out how do they want to run their stores and how will it work. Our specific area is unit access and automating that in a way that's very cost effective and reliable. And then in addition to that, we also provide a complimentary tenant-facing portal that allows them to self-service without using a mobile app. Like that keys in on some of the other questions that I saw. Like how do you increase adoption? Not a huge fan of mobile apps for that, because you kind of aim lower and lower with demographics and adoption rates are lower. So those are the two primary ones. And then we've got the GOAT. So happy to talk, Sarah. If you want to send us a note, message, our emails are on the slide there.
Can I ask one more question for the three of us, Iris? We're 1 minute over. Can I borrow 1 more minute?
You can borrow 1 more minute.
So you guys that are listening to this are buying properties. And again, you're probably first-time buyers, perhaps. Out of everything we just presented, I think it would be wise of us, like, what would be James and Jeff, and I'm going to think of my answer now. Out of all of this, what would be the one piece of advice we'd give them? We just went over a lot. They've heard a lot in the other 3 or 4 hours of this. From the tech side, what would be the top piece of advice you'd give them after they buy a facility, or as they're thinking about buying a facility?
So one thing that comes to mind to me is don't assume what your tenants are going to think, or that they want to do something one way or the other. I have experience purchasing 2 storage facilities and then, improving the operations and then selling them. And I saw it firsthand where, everybody that I talked to in like small, retirement communities, they all say, oh, I have older tenants. I have, they're on fixed incomes. It's a retirement community. That type of online rental process isn't going to work, or that type of solution is not going to work. And we rolled it out and it did. So don't not lean into these efficiencies and these tools just because you assume that your tenants aren't going to adopt it, because they'll be just fine with you adopting these solutions.
That's awesome. I'll do a 101. I'll cheat. One strategic is don't overthink the problem. Be practical in the solution. It's self-storage. Don't make it too complicated. On the tactical side, make sure you've got a good camera system that you can view remotely.
Yeah, and mine's very similar to yours, is keep it simple. Technology doesn't have to be a big investment, and it doesn't have to be complicated, right? Keep it simple. Don't make it overly complicated. And the second part is don't go after the Ferrari or the Cadillac if you don't need it. It doesn't have to be expensive. Right size it for what you have. You're going to hear a lot of feedback in the industry. Try to keep it simple.
That's awesome.
Great advice from everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. And I'll remind the audience that all of the slideshows that you've seen today, we will have links for, and we'll be sending them out to you either tomorrow or Monday.
Thank you, Iris. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Iris.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Have
guys.
a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, next up, I think we are bringing Aaliyah and Michaela back to announce some more winners.
Absolutely. Back with another one.
And then we're going to have a short break that will go until about 3:25.
Okay, awesome. I'll keep it short and sweet so everybody can go get a snack. 5th winner is going to be Bill Legra. I wanted to try this time, and I'm inspired by your your attempt last time. But Bill, we've we've marked you down as our winner, and I'll make sure that we send you your gift after the summit's over.
And I want to ask, did we have one from? We did a break before this. We already did.
Yeah, and I think I'm caught up.
We're a little off schedule here today, but we keep time wise. We're on schedule. Just the breaks, we moved them around a little bit.
Right.
So I'm going to ask the audience the same thing that I've been asking Michaela and Aaliyah, and that is, what has been your key takeaway so far today? We still have 2 more presenters to go. Michaela, let us know, what do you think so far? You got to hear from 3 of the greats just now. What'd you pull away from that one? You're on mute, by the way.
Thank you.
Before you start talking.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, honestly, great session. It was just so cool to hear about all the different options there are out there in such a tech saturated, economy and world that we're in. All the different ways that you can add more value to your rentals and just create a better tenant experience and overall drive revenue. And I just think that's so cool, all the different options. And it's just great to see all the new things they come out with. And yeah.
And we can't forget this.
I'm so glad.
Not any sound, but we got the gist of it. Some of us of a certain age are more familiar with it. Well, thank you, ladies. We're going to play a couple of videos and take a quick break so everyone can grab a snack, stretch out a little bit, walk your dog, but not too long.
Right.
We'll see you at the next one.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Mark Sirian. I am the CEO of Storage Defender. We are the pioneer and national leader of smart units as a service for the self-storage industry. Our smart unit service provides tenants 24/7 peace of mind, which means enhanced tenant experience. And our owners and partners attain a new profit stream per storage unit. Hi, my name is Mark Sirian. I am the CEO of Storage Defender. We are the pioneer and national leader of smart units as a service for the self-storage industry. Our smart unit service provides tenants 24/7 peace of mind, which means enhanced tenant experience. And our owners and partners attain a new profit stream per storage unit.
Our goal is to make our service easy to use for both operators and tenants. When creating a smart unit at your facility, it's as easy as this. And then the device is automatically connected to your web-based dashboard, and it's super easy to use for your managers. Tenants of all ages love our service. With no app required, they simply receive a text message straight to their phone about any motion in their unit, giving them the peace of mind that their valuables are protected 24/7.
More than tech, we value coming alongside our partners and helping them in transforming their facilities to smart facilities. We do this by making it more affordable with our pay-as-you-grow model, and we offer powerful playbooks to help for acquiring subscriptions through our online marketing and branding packages, as well as our in-store merchandising packages. Lastly, we are big on offering our customer success personal coaches to help you get started and to continue to boost your sales over time. My team and I welcome an opportunity to talk with you. Thank you.
Let's go check out a facility where DaVinci's 3 innovative products work together to automate access for both the operator and their tenants. When a tenant arrives at the facility, they will scan a QR code. Instantly, the GOAT and Tenant Connect guide them through a secure process, either making a quick payment or opening the gate if they're already paid. Once inside, they tap Unlock Unit to receive a personalized access code via text. Our integrated solutions not only simplify entry, but also streamline operations and drive growth for your facility. Ready to get started? Head to our site, davincisolutions.com, to book a free demo today. Let's go check out.
are back. And I have up next Tammy Frost from Alert Building Systems. We just saw their video. It got me moving a little bit. How are you doing today, Tammy?
Doing great, thanks. And you?
Great. Saying earlier, if I was any better, I'd be illegal in 3 states and sold out on Amazon.
Well, that puts it in perspective.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right?
That's really good.
That's really all that matters to me today. Water. 2 good things.
Excellent.
Tammy, tell everybody a little bit about you and Alert and what you do there and what you do for the storage industry.
Well, hey, everyone. First of all, thank you, Iris and SBOA, for having us today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. Alert Building Systems is a manufacturer of self-storage buildings and metal roofing. We've been around since around 1975. We manufacture in-house. We have a structural engineer in-house. We can also erect buildings if you need that. And we can give you any piece or part of that whole process if you've got your own. So we're just very pleased to be here and looking forward to meeting everyone.
Well, that's awesome. I know you have a slide deck you want to bring up. Let me see if we have it here. Give me just 1 second. Nice. Took me more than a second.
That's okay.
You don't get it right, StreamYard will mess your whole presentation up. We don't want that to happen. Here we go.
I can present it from here, right?
If you want to share your screen, you can do that.
I can do that.
Sorry about that. You just click the present button down on the bottom. And share screen.
All right. So I've got 2 monitors. You'll have to tell me which screen you see.
Right now I'm still not seeing it. I can see you.
Well, as exciting as that may be, I hope I get to show you the presentation instead.
Well, let's see. One of us is going to get it up on here. So I still don't see your screen.
Okay. How about that?
Still not.
Whoa.
How about that?
Have you got it?
We've got it.
Okay, great.
Hopefully everyone can see it there.
Beautiful. Thank you for that.
All right. And you can just help me. I'll be backstage, but if you need me to switch a slide.
Okay. I'm thinking I'll need to stop sharing on my end. Man, technology is great when it works, right?
We got it. I think we've got it now.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
I will run the slides on the back end for you. You just let me know when to change slides.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to From Dirt to Doors. We're going to talk today about the complete journey of self-storage facility development from your initial concept to your grand opening. I'll be providing you with practical, no-nonsense insights that will help you navigate this exciting but complex process. Whether you're a first-time developer or looking to expand your existing portfolio, today's session will equip you with the knowledge and tools needed to turn your vision into a fully functioning, profitable self-storage facility. Next slide, please. Well, let me tell you just a bit about Alert Building Systems. I gave you a little introduction a bit before. One of the things that we pride ourselves on around here is comprehensive self-storage building solutions, and we mean that from start to finish. Our integrated approach includes in-house structural engineering, manufacturing, and construction, and eliminates coordinating challenges between multiple contractors and suppliers. The good thing about this is it ensures consistent quality on self-storage development projects, and we've done them all across the country. Now, the different types of self-storage that we manufacture here: single story, multi-story, climate controlled, non-climate controlled, boat and RV, and canopy style structures, and even some little movable, portable type storage structures that you can put where there's building setbacks and you might not be able to put a permanent structure otherwise. Next slide, please. So everybody wants a smooth building experience, right? But how do we do that? You start with doing your proper due diligence before you commit to a project. That can't be overstated. Cutting corners to save money is one of the most expensive choices you can make. There's many moving parts to all of this, and if you don't already know what they are, I'd recommend hiring a team of professionals who are experienced in self-storage development to help guide you through the process and make sure that all of the bases are covered properly. So one of the first questions you're likely to ask yourself is now a good time to build storage? Well, the answer to that depends on several variables. Market growth projections. The self-storage industry is projected to reach $62.87 billion globally by 2025, with forecasts indicating further growth to $105.22 billion by 2034. Those are some pretty great numbers. How about where you are? Is your location good for developing self-storage? Well, if you're in the United States, the answer is yes, because the United States remains the largest regional market for self-storage. Americans love their stuff. What's driving all of this demand? Well, the key growth drivers include residential mobility and dislocation, meaning people are moving. Also, e-commerce, believe it or not, is fueling distribution needs, along with rising consumer demand for convenient storage solutions. Currently, the statistic for Americans who are renting self-storage is 1 in 3. 33% of all Americans utilize self-storage facilities. That is a phenomenal statistic. And an additional 18% of Americans plan to rent storage in the future. So, are there opportunities for development? Yes. The sustained demand for self-storage presents compelling opportunities for developers, investors to capitalize on a growing market and consumer trends. The industry is showing signs of stabilization, and we are all so glad to see that. Q1 was a little bit flat, but in Q2, we have an optimistic outlook, and according to Yardi Matrix, we are right too. While revenue and NOI remain relatively steady, rising rents and seasonal demand indicate a potential resurgence in momentum. So, planning and feasibility. We've decided that it's a good time to get into the business or to expand in the business. Now what? Again, back to due diligence. Due diligence is king. Building a successful self-storage facility starts with good planning and a feasibility study to determine whether or not your project is likely to work. Getting this right will not only help you meet what people need, but will also help to set you up for long-term success. Conducting thorough market research, selecting the right location, and having a solid financial plan are crucial to achieving your investment goals. And in my humble opinion, unless you are a seasoned self-storage developer, I would strongly encourage you not to DIY your feasibility study. The likelihood of missing important details is just too good. So market research involves analyzing your local demand to see who your existing competition is and to gain an understanding of demographic and economic trends that influence potential customer needs. It helps you to identify whether an area is underserved, how new residential or commercial developments might affect demand, and what unique features or services could set your facility apart. A detailed professional feasibility study is essential and is the cornerstone of any self-storage project. Basic market overviews can be obtained for around $3,000, while comprehensive studies can cost $7,000 or more, depending. They do provide in-depth financial projections suitable for you taking to the bank to secure financing. These studies help identify viable opportunities and to mitigate risks before significant capital is committed. Focus your demographic analysis on middle to upper middle income households with median incomes of about $79,600. Assess your competition by targeting markets with occupancy rates below 90%, as oversupplied markets present considerable challenges. Site selection is equally critical, requiring 2.5 to 5 acres for single-story facilities or 2+ for multi-story developments, with an emphasis on high visibility, easy access, and proximity to your target demographic within a 3 to 5 mile radius. So you got to develop your business plan, financial analysis. Creating a comprehensive business plan is essential for successfully navigating the complexities of launching and running a self-storage operation. It should capture your business's vision and mission, project financial outcomes, and outline marketing strategies to attract customers. It will include your operating expenses, a profitability analysis, marketing and sales strategy, pricing strategy, operations and management plan, security measures, and legal and regulatory considerations. And it will include a contingency plan. Identify potential risks such as natural disasters, economic downturns, competitive threats, and mitigate those by developing plans to address potential risks and minimize their impact on your business operations. Site selection. Determining the perfect location for a self-storage facility is crucial for future success. Ideally, you'll want to choose a spot that's highly visible, easy to access, and situated on a busy road. It's best to look for a site in a high-growth area or one that shows promising trends. Plus, a good mix of demographics is important, especially with higher than average household income and population growth within a 3 mile radius. Also, keep in mind that having minimal existing or planned self-storage competition in that first mile can really give you an advantage. Of course, when you're developing industrial property, you'll need to ensure that the site is large enough for your plans and has access to essential utilities like water, sewer, and electricity. Typically, a single-story development might need 3 to 5 acres, depending on the land's topography and shape, while a multi-story facility may only require about 2 acres. It's always wise to have an exit strategy in place for any site that you consider, giving you the option to terminate the contract if permitting or zoning doesn't align with your goals. Speaking of zoning, next slide, please. We have found that one of the things that our customers have been struggling with over the past 2 years or so is getting their permit. It seems that that process is taking longer and longer these days, and there's an awful lot of feedback from the cities that are making those customers redesign part of their project to meet whatever the requirements are. Zoning and permitting is a big part of your project. Complex regulatory requirements may vary from one municipality to the next. Conditional use permits require public hearings, community meetings, and detailed site plan reviews, delaying the project potentially. Common zoning restrictions include proximity limitations, preventing new facilities within 3 miles of existing ones, setback requirements, architectural standards, and parking provisions. The permitting timeline generally ranges from 3 to 12 months, making early engagement with your city officials crucial for project success. The required permits often include building permits, grading and drainage permits, environmental permits, signage permits, and fire department approvals. Some municipalities are implementing increasingly stringent requirements, forcing developers to incorporate retail-like architectural details, masonry work, and enhanced lighting control systems. Successful navigation of this zoning and permitting process requires a proactive community engagement, including early and proactive meetings with planning staff, neighborhood outreach, and preparation for public hearings. Why? Believe it or not, there are some areas that simply don't want self-storage built. So if your soon-to-be neighbors don't want it there, it's a good time to engage with them and explain to them what the benefits are going to be for them as well. And get these things handled early on before you get deeply into the process. Getting involved with a good builder like Ehlert Building Systems early on in the process can really be a huge help. We can assist our customers with building their design team, meaning a civil engineer, architect, etc., and provide suggestions for value engineering the building design along the way. It's important to not only work with an experienced design team, but those who are specifically experienced in self-storage design. Ideally, your architects, engineers, and so forth would be familiar with specific city requirements in your general area and local conditions. These are the people who can often help you to get through the permitting stage in a more timely manner. Construction costs and timeline management. Understanding your construction costs is critical for accurate project budgeting and financing. Current 2025 construction costs vary significantly based on facility type and features. For example, single-story standard non-climate buildings can cost $17 to $23 per square foot, while single-story climate-controlled buildings might range from $25 to $35 per square feet for the middle only. Multi-story developments command higher costs. Keep in mind, these costs represent construction only and do not include the land acquisition, site work, or your soft costs. For a complete turnkey package, in most cases, you can expect to pay around $75 to $90 per square foot. Timeline of your development phase. As you can see here, they've ordered this particular chart by what takes the most time in that process, not necessarily the order of the process itself. So you would start out, and I'm going to bounce around here just a little bit. Start out with your feasibility and planning, which will take roughly 3 months. You're going to want to go through your permitting process. Now, we're averaging 7.5 months here. It could be more, it could be less, depending on your particular situation. You'll have to do your site prep. We're guessing about 1.5 months for that. Foundations, also about 1.5 months. Once the foundations are down, we can start talking about erecting your buildings, and that's about a 3-month process, give or take. Once your buildings are up, now it's time to install security and systems for operating your self-storage facility, which takes roughly a month. And then it's time for final inspections, which takes 1/2 a month, and then you have your COO, ideally. Next slide, please. Thank you. So how do we control costs? Cost control strategies can include working with experienced teams who know self-storage specifically, value engineering, utilizing light gauge pre-engineered steel buildings to reduce material costs, buying directly from the building manufacturer to lock in pricing and gain more control over timelines, and proper planning to prevent costly change orders. Often when you see a low bid, it's incomplete and it ends up being more expensive due to a multitude of costly change orders after the project is under contract. Review and compare your bids very carefully to make sure they are complete and that all the materials used are quality materials. Don't accept seconds or thirds. No 29 gauge exterior panels, no extra light gauge trim. Alert Building Systems in-house manufacturing capability eliminates typical delays, providing 1 to 2 day replacement part delivery compared to weeks required by building brokers. Another way to mitigate some of those costs is integrating technology. Today's self-storage facilities increasingly rely on technology to enhance security, operational efficiency, and customer experience. Smart technology implementations include digital access control systems, mobile app integration, AI-powered security systems, watt sensors for climate monitoring, and automated payment systems. These technological advances not only improve customer satisfaction, but also reduce your operational costs and enhance facility security. Unit mix optimization remains crucial for maximizing revenue per square foot. Smaller units like 5x5s and 10x10s tend to generate the highest dollar per square foot returns and experience consistent demand from apartment dwellers and urban residents. The general guideline suggests 70% small units and 20% medium units, as well as 10% large units. However, local market research should guide your final decisions. Climate-controlled units command premium pricing, adding $10 to $20 per square foot to construction costs, but they also enable higher rental rates for temperature-sensitive storage needs. Specialty units such as RV and boat storage can provide significant revenue opportunities in the appropriate markets. So key takeaways today. Successful self-storage development requires careful attention to a few critical elements. First, comprehensive market research and feasibility studies, which provide the foundation for informed decision-making and secure financing. Secondly, solid planning, no cutting corners, and be careful with those DIYs. Third, partnering with experienced teams like Alert Building Systems ensures superior outcomes through proven expertise and integrated solutions. And fourth, set a realistic timeline, accounting for roughly 18 to 24 months in the development period, with permitting often representing the longest phase. Finally, focus on smaller unit configurations and modern technology integration to maximize revenue potential and operational efficiency. The self-storage industry in 2025 presents significant opportunities for developers who approach their projects with proper planning, realistic expectations, and experienced partners. Follow these best practices, and you can successfully navigate from dirt to doors, creating a facility that generates strong returns and serves your community storage effectively. I'd like to thank Iris and everybody over at SBA for hosting this virtual event and having us here today. We would like to open up a Q&A. I've got one of my sales representatives, Jacob Noriega, who will be answering questions. Jared Buckler is also with us, but he had a little accident last night, so I'm not sure that he'll actually be speaking with us today. Regardless, if you have questions about the construction process, we would be happy to entertain those.
Yeah, so we have our first question up, and that is from Bill, who said, how do you help mitigate risk during construction delays, especially with today's unpredictable supply chain?
Well, I can answer that from the perspective of our business, and that is when we sign a contract with a customer, we take a deposit, and we use that deposit to immediately start ordering materials. And so once we get those materials in-house, once we get their doors in, their insulation in, once those are here, your price is locked in. And you make a great point, Bill. the costs of things really varies, and it's up and down, and it's been pretty crazy lately between tariffs and other different things. So it's pretty wise to buy early on in the project what you're going to need and have it available, so you know you're not going to have any problems, first of all, procuring it, and secondly, with costs increase.
Definitely. Well, we did not get very many questions this time around. Let me see here. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. But what I do like to ask everyone who is a speaker is, we have a lot of new people to the industry in our audience. What is your top piece of advice to them?
My top piece of advice to our newcomers would be immerse yourself in this industry. There are organizations such as SBOA who are great resources for you. Surround yourself with people who are experienced. Ask all the questions you can think of. Ask them for their advice. Ask them what's worked and what hasn't for them, and what changes they've seen in the market since they've gotten into it. There's no replacement for experience, and so you can gain a lot of knowledge from those around you. So join those organizations and stay close to folks in the business, and you'll find that most of these folks are more than willing to help you out. That's one of the really neat things about the self-storage industry. Great people. And I'm sorry?
Absolutely. I was going to say that's the one thing, we have that little video we use throughout our social media and webinars, and we ask people what they love about self-storage, and the number one answer is the people.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
It's the truth. Just good-hearted people. And, they're not afraid to share information. They're not afraid to let you know what they've been through and help you to avoid those things. So take advantage of that opportunity and make some friends, and you'll find that they're probably going to be more willing than you might think to help.
Definitely. I do have another question for you.
What you got?
What type of facility is most in demand right now, and why?
Woo. Obviously, the climate control storage is always a big deal. We see a lot of non-climate too, but the thing that we've seen the biggest surge in the last year or two is boat and RV storage. There's a lot of people that have gone out, I guess, between COVID and now, and bought their toys, and they got to have a place to put them. And most residential areas won't allow you to store those things at your house, in your driveway, in the street. So that's where that boat and RV storage comes into play.
Absolutely. I visited a facility near Las Vegas when I was at ISS in the spring, and they said there's people from Canada or other places in the country that keep their RV there. They fly in, drive around in their RV, leave it parked, and then fly back home.
Absolutely.
It's sort of their vacation home, and that's where they keep it parked, which I thought was really interesting. It was another aspect I hadn't thought of. You just never know. That's why it's so good to come to these things, learn all the things you don't even know to ask about.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you advise an operator to stay on budget for their project without cutting too many corners?
Shop it. Have a very realistic budget set out with some contingency money built into it for the unknowns, in case there is some sort of cost increase somewhere along the way that you're covered. Get more than one bid and compare them closely to make sure that you're not only getting a good price, but good quality. I think sometimes we put too much emphasis on cost and not enough emphasis on quality or service or the other things that really matter. Because if you get a cheap product, yay for price, but usually it's cheap for a reason. And you may not be happy with the other aspects of the project.
Yeah, definitely. And then my last question for you is, what is your number one tip for getting through zoning and permitting as smoothly as possible?
I would say go visit with the city before you ever get started. Tell them what you're thinking about doing. Pick their brains and see if there's something in particular that they want to see, so that you can incorporate those things into your planning from the very, very beginning. And that'll help you get through that process a little more quickly.
Well, that's great. You know what? I'm just gonna take your slide down real quick. Oh, I see Jared's here.
Hey, Jared.
Yeah,
Take
I've
you
been,
back
I've been in the background talking. Nobody
Oh,
can hear me. Sorry, I'm bedridden. I blew out my
No.
Achilles tendon last night. So yeah. So I'm gonna cast and gonna have to have surgery. But one thing I was gonna add too, with as far as trying to help stay on budget is really finding a competent general contractor. It can make or break the project. There's a lot of people out there, companies out there that claim to be general contractors, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are good. So really, vetting that person and reaching out to people that have built before and ask them, who did you use, as your GC? Were you happy with them? Because that person's going to kind of steer the whole ship on this thing unless you're doing it yourself. And that's the other thing too. A lot of people think they can do it themselves, and oftentimes it ends up costing them more than it ends up saving them. So, you got to be realistic with yourself and figure out where's your time most valuable. Where's your time best placed.
Yeah, absolutely. And the SBOA can also help you get in touch with contractors like Alert and other, qualified vendors who we've talked to today, StoreTrack. We have so many people that we can work. That's why we're called the matchmakers of self-storage, because we bring vendors and owner operators together. So thank you both so much, and especially you, Jared. I wish you a speedy recovery. That sounds extremely painful. So I wish you a restful recovery.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. My audio cut out. So.
And Tammy, we'll be seeing you in Texas in about a month.
That's
from
right.
now. So July 24th, we will be in San Antonio, and we will be hosting a live workshop. So anybody who's in Texas, reach out. We'll make sure that we get you information on those tickets. Tammy, have a wonderful day, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Iris. I appreciate your time, and thank you everybody for being here.
Bye-bye. All right. My dog Joan has decided to join us. She broke into the room. So I'm going to bring Michaela and Aaliyah up one more time. We're going to have one last short break before we end here. So we've got about, I'm going to say about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I'll to announce we have a winner. We have a tiebreaker from earlier. Maybe you guys can talk a little bit about what's coming up in Texas next month.
Absolutely.
I think we have a slide or something about that. I'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Thanks, Iris.
Yeah.
You want to do the honors, Michaela?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so looks like our winner for this Amazon gift card is going to be Jacob Kwan. If I pronounced that last name correctly, I hope that I did. Congratulations. You've also got yourself a little Amazon shopping spree.
2.
Boy, thank you. Oh, 2 now. Okay, great.
Because I messed up, Jacob. That was my bad. I didn't realize it's so hard to keep up with all these comments, So you are actually tied for 5th, Jacob. So I've got you down for both. You've got yourself 2 wins back there. So we've got one more session. Super excited for it. And if you want to tell them about your time in Texas next month.
Yeah, so we got an exciting event coming up. I can, let's see here. Oh, I thought I had a slide in there for it. But we're going to be in San Antonio, Texas, July. Oh my goodness, hang on. I don't have my slide here for it. It's in our little, slide scroll, and I just didn't add
That's okay. I think I
add it here. Let me pop it in so you can see it.
You guys aren't going to want to miss this one. I think it's our first ever in-person event outside of the food show. So
so it'll be an in-person live workshop.
Yeah.
So we've got, some great people lined up to speak. I think we're going to be going out to see a specific facility and get to check that out. So it's going to be July 24th, runs from 7:30 a.m. to 3:45. And again, that's in San Antonio, Texas. It's right along the Riverwalk, so it's going to be beautiful around there. And yeah, we're really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great event with lots of education and insight into the self-storage world.
Right. Absolutely. Yes. And I believe we still have got a little bit over 5 minutes, so we'll go on break, let everybody get a snack, and we'll be back with Dean Geem and Natrone. Natrone for our honorary, certainly last but not least, session for our Buying Self-Storage Summit. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Get your refreshments, come back, and we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
See you in a few.
See ya.
we're back, everyone. Thank you for hanging on while we took a little break there. You have heard a lot today about buying, building, financing, and outfitting your facility. But now it's time to talk about how you're going to protect it and protect your tenants. This session is all about ensuring your investment. Whether you're still in the construction phase or you've just opened your doors, insurance is more than a line item. It is your first line of defense. And in some cases, it can even become a profit center. So joining me today are two leaders in the self-storage insurance space who are bringing a wealth of experience in protecting facilities from day one. First, I'm going to bring up Dean Geem. I got it right the other day and I can't remember what I said.
However you say it, it's perfectly fine.
Oh, no, it's not. I want to say it right. Dean, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Iris. How are you?
I'm okay. Can you just tell everybody a little bit about you and your experience in insurance and builder's risk and what you do in the self-storage space?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. In short, you can find me out there online if you really look hard enough and learn a lot about what my background has been. But I've been in the insurance business for over 25 years. I really enjoy it. It's been a phenomenal industry to be a part of. I specialize in the property casualty side of things. So I always call it the things you can touch and break. Really have a consulting approach to how we do business and make sure that we're really providing a resource for our clients and prospects to protect what they've invested in and that they're not left out to dry in the event of a major catastrophic event. So in this space specifically, there's a lot of things to consider and really happy to be able to dive into those here in just a little bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm going to bring up Nate for an introduction and then we'll bring you back in just a minute. It's Nate Trone, aka Natrone. How are you today?
Good. How are you, Iris?
I've been saying all day if I was any better, I'd be illegal in 3 states and sold out on Amazon.
Nice.
So Nate, please tell us all a little bit about you. Tell us about Alchemy and why it says insurance services on your title and how it all ties together.
Sure. So some of you may know me. Name is Nate Trone. I've been in the insurance industry coming up on 10 years now, 9 years and 2 months, actually, to be exact, according to my LinkedIn. And I've been with Alchemy Insurance Solutions for that entire time. Started out as an intern, then into the account manager department, and now I'm doing business development. And we have a number of programs available at Alchemy Insurance Solutions, but my main focus is on the SBOA insurance side of things. We have a gamut of programs from start to finish of self-storage operations, starting with builder's risk. And once you're up and operational, we can also get quotes for you on the commercial side. And last but not least, for your tenants, we also have the award-winning SBOA tenant insurance program to even greater reduce your liability.
And I think the tenant insurance is the one people are most familiar with in our industry, of course, because you have won 12 years in a row. And yes. Can't wait to hear. Well, I think pretty soon we'll know if you got 13 as well. So that's pretty great because that is an ISS voting by your peers. So for SBOA tenant insurance to have people in the industry vote for them as best in the industry 12 years in a row is quite an accomplishment. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up Dean. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and get started, and we're going to talk about laying the insurance foundation. So that's the fundamentals. What insurance does a self-storage operator actually need from closing to the grand opening and then beyond? Dean, can you walk us through core policies a new facility owner should have in place before they even open their doors?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about core products, we're really looking at the things that are most important for that foundation. Items like general liability, so slips, trips, falls, customer injuries, visitor injuries, property damage to others, those types of things. Property insurance, again, going back to the things that you can touch and break. So the physical facility, buildings, signage, fences, gates, excess umbrella or excess liability or umbrella liability just adds another layer of protection above those, depending on the exposure that you have and the items that you're really looking to protect. Other things like business income and interruption, workers' compensation, and the big hot topic I still feel is a little bit of a core product is that cyber protection for facilities who use any kind of payment portals or cloud-based systems, those types of things. So I would recommend those as the core products within the insurance space.
Great. And Nate, what's unique about commercial insurance in the self-storage space compared to other property types?
Sure. So as we all know, self-storage is such a unique risk just in terms of insurance. And what lends to that risk is, of course, I don't know of any other industry where you're, insuring a number of different or storing a number of different tenants, items, possessions, even up to 500, depending on how many your units are. Also, if depending on what your services look like, you could offer 24/7 customer access, of course, so that you would have after hours people coming and going. So I'm going to focus on just a few specialized coverages, and I'd love to get Dean's intake on this as well. As we all know, that if someone doesn't make a payment, if a tenant is back on their payment and they don't pay you in time, and it gets to the point where you're going into auction, lien auctions, and they come back and say, oh, you didn't have the proper paperwork, you would want to make sure you have coverage for that. And that can be found in a number of self-storage specific policies. Also, if you have, say, a leaky roof and your tenant's items gets lost and there's damage there, you would want to make sure you're covered for that too. But of course, you can greatly reduce that liability through a tenant insurance product where you're transferring the risk from a commercial policy to a tenant insurance product, to where you're transferring it to the tenants themselves. And of course, just one that I would add is just hazards, whether it be leaking products such as gasoline or lithium batteries, whatever the case may be. Although I'm sure that you're not supposed to, just in terms of the lease, but sometimes it's not always followed. But you want to make sure you're covered for those type of occurrences.
And I'm sure not only in the lease, but I would think most, if not all states, that's illegal to have in the storage facility as well, right?
Exactly.
You've seen news articles about lithium batteries exploding and catching on fire and all kinds of other things. Dean, builder's risk is something that many new developers are unfamiliar with or they don't quite understand. When is it needed and how is it different from a property policy?
Yeah, not every owner is buying a facility that's been up and running. A lot of people are now purchasing the land and starting from scratch, building it just the way they want it, and kind of starting a new program. So builder's risk is really a program that is going to cover everything in that process. From the time that the ground break occurs, materials on property, materials in transit, could be, we have the frame up and a windstorm comes through and damages that. That's something that could be covered by a builder's risk policy. When is it needed? Typically, if you're financing this, it's going to be required before your loan is funded. It's going to be required at groundbreaking, and it is something that should be all the way through to the time that you receive occupancy. So it, again, covers a lot of different pieces of that puzzle, and it can be purchased you as an owner or through the developer or the builder themselves. So that particular piece, very comprehensive. and it's very important through that process to make sure that your project goes on track as it should be, and is completed with hopefully with no loss. But if there's a situation, you're brought back to whole and you can get back on track.
Great. Well, then let's start talking about turning protection into profit. Everybody is interested in that, right? So, Nate, I know there's a lot of operator-friendly tools out there for tenant insurance and protection plans. Not only does it help mitigate risk, but it can also provide additional income stream. So, Nate, what's the real benefit to operators of offering tenant insurance, and what should they be looking for in a provider?
Sure. So just starting off with what's the real benefit is, first and foremost, is just it could be part of your holistic risk mitigation plan, to where you're greatly reducing your liability, because in a perfect world, each and every tenant would have some type of their own insurance, whether it be what you're offering at the storefront, or or some other type of third-party insurance program that they were able to get a hold of. So I would say a risk mitigation tool. Also, it's a great revenue stream, which I know is the most attractive part about offering the tenant insurance program. And there's a lot of overhead in self-storage. And I actually saw one statistic at one of the shows I've been to recently, and it can be as great as your second most greatest revenue generator, other than the tenant, the units themselves. So it has great revenue potential there.
And we did get a question. What's the difference between tenant insurance and tenant protection? Can you explain that to Bill?
Sure. So most of the differences are in the structure of the program themselves. Through the tenant insurance program, you have more of your, typical insurance products filed in the Department of Insurance and backed by Department of Insurance. And how that differs from tenant protection is the tenant protection is more of a contractual liability plan that's more contractual based than your typical insurance backed type of coverage.
One of the things I've heard is that if you have tenant protection, it really puts a lot more responsibility on the operator.
Yeah, and it would depend on which product is out there. Some of them would give the operator a lot more responsibility in terms of speaking with the tenants, handling things of that nature. But of course, that would differ depending on which program that you go with.
Gotcha. And Dean, are there any compliance or legal best practices that operators should know when they are implementing any of these programs? I'm sure there's a few.
Yeah, I mean, in today's society, we're very litigious. We see this, especially in the insurance world, quite a bit. So transparency is going to be key and foremost. Making sure that you're disclosing clearly what coverage is in place or is not in place, what the options are for insurance or a protection plan. That's really the number one. It's always the I didn't know. So making sure that there's proper disclaimers and such. Licensing requirements can vary from state to state. So as Nate mentioned, some of these products do require licensing, and the states are managing those, and you might have to have a specific license or credentialing for the ability to provide that coverage for your tenants. But at the end of the day, it's document. Make sure you get the appropriate signatures. You've got the sign-offs for rejections, depending on whether you're mandating this as an opt-in or as an opt-out. Be consistent. Make sure that it's a standard process, that all of your employees or all of your systems are very consistent in how that's delivered. But no such thing as over documenting in this particular place with regard to waivers and acknowledgments. But I just touched a little bit on the opt-in or opt-out. There's benefits and disadvantages to both. Whether you have a tenant program that everybody is automatically opted in unless they opt out and provide alternative options, such as securing that product direct themselves through another vendor, or an opt-out program where they are, opted out unless they specifically sign an agreement and are purchasing that contract. So again, it comes back to consistency and documentation.
And I would think, Nate just talked about what to look for in a provider. I would think training plays into that as well. If you want a provider that would offer all the training and support that you need, right?
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
and resources are always key.
Yeah. And if I can just add to that, Iris, and I'm just looking at it from the perspective of what we offer on the SBOA tenant insurance side of things. We offer in-depth training to basically goes over the do's and don'ts of what to say, what not to say when you're offering the program, and also in the event of a claim. And it's also find you an operator that also does more in-depth training, such as through Q&A. Q&A opportunity would be key as well, so that the facility managers feel a lot more comfortable in that, and also following all the compliance aspects that Dean just indicated.
Right, because you're going to have different compliance requirements from state to state, so you need you need the support of someone who's going to know what all of those are. It's a great reason to be part of not only a national association, but also your state association. But of course, when it comes to insurance, it's just one more layer of protection for yourself and for your clients, right?
Right. Exactly.
So Nate, let's talk numbers. What kind of revenue potential can operators expect from a well-run tenant insurance plan?
Yeah, so I know that's the shiny apple on the tree, so to speak. But I would say it depends on a lot of number of different things, which I can't give you direct numbers right now, but it can greatly add to your bottom line. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of overhead that comes with self-storage. So the income that you make from tenant insurance can go to pay for someone's salary. It can go to pay for a new gate at your location. So if you're, say, for example, at a location that has 500 units, you'd be in the ballpark of making a couple $1,000s potentially on a monthly basis from the sale of tenant insurance alone, which is nothing to scoff at, really. And even if you're a smaller operator with smaller doors, say like 100, you would even have the potential of making upwards of a couple $100s, close to potentially 1,000. So there's a lot of money to be made there, but just in terms of specific numbers, it depends on how many doors you have, what program you're with, and lastly, and I would venture to say it's one of the most important parts, is how consistently are you offering it to your tenants? And part of that is getting the buy-in of your facility managers so that they're communicating the offering to each and every tenant that walks in the door. Because if you just mention it once to each and every tenant, on the low end, you'll be making a pretty good participation rate just in terms of your tenants taking advantage of the product you have tailored to self-storage in-house.
And, someone brought up Dan Cosgrove earlier in the mystery shopping program, and I would think something like that would really be helpful in making sure that your employees are staying in along the same lines that you are training them to, right? To make sure they're on top of those questions and they're asking the right questions in the right way whenever those customers come through the door.
Yep.
Any other suggestions with that?
I think those would be the key ones.
So let's go on to claims, mistakes, and must-dos. I bet there's a lot to go over there. It's one thing to have the insurance, and it's another thing to use it effectively when something goes wrong, right? So we're going to talk about real-world claims, documentation, and common missteps. Dean, you already talked a little bit about documentation, but what kind of claims are the most common in the self-storage space? And how can smart planning just reduce some of that impact?
Yeah, it's we always hope for best case. expect the worst. That's part of the risk management aspect of what we're doing. But when we look at the possible claims that we're going to see in the storage space, water intrusion, Nate mentioned that earlier. We have leaks in the ceiling. We've got leaks between the doors, anything like that that has some opportunity for water to penetrate the unit and cause damage. Burglary, vandalism. Worst case, that's the one that as a tenant, I think is most fearful, most concerning to a tenant. We hear the stories, we see the things happen. So, vehicle collisions, making sure that we're not running into buildings or that we have clearly marked and designated paths. And then the big one is storm and wind damage. That one can vary greatly depending on where you're at in the geography of the U.S. Obviously, down in the Gulf, you're going to have a lot different wind exposure than fire exposure compared to the Midwest states or the Rocky Mountain states with the wildfire scores and things that are playing a part there. So really just water intrusion, watch for leaks, do routine inspections. That's going to help prevent that. Burglary and vandalism, good cameras, good lighting, secure access. That's going to help in a lot of ways preventing that, which could also help your insurance rates. And then collisions, making sure, again, bollards are posted, and clear markings mitigate things. Storms, that one's a Mother Nature call, and best we can do is just make sure we're prepared and aware of what's going on around us at any given time.
And I would imagine a lot of this is regional, or, obviously some problems are going to be worse as far as flooding and fires and things like that, or even within the state. If you're closer to a city, you may have more issues with theft or burglary. And what about things like rodents? I would imagine is that something that's covered under tenant insurance or commercial insurance? What happens if you have some kind of rodent damage?
Pest control is a big concern. Sometimes there might be coverage. Many times there's going to be an exclusion. So it's important to know what your policy does or does not cover. As far as the tenant product, I would defer that to Nate and get his opinion on that. He's really the specialist there.
Yeah, just throwing this out there. Yeah, so the SBOA TI program, the Platinum program, does have a coverage for rodent, as well as a number of other programs that we have out there. They also have rodent available as a coverage. But yeah, I would agree with Dean, just making sure that the product that you'd be going with and moving forward with would include that if that's an important coverage item for you.
So there's different types of coverage. When you say coverage plans that cover different things or maybe have different deductibles?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. So there's different product levels. For example, at SBOA Tenant Insurance, we have a top tier program called Platinum. It has a lot of robust coverages, but some of them, some within the same company, premium might be a big concern for owner operators. So they might go with a lower tier program just to reduce the rate for the tenant.
Got it. So Nate, when it comes to tenant claims, what advice do you have for on-site staff to make that process smooth and stress-free? Because it's going to be stressful no matter what, right?
Right, exactly. I have some insight into this just from working in the account manager operational side of things. I was a little bit closer to the claims side of things at that end, although I will say I never worked in the claims department. But you always hear stories, right, of tenants handling things of that nature. So the one thing that I would stress is whenever you have a tenant coming to you and they say they have a problem, they might be at different levels of the spectrum just in terms of how irritated they are, how irate they might be. So as the facility manager or anyone answering the phone, just take a step back, remain calm while addressing the concern that they're having. So with that, you would use the marketing materials. I would expect that the program that you're using has marketing materials that would give the contact information in the steps how to file a claim. I know that's included in our marketing materials. So you would get the number, the form online, or the email address. There's a couple ways that the tenant has that they can get a claim started. Give them that information. And that's the great thing about having a third-party insurance provider such as SBOA Tenant Insurance, so that you can give them that contact information, assuming they're an insured tenant, and then we would handle our experienced adjusters will then handle the rest. Of course, we'll get a little bit of information from the facility managers, getting their take on it, but at the end of the day, that then becomes a tenant and adjuster sort of conversation. One thing that I would also indicate as making the claims process easier for the tenant is whenever your tenant insurance provider reaches out to you for information, please get back to them as soon as you possibly can, just letting them know your side of the story, because at the end of the day, you're helping the adjuster run through the claims process that much quicker, which in turn allows for a better customer service experience with the tenant themselves. And then lastly, I'll end with this is don't overpromise what might be covered, what might not be covered. That's a mistake that I've seen from time to time. Of course, you would hope that it's all covered, but with insurance and any kind of tenant insurance coverage, overall, that's not always the case. So just let the determination of whether or not something's covered to the conversations with the adjuster.
Makes sense to me. Seems like it's a really sticky widget, but even in sales, I always say it's better to under promise, over deliver.
Right.
And then you can exceed people's expectations instead of letting them down. You never want to do that.
Exactly.
So Dean, documentation is key. We've talked about that. What records should operators be keeping to protect themselves during a claiming process?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's some pretty standard basic core items. So lease agreements and tenant records, try to keep those on file, ideally electronically if at all possible, because then if there's a catastrophic event, you have those available without having to search through rubble or otherwise. Really, those outline a lot of the liability disclaimers and some of the insurance acknowledgments, those rejections, exceptions, all those things we talked about earlier. Security footage is something to keep archives for. Really suggests that you keep security footage for at least 30 to 60 days, depending on your system capabilities. But again, also trying to put that in the cloud. Cloud technology is so cost effective this day and age compared to what it was even just 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's a lot more reliable, and a lot more of your providers are offering that type of service. So keep it cloud-based. Incident reports. This one is kind of a fun one for me. When we look at things, document every incident, big, small, whether it actually resulted in a claim, didn't result in a claim, because a claim is going to inevitably be a claim. You're going to have to file paperwork on that. But if you can start to identify the smaller items that didn't really get to a claim but could have, such as you notice pooling water in an empty unit, that would be a great place to document that incident, time, day, circumstances, and then also get somebody to do an inspection so that you can possibly fix that before it does become a claim in the future. And that ties into the next piece, which is maintenance logs. Keeping those maintenance logs shows due diligence, helps defend against any claims or negligence that you might encounter if something does happen. And then the piece that a lot of people don't understand is that there can be exclusions built into your policy for items that don't work. So for example, if you have a security system and you're aware that camera 3 and 5 are out, and there's a theft claim that results as comes about, and they find out that camera 3 and 5 could have captured that, you are aware that they weren't there or weren't functioning, and as a result, they don't have any of that footage for those particular instances, they can deny your claim. There are some opt-outs in those insurance policies and contracts that would really be detrimental if you're not really showing due diligence and showing proper maintenance. So those maintenance logs can really come into play in those types of scenarios.
Yeah, that would be another call for Dan Cosgrove, I think, because not only does he have a mystery shopping program that he runs through SBOA, we also have internal audits where you could make that part of your checklist to check on those cameras, make sure everything's functioning on a daily or weekly basis, so you don't run into those issues, and then that makes that claims process that much easier. And so for both of you, what's one mistake you see operators making time and again when it comes to insurance coverage? I'll start with Nate.
Yeah, there's a few of them I could list off here, but I'll start with having tenant insurance as an afterthought and not as a strategic part of your business income and risk mitigation plan. And it's a great product because it can satisfy both of those plans. It can, increase your bottom line as well as reducing your liability. So it sort of has a dual role in that regard. So don't treat it as an afterthought. I would really, again, going back to the facility manager buy-in, that would be something key. And not having that buy-in, I think, would be a mistake. Just in terms of, getting the most out of the program that you make available after your at your facility. And in connection to that, I would say just ensure that your facility managers are properly trained in terms of the insurance. We spoke about that a little bit earlier, but just in terms of having a successful tenant insurance program at your facility, training would be key for those who will be in the front lines.
Absolutely. And Dean?
Nate and I talk pretty regularly throughout the course of every given week, and he's probably tired of hearing me say this one, but underinsuring the facility, that's a huge one right now, especially post-pandemic. Once we saw building materials and costs of labor skyrocket, it's important to be managing and monitoring the cost of repair and replacement of your buildings and structures. Ideally, your insurance professional should be assisting through this process, but it's important for the facility owners and operators to ask that question. How did we review this? How did we come to this number? And making sure that a $200,000 building is truly going to cost $200,000 to rebuild. And depending on the style of your facility, you might have just some sheet metal and 2x4s, or you might have steel beams and double insulated walls. So that number can vary drastically between facilities and even between buildings, depending on when they were built. So my biggest one, because there's, again, other downstream effects to this, is underinsuring the facility or the buildings themselves. So, and I think that kind of ties into a second one that I'll throw out here, and that's assuming a one-size-fits-all coverage. No one facility, no one premise is going to be the same from door to door. And so it's really important to have that counsel and that consultation with your insurance professional. Make sure that you're getting what you need and what you want, and understanding what is or isn't covered in that particular situation.
That's great advice. And I have a couple more questions for you before I finish out the day here. It's been a long day for everybody, and I appreciate everyone who's stuck around. Why do you think some operators leave revenue on the table by not fully leaning into their tenant insurance offering? Nate, that's obviously for you. But what do you think is holding them back?
Yes. Yeah. So in all the conversations that I've had, there's been just someone that's sort of not wanting to dive in, making the most out of the insurance product. And they don't want to price themselves out of the market, where an insurance product, if they require it, would of course be an added fee on the tenant's rate, overall rate between what they're renting and of course adding on top of that the insurance. But I would say that you're actually doing them a favor if you require some type of insurance at the location, because of course the tenant themselves might look at it as purely as okay, what can I store? What kind of storage solutions can I get at the lowest rate? But of course, that's where a consultative role would come in from the facility manager. Of course, you wouldn't go over specific coverages, but you would say, hey, if anything were to happen, we require tenant insurance at our locations. We want to make sure that if anything were to happen, you have the peace of mind knowing that you have something to recoup those losses. And of course, that would be giving them the option of ensuring that they have a homeowner's insurance that covers tenant insurance, or the front office, the front of house, I'll say, tenant insurance program that would be tailored specific to their storing needs, such as the SBOA tenant insurance program. So I would say that would be why they would leave revenue on the table, is sort of an abject fear of pricing themselves more higher than maybe the Mon Paul down the street, who doesn't require tenant insurance. But you can sort of position yourselves as being the more robust facility in making that a requirement, just with the knowledge of knowing that it would be valuable to them if something were to happen.
So you can require it in the lease unless they show that they have some sort of coverage in their homeowners, right? Is that a state issue or?
Yeah, I would say it's mainly state by state issue, but I can confidently say that the majority of states can require some type of insurance at your facility. The one top of mind right now, the only state that you couldn't do that in is the state of New York.
Oh, okay. So that's must have done.
Right.
When an operator posts their price online, let's say it's $50 a month, do they have to include that tenant insurance in the price if they're requiring tenant insurance?
Typically, with all the online move-ins, and of course, this would be the same for in-person too at the office, you would give the tenant the option to select what coverage limits that they want, whether it be 2, 3, or 5, depending on what they're storing. You would give them the option of that. And it would also, it would be a separate line item within the ledger or their receipt, confirming that they're paying for some type of coverage on their unit.
Okay, so they don't have to include that in their advertised price. So it can still keep them looking more competitive to that mom and pop down the road who's charging also $50. Then you're not having to add that price in. So
correct.
I think that's helpful.
Correct. Yeah.
Great. And what role does the facility manager play in the success or failure of a tenant insurance program? We talked a little bit about that, but maybe you can go a little more in depth.
Yeah, I would say your facility manager is key in the success or failure of your facility managers. Just in the past, I've just had conversations where with owner operators where they gave a lot of preference to their facility managers. And they've said to me, well, they're not bought in yet, or I don't have their buy-in. So that's why, our certain percentage might not be as high as we'd like it to be. So that would just be key in ensuring that you have facility managers buy-in, which I know we mentioned that several times throughout our conversation today. So, but I think it's worth repeating because it's a very important part of the offering method in ensuring that your facility managers mention it to every single one that comes into the facility.
Perfect. And last question for Dean. Well, I will have one more at the end, but Dean, from a risk management perspective, what are a few things operators should review at renewal time?
That's another phenomenal question. At the end of the day, it starts with risk in mind. So, Nate just talked about having buy-in, and it's not just about the tenant insurance product, it's about risk in general. The tenant product helps transfer some of that risk to somebody else other than yourself. Contracts do that. There's just a lot of different pieces. It's not just a checkbox. It's a tool that's built to help protect your investment. Partner early in on the process. So if you're thinking about buying a facility, or you're thinking about going in and building a facility, find an insurance advisor that knows what they're talking about. Ask them some questions, some of the ones that you've heard here today. Ask them what they do to help support you and become more of a partner in your process than just somebody that's going to sell you a piece of paper and a policy and send you a bill every year. So making sure that you're partnering with somebody that you can trust and that you really have confidence in and is going to support you through that process. The biggest thing, and this is hard, especially in today's economy, don't chase the cheapest premium. Having that partner that you trust is also going to possibly point out some gaps or some things that you might want to consider that will drive your cost up a little bit from that perspective, from an insurance premium, that bottom line dollar line item. But remember, it's an investment. It's a way to really protect what you're building. And so, focusing on the coverage and the value, not just the price, is going to be a key component of that. And we've touched on this one just a little bit as well. And that is understand your exposure, ask questions, look at things and know that there's some coverages. Don't ask what's covered, ask what's not, and how those different things are impacting what you're doing. Because if it's not covered, then there might be some things that you need to do from a proactive standpoint to try to remediate that in advance. Try to remove that exposure, try to find other ways to deal with it, move it to the tenant through contract or through tenant insurance, those types of things. So again, start with risk in mind, partner early, don't chase the premium, and understand what you have.
Well, that is great advice. Now I have my final question for each of you, and I'll start with you, Dean. What advice do you have for first-time investors in self-storage? I've asked everyone this today.
Yeah, I think my advice kind of wraps up with that final statement. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Your insurance provider, your professional service, they should be walking alongside you through this journey. They should be helping you to identify those components that are going to be most important. You don't do insurance. You do the storage business. And you do that because that's what you enjoy and what you want to do. Let the insurance professional handle the insurance, but make sure you trust them, but don't be afraid to ask questions and have them respond appropriately.
Absolutely. And Nate?
Yeah, I think mine would be twofold. One would be just in general, networking is key within the insurance industry. I know that's probably a cliche to say, but I truly believe that the relationships that you make within the industry are very valuable and can open up doors in the future that you didn't think were possible, such as a new facility deal or just a vendor to which you enjoyed networking with and found that they had a great product underneath it all too. And you can do that by joining your state and national self-storage associations, as well as attending some of the regional and national events that they put on, which are great networking opportunities. I know I find a lot of value out of them as well. And secondly, I would say just more insurance specific is just in terms of tenant insurance. Whenever you get to the point of choosing a program, choose one that's going to give you the white glove service that you deserve. Because I know that SBOA, that tenant insurance in general is only 1% of what you do. So you'll want to make sure that you're fully supported with a program that's right for your location, as well as just ensuring that they walk you through all the compliance aspects. Because again, we totally acknowledge the fact that you're not fully licensed insurance agents. So, we'd love to help you out with that.
Excellent. Well, thank you both so much for being here today. If you want to hang on, I'm going to bring Aaliyah and Michaela up, and they're going to announce our final winners of the gift cards.
Yep.
So I guess we'll start with Michaela. We have a tie, right? So Michaela can announce one and Aaliyah can announce the other.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of our tie is going to be Jacob Kwan.
And of course, second but not least, is going to be Chris. Thank you guys so much for participating. We really appreciate it. You guys stuck with us the entire time. I saw you. You guys were noticed. Thank you guys so much. We had a great time, and I hope you did as well.
Yeah. So thanks everybody for being here today. Dean and Nate, I hope you have a great rest of your day. And
Sure.
I'll be seeing you both in Texas. We mentioned that earlier. We're just about a month away now from our first live event in Texas, which I'm really excited about. We're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. So have a great day, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Here we go. And there's who's still here. All right, so it's time to wrap it up, and I would love. Thank you, Anne and Jacob, and we would love to hear from you. What was your favorite part of the session today, or what was your favorite session or speaker? Any of your takeaways? Please put those in the chat too, because we really helps us put together our next program when we know what you guys enjoy the most. And we'll probably send out a little questionnaire at the end.
Absolutely.
So, any further takeaways from Aaliyah and Michaela today?
A lot of statistics personally that I loved. I love seeing Storage Defender with DaVinci and Storable. That was a great session. All of them were great. I took away a lot from everything, but I think above all, you got to trust the experts. You got to go to the experts, because even as much education as we do, there's still so much that I still have no idea. So I'm going to be going to the experts when I jump in.
Yeah, and that's what's great about this program, is that we can introduce you to the experts. You can kind of get a feel for how much you really don't know. So you can realize that you really do need the expert to help you out. And if you have any questions, if you want to get in touch with any of the experts that you saw today, reach out to us at, you can just reach out to me, Iris at thesboa.com, or info, there it is, info@thesboa.com. Oh yeah, we're both there. So either way, so I'll get back to you as soon as I hear from you. I would love that. Any further comments? Let's talk about Texas real quick. Do we have a slide for that one? Let me see. I want to talk about that. There it is, the upcoming workshop. So that is a month away. If you are in Texas, what's really cool about this is we were able to do this in conjunction with the Texas SSA. So they are having a cocktail hour at 4:00 that day, and we're going to be in walking distance. We're actually going to take a little field trip out to a facility in the San Antonio area, and we have a private bus that's going to take us out. We'll have some games and some fun there, and probably some more giveaways. And then the bus is going to drop us off right in front of the location for the cocktail hour. We're also going to provide you with breakfast and lunch. If you want to sign up, we're going to have we have a landing page right now, so you can register. By next week, we will have registration for the hotel. The hotel's given us room block discount. Beautiful, the Soul Cypress Hotel in San Antonio. It's a Marriott location, and it is right on the Riverwalk. It's a great location. So we're going to feed you. You'll also, when you sign up, first of all, if you're already a VIP member, you can come for free. So that's included with your membership. All of our events are included. And if you're not, you can sign up. It's only $99 for a year. And that's going to include all kinds of perks, like help me out, Aaliyah.
Start national trade show parties. Those are a hit every single time. You're never going to want to miss those. We go for the most unique possible. You're not going to want to miss them. They're one of a kind. once in a lifetime type experiences. You'll get invites to every single one for free. That's infinite value, in my opinion. I love to travel. We've got, of course, our magazine, of course, our Self-Storage Unlocked, our now additional 30 minutes for the VIPs. So you guys can watch that on the rerun. It'll be exclusively for you guys. We've also got our weekly newsletter. That's a slam hit. We
now have, we have a couple new things on our VIP pages as well. We have a special library, resource library.
Of course.
In fact, we will have a downloadable ebook related to today's presentation out by the end of the year. It's called Storage for Rookies. We had a program for that. This summit today has taken the place of Storage for Rookies, but we're actually making an ebook for you so that you can have all of this information with even some checklists and things like that to help you out. And that's all going to be available for you, included in that $99 a month. I knew I was going to lose my voice at some point today.
I'm amazed you made it this far.
You're almost there.
Kayla, I'm going to let you finish it out, and then we're going to play a couple of videos. And I just want to thank everyone for sticking with us today.
Oh, we've got one question right here from Anne. Do we have legal assistance? So we do partner commonly with Scott Zucker. If you were here, which I'm pretty sure you were, Anne. Scott Zucker is one of our favorite people ever. He's awesome. He is part of the Self-Storage Legal Network, and we have partnered with him in the past for Self-Storage Unlocked webinars and for a live one that we did in Orlando back in March. So if you want to check out some of the stuff that he chatted during those sessions, you should totally check out our YouTube. You'll find him there. But you can also find him on LinkedIn and I believe Facebook.
You can actually even go to the SSA website, and there is information there about the Self-Storage Legal Network, and they'll have they have a subscription service, I believe.
Yeah,
we're not part of that.
Yeah,
but that would be my first suggestion of your go-to if you're looking for legal advice.
Yeah,
I'm going off screen now.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you guys again so much. I know that I had a blast, and this was a big, long commitment day. I really appreciate you giving us some of your time and being so generous with those comments and helping us keep it along with all of your questions. It was awesome to see you guys. Anything for you, Michaela?
Absolutely. No, I mean, it was a great full session with so much education and so many different topics that were covered. All for the purpose of, even if you aren't like in the process of building your own self-storage facility or buying your own self-storage facility, like even if you're just wanting more information, like this is a great place to kind of cover all your bases and move forward and knowing the right people to get in contact with. And yeah, it was just a great day. I appreciate everybody sticking around and interacting, and it's been awesome. I hope those of you that won enjoy your shopping sprees on Amazon.
We'll be in contact with all of the winners from today's sessions. Thank you guys so much. And please, like we said, reach out to us, info@thesboa.com. If you have any comments, if you have any, little appreciations that you want to throw us our way, we won't say no. But we want to hear from you guys. And thank you guys so much for being here with us today. Hope you have a great week.
Bye, guys.
As a business owner, you know how essential clear, actionable insights are for improving customer-facing operations. And yet, feedback is often too broad, shallow, or incomplete. With our AI-powered mystery shopping, transform your audit process from reactive to proactive with real-time, in-depth data that goes beyond surface feedback. Our tailored system identifies your customer experience trends, which resolves issues before they impact business and refines customer engagement strategies, all within just minutes. Simply set your key performance indicators, then let our AI do the rest. Whether you're looking at improving your customer service, sales, or employee performance, you'll get feedback that is not only thorough, but personalized to each of your customers' experiences. Our buildable and customizable packages provide evaluations from foundational to growth-focused insights as your needs grow. Here's how it works. We'll use the high-quality video and audio captured during mystery shops we complete. like this one.
Hello. How's it going? Good. Good. I'm gonna take a peek at the models. Yeah. Okay. Looking to buy a house, build a house, whatever. Excellent. I want a house. You want a house? We build them, so you're in the right place. Okay. What's your guys right? Les. Steve. Nice to meet you. So, first time the model I take it, Les. Yeah, right. How'd you learn about us? Saw the signs, one of the many here. Sure, yeah.
Our detail-focused AI will analyze the recording, combing through the interactions for markers based on your specified standards.
You started with a friendly greeting. That's a good start. To enhance this, try weaving in more personal engagement. For example, when the customer mentioned seeing signs and passing through, you could have shared a light related anecdote or inquired about their experience with other builders, deepening your connection.
Along with the AI-generated video, anyone who needs it will receive a tailored written summary, a score sheet, and an action plan, breaking down the entire interaction to help drive improvement, understanding, and consistency. Elevate your business insights with SBOA's AI-powered mystery shopping. Schedule a demo today and go from in the dark to in the know.
Tell us why you love self-storage. Come join us.
I love self-storage.
Yeah.
It's just become a part of my life. It really has. More than a career, because most of my good friends have come from self-storage. It's been such a blessing.
Yeah.
Not just a career blessing, but a blessing in life as well.
I love self-storage because of the people and the energy that they bring. I don't think I've ever seen an industry that's just this passionate about what they do, and there's always just something fun and exciting going on.
I'm so grateful. The community, the ISS, the SSA, all the associations have been, amazing. The friendships, and I have the privilege of again traveling to a lot of the state shows and the national shows. And again, it's just the community here is great, such as yourself and this SBOA team has been amazing since they've come on the scene. I see a lot of amazing people doing amazing things, and it really inspires me to keep going.
To me, it's the people and the vendors and everything around. A lot of competitors, a lot of different solutions. Things are growing in the industry, but everybody is here to help each other.
Yeah.
But what I like the most is I think the innovation. It's amazing. I love the innovation, and I really like the people. Yeah, that's what I like.
I love the people in this business. Yeah. There are so many good-hearted, true blue, nice people here.
Yeah.
The other people here who do what we do are our friends.
Yeah.
I love the fact that people need stuff, and the more stuff that they need, the more they need to store it.
Right.
And when people are storing their stuff, they need a hug.
Yeah.
They need love.
They do.
We help people through a transitioning time and provide a service directly to their door while enriching storage professionals with additional revenue.
What I love about self-storage is that you're always meeting new people.
Always.
I love to just have a conversation with people, hear their stories, hear about what they do, because there's so many different things in the self-storage industry that you can be into, whether it be software development, tenant and commercial insurance like what we do. There's a lot of different colors and mixes in the industry, so that's what I would love about it. And also the conferences have some great venues too. So that's always a good perk, right?
My favorite thing about self-storage would have to be the opportunity to work with powerful and supportive women like yourself and Iris and the rest of the entire industry as a whole. I think a theme for women in the industry is women empowering women. Very much comes across, whether you're a competitor or not even in the same technology or magazines or anything in the space. Everyone supports each other and is willing to help each other and provide feedback and resources. And that is huge in this space.
And probably the thing I love most about the industry is the people. You meet people from all over the country, all the vendors at these shows, your partners. They all have an interest in helping your business succeed and making the industry move forward. And everybody's kind of working towards the same goal. So that's been the best part.